Boob Jungle is also good. I do like Boob Jungle. You know what, Jordan? Just because you said it, today's show...
Brought to you by the Boob Jungle.
It's going to take place in the Boob Jungle. Today's show is brought to you by the Boob Jungle. Alright, for variety, nobody has talked about it. To be fair, in the YouTube videos, I cut out the Boob Jungle. You only get to see the Boob Jungle live on air. I can't believe YouTube lets us put the Boob Jungle on YouTube.
It's because nobody has probably noticed it before, Justin.
Yeah, it's true.
No one other than you and your autistic brain has noticed what it looks like.
I mean, you noticed.
No, you had to literally point it out to me and show me.
You noticed. What am I doing, Jordan?
Noticed it before, Justin.
Yeah, it's true.
No one other than you and your autistic brain. All right. Yep, you can hear us.
That.
Show me.
You noticed. That.
This episode is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. There's things, and you can watch them at that location.
Where's that?
And other podcasts.
There's this.
It's that time.
There's that.
And for the news today, we're gonna talk about lots of movie things.
There's that.
I assume we're gonna talk about
There's that.
how the Late Show or whatever is dead, you know, and more.
It's
Back to you, Justin.
Technically the Late Show, but I mean, you know.
It's all the same garbage.
What am I doing?
Turn down my sound. And now I present to you tap dancing. Jordan, tap dance with the people.
Tap, tappity, tap, 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 tap.
You can't hear it.
Dancing.
You can't hear it because I've muted
tap,
it.
tap,
I'm tap dancing right now.
Tap, tappity, tappity. Tap,
Okay.
tap, 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 tap.
Okay,
tap,
that's enough. That's enough. That's enough.
tap.
That's enough. That's enough. It was entirely too much. In 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you'd like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. On with the show, Jordan.
Indeed.
On with the show. This is it. Dun, dun. After
Da.
hours. On today's show, everybody. Welcome to Spurr the Moon podcast. I should say that bit. Let's do that bit first. I'm your host. I'm Justin. I'm Justin Spurr, and I am joined by my co-host. He's several pieces of cake strewn about a field. This is incomparable, Jordan. Everybody.
What you've just said makes no sense, but I'm not going to further address it. What do we have coming up, Justin?
It makes
What
total
sort
sense.
of news objects are we going to talk about? What sort of theming do we have for the episode, Justin? What are they diving into when they listen to this or watch this, as the case may be?
It made total sense. I don't know what you're talking about. I can hear myself echo, and I cannot figure out what is causing it.
Echo.
And I can't tell if it's...
I can hear myself. Echo,
Test,
echo,
test,
echo,
test.
echo.
I don't know. I don't know why it's like that. That's fine. Just gonna have to deal with it. Suck it up.
Is it your gain?
I don't know. I turned it down.
Is it?
Maybe that'll help. On today's show, what do we have today? On today's show, what do we have? What's going on? There's my Google Chrome.
What's up, Doc?
What's up, Doc? On today's show, we have Superman news. Then we got Rick and Morty news. And then we got Lanterns news. And then there's the Spider-Noir trailer news. Selena Gomez, she's making an X-rated movie news. The Passion of the Christ news. And then cars. We're talking about cars. It's stuff with cars. Why is it cars? Who is it cars? Where could it potentially be cars? Who's to say? Only cars will tell.
Cars.
It's cars.
Cars.
It's cars.
Cars.
But
Cars.
first, Jordan. But first,
Cars. cars.
Oh, that's why that. You know what? We're gonna put that later. We're gonna put that towards the end. We're gonna start off with big announcement, Jordan. Dan
Good
Harmon
news.
came out
But-
and he announced, Jordan, Rick and Morty movie happening.
Is that good news?
It is
Is
currently
Is that bad news?
it is currently, according to a report from Jeff Snyder, series veteran Jacob Hare is in talks to direct the animated film, which at the moment is being called the Rick and Morty movie. The film will reportedly be produced by Air and the showrunner. There
How
is
do-
no writer
how do-
attached to it at this time.
How do we feel about this?
That is a fair and handsome and sexy question. You answer first.
I don't see the point.
I really. Okay, I just want to check my sound. Yeah. Okay. I don't.
Like, it would have to do something astronomically big to make it worth it.
They've already
Particularly with Rick and Morty, because it's such a meta show.
Yeah.
Already it's such a meta
They've
show.
kind of already done every. That's kind of the joke of that show, is that they've kind of already done all of the conflicts that you would. They hate those kind of ideas. So, like, they've already kind of made fun of the notion of him having an ultimate nemesis and killed him graphically and kind not quickly, but they killed him. That was Rick Prime. That was his ultimate nemesis. So,
Like, I suppose for me,
they've
the
already
only
kind of
thing.
quartered off, and I guess maybe you can have it where Evil Morty comes back, but again, they've already had him come
Well,
back.
the only thing for me that makes sense to do in the scale of a movie for Rick and Morty is they are forced outside of like their quarter of the universe,
Yeah,
outside. They have to leave the finite curve or
the
whatever,
central finite curve, I guess.
and go and deal with something outside of it. And then at that point, I mean, it depends on how big of a budget this thing has, right? Who owns because they were in the Warner Brothers, the
They were in
Looney
Space-
Tunes,
they were in
right?
Space Jam. Technically, the
So,
versions of them
like-
that were in Space Jam are dead canonically.
No, but I'm saying you could do something of that scale where they have to go outside the finite curve, and you have a bunch of references to other Warner Brothers movies.
Yes,
I said, like,
You
from
could
their
have them
point of
leave
view.
the Rick and Morty multiverse and come into the. I guess it's
I
a thing
guess.
of like anything that they could do that would be interesting enough to be a movie. They did on the show or could do on the show.
Yeah.
I think it was like was it Seth MacFarlane who said that the only reason to do a movie is to do something you can't do on TV, and that show can pretty well do whatever it wants. Like,
Yeah.
there's an episode where they ride giant sperm. Like, what more is there to do with those characters in a film?
That's where I
And,
say,
like,
to me, the only thing that makes sense is if you have it cross over with a thing that they can't do on TV.
with the state of what animation is in movies anyway, who's to even say that it will even go to theaters, right? Just because
That's
they're
the
making
other
a
thing,
movie
yeah.
is we don't even know that it'll go to theaters. Like, will it go to theaters? Will it receive a theatrical treatment? Again, what are you gonna do that you can't? Yeah, I don't. You're right. And added to that, I just don't know that Rick and Morty is at the state of, like, if you had made this maybe during season 3 when it was at like the height of its popularity, and you hadn't answered all the questions, like they hadn't done Evil Morty or Rick Prime or told us what Rick's back. Like the only interesting thing to do in a movie would be something they would never do, which would be to do Rick's backstory. Like, do Rick's backstory from the minute
Like
Rick Prime,
an actual backstory.
when from the minute Rick. Well, no, do his backstory. Show all the events that they show in his backstory. Just do that. Like, start it from where Rick Prime gets killed. Rick Prime kills his family, and show his adventures leading up to him showing up at Beth's house. But they would never do that because that would cut out the family and Morty. So they would never do that. But that's the only interesting thing to do in a movie is to just do.
Well,
Rick's
at
backstory.
this point in particular, yeah, because you're right. Anything they could have done, they've kind of done on the show, or they've ruined their opportunity. So, like, yeah, you could have had it where in the show, Evil Morty escapes the finite curve, and then we never see him again in the show. The problem is they brought him back.
Yeah,
right?
they brought him back
If
immediately.
immediately, if you had it where, like, we haven't seen him since.
Yeah.
And then you did a movie and it was like he's come back for some reason
But
and
even
he's the
then,
villain. It would be hokey, but at least then you would have like a
but
villain
even
or a
then
point or something.
they've done all of the shit. All like the
No, I
shit,
know
like the
they
shit with
have. I'm saying if they hadn't brought him back, then he
yeah.
could have been the bad guy
Like
for a movie.
him taking that, but to be fair, that's part of the gag with Rick and Morty. But yeah, the bit about him taking over the Citadel and like all of the stuff involving the Morty market and the Morty, evil Morty's backstory and where he comes from. All that shit was a movie. You guys blew your opportunity to do shit that would be interesting, unless you just do what it's ostensibly just an episode of the show, and that's so pointless.
Yeah, I don't
boring.
see the point in that.
And
Like to
boring.
me, the only real thing you can do with a Rick and Morty movie is basically akin to what you do with the Looney Tunes movie, where you cross over with all the characters, you have all the references, and you make it meta as fuck.
I
That's what you.
guess,
That's what.
but they're
That's
never
the
gonna
only.
do
That's the
that.
only thing you can do with a Rick and Morty movie that's gonna make it feel like a movie because you can't do that in the show.
Yeah, I guess, but even then, they're never gonna do that. Like that would
No,
be way too
probably
expensive.
not.
But
But I'm just saying. I'm just saying. For me, otherwise, what's the point?
Yeah, what is the point? Jordan, lanterns.
Yeah, still not feeling it.
Jordan, this trailer, in one word, Jordan, desperate. It knows it scared you with the first trailer. It knows that the world went. There's not what the fuck. There's no Green Lantern in your fucking Green Lantern trailer.
There's
but
no
they're cursing.
green in that trailer.
Right. No, that's a valid point. There isn't any fucking green in that trailer. Like even his Green Lantern suit is muted.
Doesn't look green.
It looks
no.
brown. This went okay. We show him the Green Lantern shit. We need to show him, and it still doesn't look very interesting. You're right. I wouldn't go so far now to say that it looks bad per se, but my God,
I would still say it looks bad.
It looks really dull. That's for sure. Like I guess some of the Green Lantern stuff.
I
looks
think it looks
alright,
bad.
but like. Like if you had gone
Sure,
okay,
but
this is-
but I'm talking about like the whole package of what we are looking like we're
I'm not
getting.
against-
To me,
I'm
it
not
looks bad.
I'm not against a Western Green Lantern story where it's basically a Western. Like I'm not against that. And now that you've shown me some of the special effects look bad. But like, okay, yeah, if you had led with this trailer, I think maybe I'd be a bit more interested in it. But no, yeah, the thing that pulled me out immediately was Hal Jordan. He's like,
He's not Hal Jordan.
Not Hal
That's
Jordan.
my issue
Not
with
Hal
him.
Jordan. Sorry, Guy Gardner. Nathan Fillion.
Oh, was he in the trailer?
Yeah,
I didn't notice him.
There's a bit where he's locking someone in jail, but it pulls me out immediately because there he is with his
I
stupid dumb
didn't notice
fucking
him.
bowl haircut, and it's like he's from a completely different movie. It's really distracting and it looks really and yeah, there's a couple of just flat out silly shots like the bit where he says like Hal Jordan says a really serious line and then he goes and flies away and it's the most ridiculous looking thing I've ever seen in my life. It's like it's so silly. It looks like he's been wired up. It doesn't look remotely convincing. Like this show
I mean,
looks bad.
my problem ultimately it still just comes down to he doesn't act like Hal Jordan. He acts more like Bruce Wayne,
Well,
Batman.
yeah, but the idea again, like they're going for like I don't mind doing like a hey, this is a Green Lantern version of
Batman?
No, of the Dark Knight. Well, yes, of a Batman story where this is the Dark Knight Returns, but for Green Lantern. Like I don't inherently mind that as a concept. I don't.
I
mind.
do because we haven't seen him as a young man. I don't want to see him as the old guy who's already at the end of his career. I want to see the Hal
Right.
Jordan who just gets the ring.
Right.
I don't care about
Right, but
like in all of the. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. In all of the animated ones, it was always Hal Stewart who we had as the Green Lantern. We never really get to have Hal Jordan in either animation or live action be Hal Jordan.
Right, but
That's what I want.
my point is I don't have an issue with this conceptually as like a
Sure, but
hold on,
you
let
could have
me
had it
finish.
be that you could have had it fit into that style
let me
and
finish.
have Kilowog be the gritty guy
Right.
who's teaching
Right.
and it works just as well and it fits the character.
Right, let me finish, please. I don't have an issue with an Elseworld story of like this is Dark Knight. Like if you didn't present this as like this is your Green Lantern and you're stuck with him, but you were like, yeah, we're telling different stories. This is we're doing a cowboy show and he's the grizzled cowboy. Like I don't. And you're mixing in Green Lantern powers. If this was the show you were presenting to me, and you weren't trying to be like no, but the thing, if you had presented this to me, it's a cowboy show, it's an Elseworlds show, it's the Dark Knight Returns, and it's not the main Green Lantern show. It's just its own thing. Totally cool with that because that's fine. That's cool. That's an interesting concept. I could be like, okay, cool. I appreciate the concept. Not for me. Totally fine. My issue is not Hal Jordan. I keep wanting to say Hal Jordan. Guy Gardner shows up in this trailer dressed the way he is in Superman, indicating that this is in the same universe as the regular Superman, and that pulls me out immediately because they don't belong together remotely. They don't remotely belong together, and it's really distracting. That's where I'm with you. That's where I'm like, why the fuck are we introducing a Hal Jordan at the end of his career at the beginning of your fucking universe? It's the same issue. It's funny. It's apt that you say Batman because it's the same issue as Ben Affleck Batman. You're starting off this universe with a Green Lantern that's at the end of being a Green Lantern. Like the whole point.
It's because they want Hal. It's because in this universe they want fucking John Stewart to be the Hal Jordan.
John Stewart and Hal
and
Jordan.
And he's a B stringer. He's
Jordan,
always supposed to be a B stringer.
Well, he's the guy who he's the substitute.
He's there when Hal Jordan can't be.
Hal Jordan can't be exactly. But like, yeah, that like I don't.
To have that be the status quo going into this, where Hal Jordan is old,
right? It's like,
for no reason,
right? But also, like, I get it. I get that they're trying to, in concept, distance themselves away from the, like they're clearly very nervous about comparisons to, and it comes across in the material. To the fucking Ryan Reynolds version, like they don't want to be compared to that, and that's why. And also, this is on HBO, so it has to be gritty, and it's like this is
it's bad.
Why did you put the Green Lantern? Why did you put the Green Lantern on this network? There's like a ton of other fucking. Like, you could have done The Question, or, like, literally any other detective-based character that isn't, like, bright, colorful, and fun, and made him dark and boring.
If you wanted to do a Batman show, you should have just made a Batman show.
It's not. Like, that's really reductive. It's not Batman. It's definitely not Batman. And
he's not Hal Jordan.
No, he is Hal Jordan.
No, like, he's not.
He's just, you have to accept he's an older version of Hal Jordan. He still has I will say that it doesn't... The cursing.
Hal Jordan is not. He's never like until he's like turning into Parallax and is actually being corrupted by evil. He's not supposed to be the type who you question whether he's good or not. He doesn't create. Yeah, he does. He creates counterfeit money using the Green Lantern ring.
But no, that's not. Comic book characters are flexible. So, like, yes, there's absolutely a version of Hal Jordan in the comics that has been written like this. Yes, it exists. I cannot bring to you a version of it that I can cite, but I can tell you it does exist. He's a character that it depends on. The whole thing is he's supposed to be arrogant. That's his whole deal. And he is in this show. He doesn't want to give up.
No, doesn't work for me.
Here I am defending this show that doesn't look good. But, like, he is Hal Jordan.
Like, it doesn't work for me.
Just because he's an older, grizzled...
He's more than that. To me, in this, no. He's not like Hal Jordan. He's like Guy Gardner from the comics. He's more like Guy Gardner than he is Hal Jordan.
Not really.
Yes, really. He's arrogant, and he's a dick, and he's a piece of shit.
Hal Jordan is an arrogant piece. These are the qualities that he has.
Not like this.
Especially later era Hal Jordan. Oh yeah, in order to counterbalance, because the problem with Hal Jordan is he got. That's why they turned him into a bad guy in the first place, was because he was too much like Barry Allen, so they had to differentiate him. And his thing is he's basically fucking what's his face from Top Gun. He's an arrogant hothead, which is represented in this. It's what this show is. What if an arrogant hothead was like he's the top of his game and he doesn't think that he needs to be replaced. I do agree that this is a sequel show. This feels like a sequel show to a Green Lantern show that they never made. That because there's a bit where he's being.
All I know is it doesn't work for me, and I probably won't watch it.
I said that I would, unless there was never really a part of me that was gonna put up with an hour of Green Lantern, because like this, there's no way. Okay, I'm of two minds. I really like the Watchmen show. So I do like.
I never watched that either.
I don't know that you like it, but I quite liked it. You might like it because it's a sequel to the comic, and it's not a sequel to the movie, and it's a better sequel than the sequel they did in the comics. But anyway, the sequel they did in the comics was bad.
Not the point.
I quite like that show, so I'm willing to give this a chance on the basis that I do like how HBO does superheroes. However, it's really I could get behind. The thing is, I could get behind this a little bit if it wasn't connected to the DCU. And I said the same thing.
I think that would be my. I would feel the same way.
Because you could dismiss it as just
if
an
this was
Elseworld
if
story.
this was an Elseworld story,
yeah,
it wouldn't necessarily, like you said earlier, it wouldn't necessarily be for me. But at least then I could be like, well, okay,
exactly.
it's its own thing,
right?
Right? But no, this. It becomes egregious when it has to be connected to the rest of the universe.
The minute Guy Gardner shows up and he's wearing the fucking Justice Lord's outfit,
even if he didn't show up, but they like made reference, or they said that it was part of it.
Yeah.
Then to me,
because I don't have an issue with we're doing Green Lantern. It's the Dark Knight Returns, but it's Green Lantern in concept. I don't like that as a story concept, but I could understand it, and I know that there are people out there who like it. I could respect it. And it bothers me because James Gunn was so much like we're not focusing on the interconnectedness. We're just trying to tell movies that are good stories. And to be entirely fair, I'm going to say the same thing when Clayface comes out and it's connected to Superman. I'm going to be like, I don't like the inconsistency in tone. It's weird. It's going to be weird when Guy Gardner can say an F word or an F-bomb or say and curse like a sailor, and then he goes to show up at fucking Man of Tomorrow and he's PG rated. It's going to feel weird, and it's going to make that universe feel inconsistent. And I just...
I mean, unless they find a way to make it work, but no,
this has a lot to prove, and it's
like
not
if he
doing
goes to swear
not
in front of
doing
Superman and like Superman gives him a look and he's like, "Sorry, Soups," or something like that, then at least it's like, okay, you've like acknowledged it.
Yeah. What's weird though, because that, just as a quick aside, I haven't really included any stories from Man of Tomorrow because they've all just been mostly casting announcements of people you haven't heard of. But the weird part is how James Gunn is insisting that's not Superman 2, even though it is Superman 2. And I respect it because, like, hey man, at least he's jumping like right into that universe and he's not doing that bullshit where he makes us wait 5 years. But like, why is he not calling it Superman 2? That's very strange. He's very specific, like it's not Superman 2. Anyway. Spider-Noir. Here's the thing that bugged me about Spider-Noir during last time we talked about it. It bugged me that you kept calling it Spider-Noir, and I was like, no, he's Spider-Man Noir. He's Spider-Man Noir.
But the show is Spider-Noir.
I know, and then I realized later that the show is called Spider-Noir, and they're like, no, I am the one who is wrong. Because everyone kept calling him Spider-Noir. I'm like, no, he's Spider-Man Noir. Yes. But I'm like, no, but in the comic, he's not called Spider-Man. He's called Spider-Noir. Well, he's called. I think he's just called the Spider. He's not called Spider-Man though. That's kind of the whole. That's kind of the whole deal. How do you feel about this? First of all, how do you feel? What's your cold reaction? Because we haven't talked about this. This is another one.
I literally just watched the trailer, so this is all fresh for me. My feelings.
Does Nicolas Cage pull you out of it?
My feelings about what I saw in that trailer are, oh, this looks fun, and then I see Nicolas Cage,
and it pulls you right out of it, right?
He doesn't work for me for Spider-Man.
No, not even remotely. He's too old, and none of the physicality is believable.
It's not for me. It's not even just that. For me, it's not even just that he's too old, which he absolutely is too old. Even though the character is supposed to be old, and he's supposed to be like
even by that metric, he's too old.
By that measure, I feel like he's too old. But even if that wasn't the case, he's too Nicolas Cage.
Absolutely. It kept pulling me out. But when he's Spider-Man, it's fine. Like I was impressed.
No.
I was impressed. There's a scene that they showed where he's interrogating a guy where I'm like, yeah, he's quipping good.
No,
and he's doing Spider-Man good for his situation.
Sure, but then I hear Nicolas Cage and I picture him like finding a treasure map on the back of the Declaration of Independence.
It's not when he's in the costume for me.
Or I picture him with his face off
It's
Like
not,
he's
it's not,
or as Big Daddy. No, for me, it's his voice. It's his voice. It's his mannerisms. It's the way that he is. It's just everything about Nicolas Cage being in this pulls me out of it because I just see Nicolas Cage.
it doesn't pull me out of it.
I like everything else. I like all the other things.
It
but
doesn't.
no, I don't want to say ruins it because it still looks fun, but he pulls me out of it.
It doesn't pull
in
me
every regard.
It doesn't pull me out of it. It doesn't pull me out of it when he's in the costume because my brain is desensitized to his voice as Spider-Man because he was in Across the Spider-Verse. So that doesn't and the costume and the physicality of the stunt performer that's in the costume. And to be entirely fair, there are points where he's wearing the mask. Like, as much as we gave him shit that he wasn't going to wear the mask, there's a lot of scenes in the trailer and in clips I've seen. Like, there's a bit where he's interrogating Silvermane.
Yeah, well, I mean, I said that he would be wearing the mask. I said he would be wearing the mask as long as it wasn't the stuntman doing it.
No, but like when he's interrogating the guy and he's not moving, it's Nicolas Cage in the costume. Like, he's wearing the mask.
I know. That's what I said. I said that when we first watched the trailer. I was like, that's probably what it'll be.
But
he's more or less in it as much as I predicted for if we were to go back and watch our videos.
The actual costume.
Yeah, I know. You said that he wasn't going to be in it a lot. No, right from the beginning.
Even by the standard of the last trailer, it's in it. The Spider-Man, the costume
right from the beginning. I said except for action scenes, he probably would be.
The costume gets shown off way more than I was expecting, and yeah, they like this. The I can't believe this show gets a budget to do web swinging. I cannot believe that the show gets a budget to do web stuff, like, at all. Like, the fact that he's doing web stuff is unexpected because
must be cheap by now by today's standards.
But the Amazon show, it looks expensive for an Amazon show. Like, this thing, I fully expected this thing to. That's why I didn't expect him to get a costume because I figured this thing would have no budget and the plot of it was going to be, he's come back from he's come back to being Spider-Man, but he like burnt the costume so he doesn't have the. But no, the costume is there and it looks great. And
well, it looks like he's actually like making it again because there's a point where he's wearing just the eyes or whatever near the end.
It's when he's Nicolas Cage. Like when I see Nicolas Cage, like when he's not Nicolas Cage, my brain can just shut off and be like, that's just Spider-Man. But I do get your point that like you're picturing that underneath the mask it's Nicolas Cage, and you're like that pulls me out immediately because I know that Nicolas Cage isn't remotely physically, and it doesn't help the fact that all of the stunts where it doesn't remotely look like Nicolas Cage when he's doing the stunts. Like my brain is disconnected. Like that's
for me, it's not even for me. It's not even just
Nicolas Cage.
For me, it's not even just the modern day. It's for me, it's just the idea. I can't picture a young Nicolas Cage as Spider-Man. Like I can't. For me, he is so not what I picture when he's. I picture him as Uncle Ben.
To be fair, anything, he's not Spider-Man. That's kind of the whole point.
Sure, but you get what I'm saying, Justin.
Not really.
Yes.
The whole point to this version of the if it were regular Spider-Man, I'd be like, yeah, I get you.
I don't picture him as a young Spider-Noir. Would you prefer I say that? Like I don't picture him as a young version of this character.
The thing about Spider-Noir is, to be fair, you've never read the comic, but Spider-Noir is unhinged. So yeah, absolutely, a young unhinged Nicolas Cage could absolutely be Spider-Man.
I don't
Noir.
see it.
It's just
I don't see it.
If it were regular Spider-Man, you're right. And to be fair, it's purely the age. It's the age thing. It's the Nicolas Cage thing. Like he's got a lot of weird mannerisms in this.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying I don't picture him as young. I don't picture him as this character. I just don't.
That's where I don't agree. I could absolutely again. Only this version of the character could I. And again, to be entirely fair, he's not Peter Parker. He's Ben Reilly, and it's just a different version of it. But so that allows for your suspension of disbelief to grow a bit.
No, it doesn't for me when it's Nicolas Cage. I don't see that. I think you're missing my point. For me, Nicolas Cage is too famous. I've seen him in too many things. I no longer see him as an actor in the things he's in. I just see Nicolas Cage. I don't see him. I don't see him as Ben Reilly in this. He's just Nicolas Cage. For me, it's the same as Jack Black. When I see Jack Black in a thing, I no longer see the character he's trying to play.
That's not on the thing.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't work for me. Because he's Nicolas Cage.
Say that's on you. No, that's where we're in agreement. It doesn't work for me because it's Nicolas Cage. But when it's not Nicolas Cage, because obviously when it's just Spider-Man Noir, it's not Nicolas Cage. When it's not Nicolas Cage, the show
It's
is
always Nicolas Cage. He is the one playing the character.
No, he's
so.
not. But he's not in the costume. He's not doing any of the stunts. So like when
Right, but he is. It's just not. You get what I'm saying.
Right, but that's where.
So you have to be able to suspend your disbelief to be able to picture him in the suit,
No,
I can't.
I compartmentalize and I can separate because it looks good enough that I'm like my brain can.
I can't do that.
Hold on, let me finish. It's not until he pulls off the mask, and it's Nicolas Cage that I immediately get pulled out, and it's only because and again if they made the show, nah, they wouldn't have. But if they made the show like if the show had come out in the 2000s and he was young Nicolas Cage, but even then, no, I don't think I would because he just is not I don't know, like maybe Face Off era Nicolas Cage. I could maybe see.
Like for me, it's the equivalent of when when you put Arnold Schwarzenegger as Mr. Freeze or when you put Jim Carrey as the Riddler. I don't see them. I don't see the characters. I see them. I see the people.
I don't know. I'm not the same way. For me, it's purely a physicality. But it's tough because Nicholas. I've never seen Con Air. Con Air, he's very physical in that. He's kind of physical, and he does do some physical action in Face Off. It's all about whether I believe the character physically.
I mean, the most physical actor that I can think of for Nick Cage is when he was Big Daddy, and he's literally a superhero. And I just don't see that character, and I don't see him doing Spider-Man jumps and flips and.
So that's
movements.
that's where I'm sort of with you. I don't know. A young Nicolas Cage, yes, I could be convinced. It's right now for me. It's purely his age. It's because he's like 65 and he's flipping and dipping around, and it's clearly not him in the costume, and it's really obvious. But like my brain can compartmentalize and be like, he just sounds like Nick. He just sounds like Nick Cage. Like I can completely. I can completely compartmentalize at that point. Like it just sounds like Nick Cage. Him sounding like Nick Cage.
That being said, the rest of it looks fun. The other characters look fun. The world looks fun. The costume looks fun. For me, it's just who's in it.
But him sounding like Nick Cage doesn't affect me because, like I said, it might affect me more had he not done Spider-Verse because I'm used to that character sounding like Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, but I thought it was weird there too.
Yeah, but I got used to it, so I was like, I can. Yeah, it's when it's pure like to me it would be I can't think of an equivalent, but it would be like.
But it's also not so bad in the animated one because he's in like 2 scenes and he has like 3 lines.
Also, he's animated, so it doesn't really matter. And also, he doesn't take off the costume, and you're not like, oh shit, underneath that costume is Nick Cage. He can look like anybody under the costume, and he just sounds like Nick Cage. It's not really that big a deal. Whereas in the show. In this show, he takes off that, and that's where I get pulled out. Is he pulls off the mask, and I'm like, that man couldn't do that. There's just no way. There's no way that man could do that. And it immediately pulls me out. But yeah,
I guess the idea that you're supposed to be like, oh, the superpowers make it believable, but for me, it doesn't.
It doesn't. Not with Nick Cage. I will never watch that show in black and white. I don't care how hard Nicolas Cage tries to convince me to.
Or another example is
don't really have an interest in that.
Oh, now I'm gonna blank on his name. Ian Malcolm from Jurassic Park, the guy who plays him.
Oh, Jeff Goldblum. Oh, yeah, Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah, Jeff Goldblum. Where whenever you see Jeff Goldblum in something, it's like I'm not really seeing the character. I'm just seeing Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah.
Like they're just such prominent actors.
Nicolas Cage is Now Nicolas Cage more than ever. You're right, but like not never. Young Nicolas Cage was a pretty chameleon-like actor, so he absolutely could.
Right, but I'm talking about
like
today.
Modern
now.
Nick Cage. No, it's just, but it's a 2-part. It's the age. For me, it's just 90%. He's just too old for this character. Like there are
for me, that's 70% of it.
They're billion better, younger, smarter, better. The only reason why he's in this is his association to the Spider-Verse movies, which is completely redundant because they immediately make it clear that this has nothing to do with the Spider-Verse movies. The only reason, the fact that he's played by Nicolas Cage is pure coincidence, but it's not, and they're pretending it is, but it's not.
Yep.
I don't see a point why. I don't look.
I will say though, I'm more excited for this than I am Green Lantern.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't go so
This
far
is-
as to
this
say
is-
as I'm excited
thi-
by
thi-
this, but I'm interested.
No,
in
not
it.
excited, but I'm saying like if I had to pick one of the two that I would say that I'm excited about, it would be this one. I'm not excited necessarily, but of the two, I could see myself watching this.
There's a lot of it that it reminds
I
me
would
of.
I will probably never watch the Green Lantern one,
Probably
but I
not.
could see I like Nicolas Cage as an actor enough that him being in this and it feeling weird
My-
wouldn't necessarily stop me from watching
My
it.
big thing is my big thing. Nicolas Cage aside,
Especially because it's probably only like unlike the Green Lantern one, this one's probably only like 8 episodes long,
and
if
like 30
that.
minutes a pop. Yeah, there's no way they're an hour long.
I don't know about the 30 minutes of pop thing, probably 40, 45 minutes, but still.
My big thing, Nicolas Cage aside, it reminds me too much of Sin City in a bad way. It's got that like noir, and I get that's the appeal with the noir
That's
vibe.
the point, Justin.
I know, but it's everything looks like it's filmed on a horrid looking set. Like it's just all the costumes look fake and pressed, and I don't know.
That's the appeal,
I
Justin.
understand that's the appeal, but so that's my way of being like I'm not gonna watch this in black and white. I have literally.
Oh
no
no,
interest
I
in
was never
watching
gonna watch this in black and
Never.
white.
This is gonna be a take that gets me in trouble, Jordan. But once the technical everyone sees the world in color. What is the point in putting something in black and white? Once television and movies could achieve color, there's no reason for anything to be black and white. I don't understand the purpose of putting something in black and white for artistic purposes. Like when it's a technical limitation, I absolutely understand. Like back in the 1930s and 40s. Hold on, let me finish. When it's a technical limitation, I get your movies have to be in black and white. You don't have a choice. You have a choice now. Why would you put out a less good looking digitally de black and whited version of your show that looks like shit when you clearly didn't shoot it in black and white? And why are you claiming that you did? Because you definitely didn't. There we go, rant over.
I can understand having scenes which are in black and white for like to kind of drive a point home or something. I don't see a point in having full movies in black and white.
I don't understand.
So like if in
Unless
a
you're trying to
scene,
make it look like a silent movie.
if in a scene, it's supposed to be like, oh, we're seeing something from the past. And you choose to have that be represented by, oh, the past can't be changed. It's black and white. You make it black and white to represent it. Then okay, sure. But like, no, to have an entire movie, I don't see the point.
What's the point? I don't get it. I don't understand the appeal. It just looks
But
like
maybe
a lesser quality version.
Maybe I'm just not enough of a snob.
I am a snob, and I don't see the point.
Or too much of a snob?
No, not enough of a snob. You don't like quality black and white film. Like you like The Artist. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, that movie's in black and white because it's supposed to be a pastiche of old silent era films. Fine, I get that. But like, why on earth would I watch Godzilla? Jake is constantly trying to convince me to watch the black and white version of Godzilla, and I'm like, I don't want to. What's the point? The world is in color. Why would I not want to see the world in color? Same with this. I understand that's a pastiche of old noir television, but the trailer, the black and white trailer, if it's anything like the previous black and white trailer, looks like shit. It looks bad.
I mean, for me, the thing too...
Nothing in this show has been shot to be in black and white, because when you shoot something in black and white, you have to wear saturated colors, otherwise it blows. This looks like it's been digitally made into black and white in post, because it has.
Yeah, for me, the thing with it being in black and white too is just I can't see anything.
Yeah, well, yeah, because it's not shot to be in black. That's why. It's like when you watch a show.
I just mean generally.
Like when you watch a show from or a movie from like the 1930s and 40s, everyone is wearing different colored grays so that it pops on black and white. This was shot in color, so all they've done is gone in a computer and made it into black and white, and it makes it look like shit. It doesn't look good because it's not shot to be in black and white. The same thing with that Godzilla movie. It's like it doesn't. I've seen clips of it. It doesn't. In my opinion, it looks all the shading looks all off because it's not meant to be in black and white. It was meant to be in color. Like, oh yeah, I just yeah. That's my big rant about everyone being like, you need to watch the show in black and white. No, I'm gonna watch it in color like it was shot. Thank you. And granted, the color version also looks like it's been colored up to look like it's more high res, and it makes it also look bad. But yeah.
I'll watch it in black and white if you pay me.
Exactly.
Pay me some money, and I'll watch your shitty movie in black and white.
Okay. All right then. So, I don't know how to describe this, but the title was salacious. I'll just read the title. Kate Blanchett to star in Selena Gomez's X-rated movie. Kate Blanchett to team up with Selena Gomez and Michael Fassbender. She has joined the cast of the untitled X-rated movie by Brady Corbet. The film features Michael Fassbender in a key role, but all the details of the characters are still under wrap. It's said to have its plot span over 150 years from the 19th century to the present day. Now, Jordan, this is a two-part question. Given that we have seen Michael Fassbender's penis on film before, will one or more of these actresses be? Will we see some nudity? Given that it's X-rated, and will we once again see Michael Fassbender's penis?
I don't even. What's it about? It's something about 100 years.
We don't know yet. It's under wraps. We don't know what the plot is. It just has to do with.
I don't know. Then maybe depends on what it's about. If we're watching like a faux documentary about like the adult film industry, for example, over the span of 100 years, absolutely, we probably will. If it's about something boring like a family's legacy, I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe we'll see some. I mean, more just based on the fact that it's X-rated, Jordan.
X-rated doesn't always mean nudity. Sometimes it means violence or other things.
That's a valid point. It could just be graphically violent. That's why because like I mean I assume Jordan our audience
I have no idea what this is about, so it's really hard to guess. But yeah, with violence, if it's really like Passion of the Christ was extremely violent.
Yeah, that's true. That's a valid point. I mean, that was R-rated, but still, that's because like Jordan, you know what X-rated is, right? Obviously.
I mean, I assume it means you see vag and boob.
X-rated is the
and I guess Schween.
Schween, yeah. X-rated is the rating above R rating in the States. No, it's the rating above, I think, NC-17 in the States. So porn, for example, is X-rated.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah. So it being X-rated.
It probably means nudity, yeah.
Or
sex.
You make a valid point. I did not consider that it could be violent. That is a valid.
But it could have said you could be just essentially watching torture, Justin.
That is a valid. Yeah. That's a valid point. No, that's a
horrifically, upsettingly violent torture.
Speaking of horrific, violent torture, Jordan, The Boys.
Or maybe they're just sitting on pies. What do I know?
Jordan. Okay, now let's try that again. Jordan, speaking of horrific, violent torture, The Boys. They're doing a spin-off, Jordan. They're doing a spin-off of The Boys.
Yeah, so having not seen the season that what's his name is from, all I can say is Jensen Ackles must have like stolen the show because they gave him his own.
Yeah, well, okay. Not giving. Do you care if I spoil the final season of The Boys?
I mean, I don't know, a little bit, I guess. By the time I watch it, I'll probably have long since forgotten it anyway.
That's fair. I'm not gonna give anything away. I mean, it goes pretty much exactly where you think good guys win.
I assume they murder Homelander and they rescue the world from his tyranny.
Pretty well, yeah. But the entire like last season of that show, he's in it a ton, and he's basically in it to just set up this.
But you mean Jensen Ackles?
Yeah, so he's in the entire season, and then he's just gone, and he's not in the final episode. Just full stop, just not there to set up this spinoff. And this spinoff, it appears to be one of those deals.
It looks like a prequel.
It is a prequel. It's about his character Soldier Boy, and by the looks of it, how he becomes Soldier Boy.
I think you mean Captain Bat America.
Captain Bat America. Has the. Okay, this is a bit I want. This looks all right. And my main question was going to be, how long do you think Jensen can carry this series on his back? Because that's what he's doing. Like, it's really...
2 seasons.
You think 2 seasons? That's really funny. I would have said the same thing. 2 seasons. At least 2 seasons. They insist it's going to be a multi-season show. I will be generous and say 3, but I agree with you. 2 seasons, absolutely. Just
I'd say 2. It's sort of in television fare. It's a standard going rate. When you're doing a spin-off, you assume that it's going to have less returns than the original material was.
Pretty much.
And you set a low bar midway through season 1. You test the audience, see how the reception is, and at that point, they might purchase a third and fourth season. Before they hit the end of the second season.
Absolutely accurate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. That they will
I know my TV.
They will have ordered a first season, which they will have already done. They will assume that the audience, based upon metrics on The Boys, they will assume the audience will be there for a second, so they'll definitely get a second. And you're right,
Yeah.
midway through season 1, they will determine whether or not they're going to get a third or fourth one. That is absolutely accurate. That is especially for Amazon and streaming. Like, it is extremely accurate. And what's funny about this is an example of who gives a shit. This looks disposable. What's fascinating about this?
What's fascinating about this is that this just shows you Jordan watches too much TV.
Right. It's just really. I mean, it's bland as fuck. Look, it doesn't really. There's nothing really all that engaging
the show
or exciting looking
just
about
looks
it.
Very boring.
Oh my god, there's nothing to this. But the thing that's fascinating about this is as always, is the internet's reaction to it. And like they're all like, "Oh, this is gonna last one season. It's gonna get canceled, whatever." And the thing that the internet constantly underestimates is how strong the Supernatural fan base is.
I was just gonna say,
like the Supernatural fan base will show up for this
because he's the
lead in it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like they showed up for fucking Texas Walker Ranger, for God's sakes, and that show sucked. Like they will show up. They showed up for that terrible Batman show because Misha was in it. Like they will show up. Like they will. They will show up
at least for a season or two.
At least for one season just for Jensen. Maybe 2 seasons. Like they will absolutely give it a shot. I guarantee you.
Especially if they bring back the other 2 again, or bring back other Supernatural people.
Right.
Have the lady who played Rowena be a character or something.
I was like, are they gonna probably bring them back? And spoiler alert, they can't. But I was like, I don't know. They could play like their great grandparents or something, or like their ancestors. Like, hey, they could just play other characters. Who knows? The other thing I wanted to say about this trailer, it's pissing me off, is I need people to stop when they make a prequel that comes out years later. I need them to stop doing that thing where they're obnoxious and annoying and like, how come she looks older even though it takes place 40 years beforehand? Shut up.
Because even though the show takes place 40 years beforehand, in reality, time has moved forward.
Because the actress got older. Shut up. Say it with me now, Jordan. Shut
up.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Just shut up. Like it's not that.
Use your brain.
Use your brain. Have an ounce of media literacy. And Jordan, say it with me again. Shut up. Excellent. I'm proud of us. I'm proud that we managed to coordinate that. Excellent. That never works. Moving on. Normally we can't navigate the fucking delay, and we did, and I'm proud of us. No, I guess we'll keep in the boys. We'll keep in the boys realm. We'll come back to the trailers later. Jordan. After Homelander, fans want Anthony Starr. He plays Homelander. They want him to play. Oh yeah, they said this before, and I completely agree with this. But people keep saying they want him to be the Reverse Flash.
Interesting.
I like it. I'm always down for that. I'm with it. I'm as the kids say.
Interesting. Yep. Now here's the question: which version? The Eobard Thawne version or one of the other versions? Because I think there's a couple versions.
I assume the Eobard Thawne version.
Interesting.
I'm assuming like any internet fan casting, it's based purely on physical appearance, and Eobard Thawne in the comics is blonde, so that's clearly why they were thinking that.
Interesting. Yeah, I think I could see it.
But you'd have to get a like similar. You'd have to get a better Barry Allen. I don't think he'd be a good Reverse Flash for Ezra Miller, who I doubt is coming back. But you'd have to get a better.
I mean, they better not be coming back.
What?
I said he better not be coming back. He was like terrible.
He was terrible.
I mean, I know it's on the nose to say it, but I'd be perfectly okay if they asked Grant Gustin to do it again.
I mean, he wants to, and look, I'm not 100% against it.
From what I understand, James Gunn would like him to.
James Gunn wants him to. I know that Grant Gustin was like sure, but I don't know. Honestly, Jack Quaid. Jack Quaid. Jack Quaid is Huey on The Boys.
Jack
Quaid.
To
be fair, though, I just love Jack Quaid. I want Jack Quaid in everything.
Oh.
Jack Quaid.
As the Flash?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could kind of see it. He's got a similar facial structure to Grant Gustin.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun. He's currently Superman on that Superman anime, and that Superman anime is good. He's also in a Star Trek show. I like Jack Quaid. He's honestly one of my favorites right now. I don't care that he's a nepo baby.
Sure, but I would also be okay if they did do Grant Gustin and had to be in a theatrical version of it. But
I mean,
I want a
not
higher
against that either.
quality version. I want a higher quality version of the suit. I want higher budget special effects for his powers. I want like, have him be like a mid-career Flash.
Yeah. We don't need a beginning of the career Flash.
Don't need an
I,
origin
I
version.
like this. I like this DC universe where we don't waste our time doing origin stories. I'm a big fan of that. I know that the internet fucking hates it, but I'm a big fan of not wasting our time doing an origin story. Jordan.
I mean, yes, except for when they do what they have done to poor Hal Jordan. I don't
mean,
like what they did to
yeah,
him.
but there's a difference. Like, let's do Superman where he's 2 years in. Let's not do Green Lantern where he's like 10 years in.
Yeah, exactly.
So Jordan, they asked Eric Kripke, the guy who makes The Boys. It's funny because the headline says
I thought he's the guy who makes the Big Bang Theory. Isn't Kripke on Big Bang Theory?
yes, that's a character on The Big Bang Theory. You're thinking of Chuck Lorre. He makes The Big Bang Theory. But what's funny is this headline says Superman versus Homelander. Sorry, let's try that again. Superman versus Homelander, shocking winner picked by The Boys creator. And then it says Eric Kripke. I mean, I guess technically he's the showrunner of the show, but he's not the creator of The Boys. That would be Garth Ennis. He created The Boys. But who do you think he says wins, Jordan, between Homelander and Superman?
I mean, I have to assume he's going to say Homelander
I mean, he's obviously going to say Homelander.
Because he's like, oh, he's more violent and ruthless. He'll do anything to win.
Wow, you're 10 for 10 today. That's pretty spot on. Yeah. I figured you were gonna say he obviously says Homelander because he makes the show, but
that too, yeah. But
no, you're pretty spot on today. You're on it. You're on your game because I mean, I've got to give it to my boy Homelander. The thing is, Homelander will fight dirty, and then he added, which I respect. He said, "Is Superman stronger pound for pound? Probably, but is Homelander willing to murder Lois Lane and rip off Jimmy Olsen's face and wear it as his own face, and rip Crypto limb from limb? Yeah,
exactly,
but." No, that to me, again, having not seen season 4 and 5, this is purely off of seasons 1 through 3. Homelander wouldn't do that. He's not really a leverage-based villain. His threat is the imminent threat of physical violence. So his not giving away.
I don't know. I think season 2 version of him absolutely would.
He wouldn't like go for Lois Lane as a means to gain leverage over Superman in a fight. The thing about Homelander's motivation in terms of his control is the fact that everyone's scared of him. He's not in a world where anyone can. And this is me trying not to give away the later seasons, but he doesn't exist in a world where anyone.
He doesn't have an equal.
Right, and when confronted with that ego, he's a narcissist who's scared. When someone who's scared of anyone stepping to him, when there's someone who steps to him, that's why, and that's why one of my favorite death battles is the Omni-Man versus Homelander death battle, where they didn't even pretend that Homelander stood a chance, because if there was someone who was physically capable of fighting Homelander, they would destroy him, because Homelander's biggest defining quality is that he's a bully who nobody is stronger than him. So no, Superman would demolish him, because Superman is a paragon of goodness, and Homelander would crumple the minute Superman started to beat the shit out of him, which Superman absolutely could. He would be like, "Don't hurt me, please," because he's a bully, and that's what happens with bullies. It's just
I mean, he is supposed to be a amalgam or a parody of like a combination of what if a Red Hatter got Superman's powers, and they're
pretty much
cowards.
Pretty much,
so.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So during this next story, we're not going to talk about it for very long. I just wanted to go through the. Look, man, we constantly make fun of the comingsoon.net for their shitty articles. It's a feature of this show now. I got it for this one. Controversial Transformers movie sets theatrical release date for anniversary. And I went, as you're no doubt where it went. Which one is a controversial Transformers movie?
Is it? Hold on, let me guess. It's the original one because they say shit.
Yes, you're right. It is the original one. And I pulled this because I wanted to see if they actually said why it's controversial.
It's got to be because they say the word shit, right? Like, for the time, that was a really big deal.
This article does not say what makes it controversial. Why? So hey, who wrote Evolve Editors? If you want to contact me and let me know what makes Transformers in the 1986 movie controversial, beyond the fact that they say one curse word, I assume it's the curse word. It's got to be the curse word.
It's got to be the curse word, right?
There's no way it's not the curse word, right? Yeah, go figure. Okay. Second penultimate article, Jordan. Mel Gibson's Resurrection of the Christ movies will benefit from one major change. What do you think that change is, Jordan?
Resurrection of the... So that's the sequel to Passion of the Christ, I'm assuming?
Yeah. It's the bit of time before where he comes back to life, where Mary Magdalene sees him come out of the tomb, and then he lives for a period of time, and then he goes up to heaven. Apparently it's in two parts.
How? Sorry, not the point.
Apparently,
one major change from the original Bible story.
It does not specify. It just says,
I'm gonna guess that that Mary Magdalene doesn't see him.
It just says these movies recently went a significant change that will be for the better.
Then how am I supposed to guess correctly if you don't have the answer?
It's not my fault. The article doesn't give me an answer.
This is a very poor guessing game. How am I supposed to successfully play this guessing game if there's no answer?
It just says Gibson returns to direct The Resurrection of the Christ Part 1 and The Resurrection of the Christ Part 2. Gibson co-wrote the script with Randall Wallace based on a story by Gibson. Wallace and Donald Gibson. The films will depict Jesus Christ's resurrection 3 days after his crucifixion. Apparently Jim Caviezel is not playing Jesus Christ. Apparently Jaco, I'm not going to pronounce that name.
Okay, well then that's probably the change.
A bunch of people are being recast apparently. I thought the change was because I know that one major change. I'm gonna take a guess and say that the major change they're referring to, even though it doesn't say. Seriously, who wrote this? Dan Girolamo. Come on, man, what are you doing? I'm guessing one of the only change that I know that they did beyond the casting changes, which I don't know why that would be for the better, but is they apart from the fact that Jim Caviezel is a nut job, allegedly a nut job. Is it the movie's in English? It's not in allegedly anyway. Apparently,
Aramaic.
Yeah, it's not in Aramaic anymore. It's in English. So, who the fuck knows, man? I don't know. Oh yeah, the other funny bit was that it
Mel Gibson.
It has,
Mel Gibson knows.
2 release dates because it's apparently this movie's so big that it requires 2 movies. Which again, I don't fully understand because from what I remember Ali saying is there isn't really much to
talk about.
Well, there's not much to the story. He comes back, he's there for a bit, and he goes to heaven, and it pretty much resolves itself relatively quickly. Like, there's not a lot to tell there.
Maybe the second part is gonna be what happens to him when he's in heaven.
He's like, "Hey guys, you're fucking this up, man." And then finally, Jordan, finally, The Rock has come back.
Do you mean John Cena?
Because
the movie trailer you sent me had John Cena in it.
The only reason why
I could see how you could be confused because you couldn't see him.
No, the only reason why I included it was because I just thought it was fascinating. Like,
did you genuinely forget that it was John Cena and it wasn't The Rock?
No.
I
was trying to think of a way to pivot to John Cena. No. The only reason why I sent this trailer and the only thing about this trailer that interested me, truthfully and honestly, was just in terms of Hollywood hierarchy. How do you go from being... Because this movie is what I call the funny guy comes to dinner, or the weird person comes to dinner.
I just call it mid 2000s comedy slop.
I mean, yes, but it's the weird guy comes to dinner, and you have to go through a bunch of awkward situations with the weird guy who comes to dinner, or the weird neighbor, or whatever. This is that. But what I found was interesting about this was how, oh yeah, and you're the normal guy, and you have to learn to love the weird guy, like. The like dinner for schmucks. Yeah, you're right. It's 2000 slop. What was interesting to me was that John Cena, who was the weird guy who comes to dinner, he was the weird guy in Ricky Stenicki, and he's been the weird guy in a bunch of movies. How does one go from being the guy who is the weird guy to being the normal guy who has to deal with the weird guy? Like how does that
You have
work
to be
in
in
terms
you
of
have to
your
be in
Hollywood?
so many things and so many movies, much like The Rock was, that people stop seeing you as, and this is I'm giving you a legitimate answer. This is not tongue in cheek. You have to be in enough things in Hollywood, that people stop seeing you as your wrestling persona and start taking you more seriously as an actor and see you more in the acting position than they do in the wrestling position.
Right,
And
but
then you transition from being the odd man, the weird guy, and just become the actor.
I guess I wasn't really talking specifically. I meant generally. How does one navigate the Hollywood hierarchy? I wasn't specifically talking about the professional wrestler to actor pipeline, but yeah, I guess theoretically that can be applied. You just take out the wrestling bits
Yeah,
to
it's the
anyone.
same thing for pretty much anyone.
But it's got like a great example of that is Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd went from being the weird guy who comes to dinner to now he's the guy who brings the weird guy to dinner.
Yeah,
Um,
because he was in so many
you're
things
in
between Marvel movies and other
respect.
things that he became because he uh part of your Broadway world says I couldn't follow any of that logic. Um I mean it's one of those basically when you're in a thing, like when you're in the public eye enough, you transition from being the people that people never see into the thing that's everywhere.
I
And
mean,
you're now no
John
longer
Cena
weird.
would know because you can't see him. That's it.
You
That's the news.
basically saturate yourself in the market so that everywhere people look, they see you and they get
That's
used to seeing you.
can't see me. That's the news. Jordan, hit me with the
Da
news
da
thing.
da 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 da.
I just realized
New.
my Trump dancing wasn't nearly uncoordinated enough. Oh yeah, by the way, just real quick. This is gonna be a quick that video, that's AI slot video of Donald Trump tossing Stephen Colbert into the trash should bother you as if you're an American. That should bother you for any number of reasons, but the main reason is your president should be concerned with many different things rather than letting Stephen Colbert live rent free in his head. I mean, considering the guy
Yeah.
priced people of color out of apartment buildings, he sure is letting people live rent free in his head.
Oh,
I just thought of that. So you should be impressed. You should be impressed by how I just thought of that. And that sounds prepared, and it wasn't. That was off the dome. Okay, that was
ugh.
that was off the today's show.
I mean, yeah, joking aside, the man has too many wars on his plate to have to be concerned about Stephen
Right?
Colbert.
Exactly. Today's show is brought to you by.
Haley says it bothers me to a great extent.
It should. You
It
should be
should.
bothered by it. Not just because it's AI slop and AI slop is horrid at the best of times, but because he's wasting his precious time doing that instead of, being the president.
Instead of doing important things, like, being the president.
Being the president. If you're that's all that shit is barely funny when your grandpa does it. Today's show.
Anyways, today's show.
is brought to you by, as always, it's brought to us by our dear friends at Wild Education. They're doing great work with those animals, and we want you as our audience to show up to help them. And if you're the type of person, Jordan, let me ask you this question: Do you own a reptile? Jordan, pretend that you own a reptile.
I definitely own a reptile.
Jordan, do you require mice and or rats for that reptile to eat?
Absolutely, I require mouse and or rat for reptile to eat.
Well, let me tell you, the Wild Education, they've got the deals for you for that kind of product if you require it. And I thought I put the link for that in the description, but I didn't. I put their Facebook in there though. You can go to their Facebook. They have a bunch of information on that. If you live local to the area of the Lower Mainland, you can go pick up. I don't know if they ship, but you could definitely go pick up. I believe they have a storefront that you can go buy from them. And then you could just, off of their Facebook, you can find information to donate to them generally. The GoFundMe is still up. You can support that as well. Go support
Think
those guys.
of the animals.
And since Haley's here in the comments, I don't know if she still is. I'm assuming she still is.
I mean, she did say, I think for retaliation, Stephen Colbert should do that to Trump.
No, it's not worth it. It would be funny, but not worth it. Go check out. I mean, right now I believe in the comments in the description it's the Final Frontier podcast, but go check out the Part of Your Broadway World podcast. Last week I was on there, and I made what in my estimation is a really funny Oedipus joke about how he's a guy who doesn't do thorough enough background checks. Again, if you're familiar with the story of it,
He's known for one, maybe two things.
maybe two things. Certainly the one thing, definitely the second thing. Yeah, yeah, he's known for those two things. He fucked his mother. See, I don't run a PG-13 show. I don't run a PG show. I can say that. I can say that's what he did.
He's the first
This is my show.
motherfucker.
This is my show. I can say what he did on this show. I could do it. And then he gouged his eyes out.
Apparently, she still is here. Yes.
But yes, go check out specifically the most recent episode. I was on there. We talked about the Tonys. And
They're great.
who we think should win the Tonys and why it should definitely be Daniel Radcliffe. He should
Because he's great.
He should win the Tony for best revival because that play is actually really good. And
He should have his award handed to him by a person who's wearing a Tony the Tiger mascot outfit.
You're great. I just think generally every single person at the Tonys should wear a Tony the Tiger mask, and every time they hand out an award, they should say you're great.
You're great.
And it should be sponsored by Frosted Flakes.
I'm just saying.
Why else would you call it the Tonys? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's connected to Tony Benedict. I think it's Tony.
And everybody can wear green and black. Green with black stripes.
That was sort of like I watched a video about this is a random aside, but I watched a video where they were talking about.
Did I say green? Orange with black stripes.
Orange with black stripes. I watched a video where the person was like, "Yeah, the only reason why you know who Carnegie is because of Carnegie Hall," and I was like, "Yeah, that's probably true." He named himself after stuff. He named stuff after him.
Stuff was named after him.
Speaking of stuff and stuff you can buy and things, go check out the Pride of Broadway World podcast. But on today's show, we're talking about cars.
It's time for a
Vroom,
car.
vroom. I gotta get my car. We've got.
Today's
show is about. It's about people who drive cars. It's about people who are cars.
It's about cars.
It's about Jordan. It's about
movies
cars.
Movies that have cars. Movies that focus on cars.
Movies
where the cars are a plot device.
Movies where cars come to life.
So I guess
you can go first.
I guess I'll start. My first rapid fire is called The Transporter. Do you like Jason Statham?
It's a Wheelman movie, Jordan. Do you like Jason Statham?
Do you like Luc
Besson?
Do you like a Jason Statham movie that is just a Jason Statham movie, which falls into that specific that specific niche category of it's a Jason Statham movie?
It's a Jacob Statham movie. I like Jacob Statham. I love some Stathams. Stathams. Yes, it's directed by the guy who and this will be of no surprise to you. Luc Besson. I'm pretty sure it's directed by Luc Besson.
Louis Leterrier and Corey Yuen.
Oh, is it not made by Luc Besson? He must make one of the later ones then. Luc Besson is the guy who made the Taken. He did the Taken.
It says here it's made by Louis Leterrier and Corey Yuen.
I am mistaken then. Maybe he made one of the later ones. Maybe it was the third. I know. I'm
certainly possible. I do know there is a sequel. So
there's a bunch of sequels and a reboot that he's not involved in. This is a
I know that there is at least one sequel.
There's at least two. I know there's two sequels.
I know that there's at least one.
And a TV show? There might also be.
But I had fun with it. So basically, Cold Notes version. It's a Jason Statham movie. The plot basically exists. I mean, you've just described most of his movies.
There's a scene where he fights a bunch of guys while he's taking his shirt off, and then the scene ends where he.
Yeah, I don't know, Justin. It doesn't really matter. The point is it's just an excuse for Jason Statham to be an action hero badass.
We have to just kick a bunch of ass and take a bunch of names.
So,
while driving a car. Does he drive a car?
Yes, he does. So basically, Cold Notes version is he's like an ex-Marine or something like that, who he works as the transporter. Yeah. Number one rule is no names.
No names. He's the
Then he's got
man.
a bunch of different rules, which he proceeds to break from throughout this movie. When he opens the package, which is rule number 4, don't open the package. And inside the package is this girl who he's supposed to be delivering, but he didn't know it was a girl.
Do a big kiss by the end of the movie.
And then he systematically takes down this whole organization, her father. It's a whole big
Do they do a
thing.
big
It's a
kiss?
Jason Statham movie, so it is exactly what you think it's gonna be. Yes, obviously they do a big kiss. He fucks her, Justin. Come
Whoa,
on.
whoa, whoa! I was keeping it PG. I was keeping it
I'm
PG.
not. We already talked about non-PG things earlier,
That's
about
true.
Oedipus and
That's
what
true.
his mother and him and did
Hey, he didn't
each
know.
other.
He didn't know, and not knowing
Um,
makes it okay.
no, no, it doesn't.
I
No,
mean, clearly
no.
he didn't
We do
feel it.
not. We do. He didn't feel that way, and neither
Yeah,
do we.
he didn't feel that way. He
Um,
blinded himself in a ray in despair. In despair?
Presumably. So yeah, I mean, this came out in 2002,
Did
and
it?
it is yes, it did. And it is a very 2002 Jason Statham movie,
So shaky as fuck and barely visually legible.
and yet still enjoyable.
Not all of his movies are like that, but a lot of them are.
I don't know that I would call this one too shaky, but yeah, I mean, it's fun.
I remember.
And yeah,
Yeah,
he's
I know
he's
I've
got
seen one of them.
he's got his vehicle, which has all the stuff, and then it gets blown up, and he steals another vehicle. So it has a lot of cars in it.
It has Jordan. It's
That's the
about
transporter.
cars. That's the transporter. Well, that was not a lot. There
I
was,
mean, it's exactly what you think it is. There's not exactly a complicated amount of things to talk about here. I had fun with it.
uh,
Like it just its cast here. You know, one, two, three, four, six. It's got six people that it lists as the cast. That's it. Six people, Justin. That's
okay.
how not complicated this
That's
movie
how
is.
uncomplicated it is. Jordan.
I mean, presumably there's a number of background actors, but we don't count them.
We don't count them. They don't count as real actors.
That's the transporter. One day when we do vehicles again, I'll probably do the transporter too because I had a delightful time with this. It was kind of like when you watch what is it? Crank, where it's like, yeah, you know it's not very good, but you don't care.
I do know what you mean. Jordan. My first movie. Disney. I think.
On ice.
I'm pretty sure it was Disney. During the
On a
1960s. It's a movie about racing. It's a movie about love. It's a movie about the love bug. It's the love bug. It's Herbie the Love Bug. It's the very first Herbie the Love Bug movie. It's about a gentleman who is a race car driver who is down on his luck, and his friend is Buddy Hackett. Buddy Hackett, who you don't know by name, but you would probably recognize. He's a very famous guy from that era. He's one of the guys, like, I've seen him in other things. And they wind up with Herbie, the love bug, and Buddy Hackett figures out that Herbie is actually alive. And Jordan, you're like, oh, is there in this very first Herbie movie, Jordan, is there a rhyme or reason given for why Herbie is alive? You're probably wondering to yourself.
Is there a reason,
There is not. It's
or
implied.
or a rhyme?
No, it's implied that that the love and care that you give for a vehicle gives it life, but there's never an explanation given for why Herbie is alive. And I will say this, considering it's a movie from like the 1960s, okay, I meant to mention this last week and I'll mention it now. A lot of these older movies, you can't fake car shit with CGI. So like in Police Story, there's so many like car crashes that just look cars crashing into each other that just look gnarly, and so their ability to make it look as though nobody's driving Herbie, I don't know, they probably rigged it to a remote control. I assume they could do that back then. It's not unimpressive. There's some stunts in this that are legitimately impressive. Like they're legitimately fun and they're legitimately like gnarly looking, like sufficiently gnarly looking. A big change from this compared to the Lindsay Lohan movie is the guy doesn't believe that Herbie is alive. Like he like suspects that something is up, but he won't accept that the reason why he's winning all these races is that Herbie is winning them for him, and Buddy Hackett is like keeping it a secret or whatever from him. And it gets to the big climax where it's revealed. Like there's that's the other one. It's got the guy who plays I forget the actor's name, but he was the dad in Mary Poppins.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's in this as the bad guy playing John Cleese. He's in this as John Cleese from Faulty Towers as the bad guy in this.
Like literally?
No, that's the performance he's doing. He's basically John. He's basically
Oh.
Faulty from Basil Fawlty, and
Basil Fawlty?
he's a racer. He's trying to win, and I have to shout out that the only reason why I wanted to bring him up was because the
I mean,
guy.
you say he's the villain in this as if that's some strange thing. Is he not the villain in Mary Poppins
Well, that's
too?
arguable. But the actor who plays him, it turns out he's a really just cool guy. Apparently, and this is impressive when you remember, like, this is like 1950s, 60s, or whatever. He apparently funded autism research, like a ton of autism research. And he was a really supportive. He had an autistic son or daughter, and he was really supportive of them. And so we stand a supportive dad.
Good for him.
Right? I
Good
was
for
like, oh,
him.
good for him. Nice guy. But yeah, so the whole movie is he's basically the evil racer from the Lindsay Lohan movie where he keeps getting beaten by this bug and he can't fucking figure out why and it's driving him crazy. And he's like, this car is alive, and nobody believes him and they think he's crazy or whatever.
You know what's funny is I'm aware that I've watched. I'm obviously aware that I've watched the Lindsay Lohan one, but it's been so long since I've watched it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't actually remember that much about it, other than that she was in it.
She was in it. And so what I appreciate about this movie is unlike the Lindsay Lohan version, speaking of which, where he's racing in a NASCAR race, like a stock car race, and he's keeping up with stock cars, which is like unbelievable and like mechanically impossible for an engine like that to keep up with those engines. This movie does
Unless they did some serious edit, unless they did some serious work on that
upgrades,
engine.
and I don't know. Even then, the body would like disintegrate if it got up to 200 miles per hour. It would just fall apart.
I don't know about I was gonna say I don't know about disintegrate, but it would certainly fall apart.
Fall apart, collapse. This movie does the decent thing of being like,
it's just a regular race.
Well, it's more it's regular. It's a regular car race, like more of a rally car race, like an extended kind of like a car race. It kind of presents
like a mud
of,
race kind of thing where it's regular vehicles.
Yeah. I was gonna say in terms of cartoons, like a wacky races,
or speed racer.
Yeah, like a speed racer where it's different kinds of cars. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and like the sports cars, like his big want in the movies, he wants a Mustang, and like. It's like they're sports cars, so like when
technically that kind of race is called a rally race.
Rally race, yes, I believe, yes, yeah. And so, what I appreciate about this movie is it hits a point where he can't compete. Like they're like oh we're pushing it as hard as a VW Bug can be pushed, but it can't go any harder. It's about to fall apart. Like it can't maintain this level of performance. And I appreciate that because it made it feel realistic. Unlike the Lindsay Lohan movie, which was so cartoony, this, even though the car is alive, it is a cartoon, but it didn't feel quite as cartoony as the movie from 2004. I appreciated the attention to detail, and I like this movie. It was cute, and I'm absolutely going to come back to this franchise because I want to watch. There's a remake in 1997. This is a hint for the future, but there's a remake that came out in 1997 where there's an evil Herbie.
Ooh, dun dun dun!
I have to know about evil Herbie.
Dun 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 dun!
He's called Evil Herbie, and he's called the Hate Bug, not the Love Bug.
Ooh.
That's Herbie, the Love Bug.
Okay, my second rapid fire. Unless you have any final thoughts.
I do not. That's it.
All right, second one. I have a need, Justin. A need for speed.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you had a need to be in a bad movie. No,
I actually didn't think this one was that.
That's Aaron Paul. Sorry.
I kind of like this one.
Really?
I don't really. Good. I think I have a soft spot for Aaron Paul.
Oh, that's fair. No, yeah, I could see how that could happen. No, I would do the same thing.
But
he was in a show I like. I have to be overly generous.
It's based on the racing game Need for Speed, but other than name, I really don't see how it is.
Doesn't the car look like the car from the game? That's the one thing I remember is the car and the name, and that's kind of the loop. But to be fair,
I don't really know enough about the game to know. I do know that I was reading
a sports car racing game. I don't think there's anything.
I do know that in the some of the things that I was reading here, it says that the video game Need for Speed Rivals released a downloadable content which had cars that appeared in this movie in the game.
I could have sworn like the orange car that he drives in this movie is from one of the games, but I don't feel confident enough to.
I mean, I'm sure, probably, they're just cars.
I know one of the
So
games involves running away from cops, which I think is a part of the plot of this movie. I think that might be a connection as well. But yeah, you're not the first person to. I do remember when this came out, everyone went, "This bears strikingly little resemblance to the thing that it's based on."
I mean, mostly just because the thing that it's based on is a racing game, so it wasn't like it was a heavy plot thing that they could take a plot from and make a movie out of it, right?
Right.
So like, what it's just sort of
It's fun. This is a funny movie to talk about because we're going to talk about, spoiler alert, the Gran Turismo movie in like 2 entries, and that's interesting that you say that. That's interesting that you say. So this didn't make you feel like you're playing the Need for Speed game.
not really, but again, I didn't really play the Need for Speed game, so I'm
Fascinating.
not really.
That's
I don't.
so interesting. That's
To
interesting.
me,
Remember
if
that.
anything,
Hold on to that
this
thought because that's
if
interesting that you say that.
if anything, this made me just kind of think of I don't remember which one it is. I think it was 3, 2, or maybe it was Too Fast or Furious. But there's one where they're in this like cross country rally race where it's like through first they're going through the desert, then they're going through the mountains, and it's basically like
That doesn't sound familiar to me.
funny that we say it's one of the later ones. It's after the Tokyo one, I think.
That might be the Fast and Furious because I don't think I've ever seen that one. That was when I worked at the theater, so I've seen parts of it, but I don't think I've ever seen it in its entirety.
The one that I'm thinking of, I do.
That also kind of sounds like Tokyo Drift as well.
No, it's not Tokyo Drift because that takes place in Tokyo and it takes place with different characters.
Right.
The one that I'm thinking of very much had Paul Walker. It might have been the first one. I might be thinking of the first one. Anyways, not the point. Not the point.
That
Not
sounds
the
familiar.
point.
I was gonna say that
Not the
sounds familiar,
point.
though.
Not the point. Point is, in fact, I know now that I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking that might have just been the first. Anyway, not the point. This movie makes me think less of a video game, just generally.
Yeah.
It makes me think less of a video game and more of the Fast and the Furious.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's clearly what it wants to be. It wants to be the Fast and Furious. It wants you to make that association because when this came out, the Fast and the Furious movies were going through a renaissance and they were huge. I think this was after Fast 5.
Because
So,
Aaron Paul in this kind of just reminds me of Paul Walker
I'm sure that's intentional.
from so like the Cold Notes version of this. Paul Walker, or not Paul Walker, and I'm getting them. The problem is that they were both in movies I watched this week. Um, Aaron Paul, he runs this garage with his friends or whatever, and there's one of the kids or whatever is like a younger, like he looks up to Aaron Paul kind of idol situation. Meanwhile, Aaron Paul has this friend or enemy or whatever that they used to know that comes to them is like, hey, I need you guys to work your magic on this really expensive car, which I'm going to sell for like millions of dollars, and then you get 25% of what I make for it, right? And they're all like, okay, cool, we'll do that. They do that. They sell the car, and then Aaron Paul and the kid basically challenged the dickhead, whose name is something stupid. Something that I was like, really? That's his name? Hold on. Dino Brewster. That's what it is.
Dino.
And so basically Dino Brewster challenges Aaron Paul to a race because the kid or whatever had made a comment about how, that's what it was. Because Aaron Paul, in order to sell the vehicle, he shows up at the track and is driving it at like the 230 that he knows that the vehicle that they're selling can handle, whereas Dino Brewster, it wouldn't have been able to get it up past 180. And they sell it because of Aaron Paul's racing, and the kid is basically like, oh, you wouldn't have been able to get it up that fast even if you tried. And so then that's where this whole race sparks off. And long and short of it is the kid dies. The kid dies because Dino Brewster basically runs him off the road. And then Aaron Paul gets framed for the death.
I understand.
So Aaron Paul ends up in prison for 2 years. And then meanwhile, there's this whole sub thing of Michael Keaton runs this like off the books race, like every year, which is like
Right.
the such and such cup or whatever that he runs. So Aaron Paul is like, once he's out of prison, he's not supposed to leave the state, but he's like, I'm gonna leave the state and I'm challenging, like I'm gonna beat Dino Brewster at the thing in this car that like that in the very car that I helped him sell, basically, to send a message. And then Dino Brewster is all like, "Oh, I'm putting a hit out on Aaron Paul's character. Anyone who stops him from such and such, you're not only going to get such and such, but I'm going to give such and such as well, right?" And they end up finding the vehicle that he murdered the kid in and showing up at the race, and then triumphantly winning, and huzzah! And then they prove that Aaron Paul is innocent, and the other guy goes to jail, and so it just, yeah, it kind of feels like a Fast and the Furious movie. It was fun though.
I understand. I understand.
That was a really roundabout way of me saying I hate sauerkraut.
I understand. I understand why you would. Try is that it?
Yeah, that's Need for Speed. Again, I don't really see in what way it's related to the game other than the name, but as its own movie, if like basically if I took the name Need for Speed off of this and put in Aaron Paul gets framed for murder and has to have revenge, and that was the name of the movie,
Guy who
I'd
drives
look at it
fast.
and I'd be like, that's kind of a lengthy name for a movie, but it was an okay movie.
That's fair. Jordan.
Although it didn't do well.
Jordan.
It did very, very poorly.
Jordan. It did. Jordan.
Although internationally, not as bad as you would think.
Jordan. Jordan.
Need for Speed.
Jordan. So, okay. I've talked about Cars 2 previously on this movie, on the show, and I asked the question, would this be better received if it wasn't Cars 2? So, naturally, Jordan, I had to very anxiously go search out Cars 3 and watch Cars 3 for the first time. And I was positive this was going to be a bad movie. This was not received exceptionally well. People really didn't care for it too much. And I'm here to report
I like
to you,
that movie.
I'm here to report to you, hot take. This is actually a good movie, and not like good movie asterisks, or even good movie qualify, or like good movie for a Cars movie. It's actually a good movie, with an asterisk though of it feels like a sequel to a movie we never saw. It's funny that you're like, oh, it's the real Cars 2. And while I don't disagree with you that it is the real Cars 2, I would say more accurately, it is Cars 3, but it is Cars 3 to a Cars 2 that does not exist. Because it feels like the ending of a character arc that we never saw the middle of. Like we never saw the in-between movie where we never saw Rocky 2 or Rocky 3, and it feels like skipping to Rocky Balboa. This is a sports, and this is an absolute sports drama. It's a sports drama through and through, and it feels like Rocky. No, even more so, it feels like this is Creed, and I never got to see Rocky Balboa or Rocky 4. Like that's what this feels like.
If I was keeping it in the Pixar explanation or comparison, this is Toy Story 3 for Cars.
But it's
we didn't get Toy Story 2.
We didn't get Toy Story 2.
This is Toy Story 3.
This is Toy Story 3 without getting Toy Story 2. This is absolutely, to its strength, not a sequel to Toy Story or to Cars 2.
Like if I was
so.
again,
but it's also not a sequel to Cars 1.
If I was to compare it all to Toy Story and use that as the line, Cars 1 is Toy Story 1. Cars 2 is Forky's Great Adventure.
Well, you have to use a character from Toy Story 1. So Toy Story 1 would be like the Mr. Potato Head movie would be a more apt description because
no, it would be
a Rex movie. Yeah, it would be like if you had Toy Story 1, a big Rex movie where he has to save the world for some reason. And then you did Cars 3, and it was
and then you did Toy Story 3.
Yeah, you did Toy Story 3, and it's this introspective story thematically about getting older and accepting your mortality, and
Woody is the main character again all of a sudden.
Right, and Woody has to find his new place in the new paradigm that is the world, and so it's a movie about the world moving past you while you stay the same, but adapting to the world. And this movie is phenomenal in the sense that it is thematically deep, and it's got themes, and it's got things to say, but its target audience is 7-year-olds. So like
Also,
as an adult, I am relating to this in ways you don't even understand.
also,
But like,
real quick, you say that it's not it doesn't work as a Toy Story 2 or as a Cars 2 rather. I disagree with that sentiment. If Cars 2, the real Cars 2 had never come out and you did this as a sequel to Cars 1
I just
and it's 10 years later, it's real world time amount of time
I just don't
later.
think it works in the same.
Yes,
Well,
it does.
it's trying to do.
Because
I
it's playing
mean,
on the fact that he's too
yeah,
old to be in the racing
I just
position.
don't know. But the
So
part of the
if you
whole,
had it be,
but
let me
part,
finish. Let me finish. If you had it be where you come in with this movie and it's Cars 2 and it's like 12 years since the last one, yeah, just like Incredibles, what they did. Yes, it does
no,
work.
but I mean, number one, Incredibles 2 was poorly received. But regardless, Cars isn't well known enough for that to work. That's the thing. Is it doesn't. It's not a beloved enough for the part of this movie's deal is it's doing that thing where it's being like, hey, you remember the good old days? And there wasn't ever really a good old days with this franchise. What's odd is this franchise chose to be what it was.
Well,
It chose to be what it
not
was.
for you, anyways. Maybe there were
It chose
kids.
to pivot. It chose to pivot to be for kids, right? And it chose to be more than any of their franchises about, ironically, about selling toys. That's why they came out with planes. That's why the main focus of that franchise for the longest time was Mater. So it's very odd. Not in a bad way. It's just odd. It's an odd decision for them, given what they had set this franchise up as being. It's an odd choice to completely be like the core demographic of this show of these movies. Favorite characters, Mater, just flat out, full stop. The kids love Mater, and I don't blame them. I get it, but it's odd that they've completely cut him out of this movie. Narratively speaking, he's in like one scene where he's a major character. He is otherwise a background character. He gets put all the way in the back. He has nothing to do with the plot of this. It doesn't involve him in any significant way, and that is so strange given how the last one ends with him going off to have his own adventures. This one's like, adults, we understand you don't like Mater. We understand that you don't like Larry the Cable Guy. And they instead replace him with Cruz, and they give her this character arc that is a fully fleshed out and fledged character arc with an ending point where I'm like, I would watch more movies with Blue Lightning McQueen and her as the lead. I want to see the next one where he's a secondary character and she's the lead now. Like I would watch more of this. Like this is a well executed character arc that builds on itself in a way that is functional and works and is compelling and fun to watch. His character arc in this movie is good. It's good character arc.
To me, it kind of from a meta standpoint,
shocking.
It feels like the first one, because I remember the first one was very much a passion project for
John Lasseter. Yeah,
that was it. Thank you, Lasseter.
To make this so
and so for Cars 1 in particular, I know it was, and so it kind of always, when I look at the arc of the three movies, it always came across to me as if the first one he was really passionate about and he really liked. The second one, he was told either by Disney or by someone that he had to make it more appealing to kids and he had to focus on Mater. That's how it comes across to me, because then the third one, they go back to what he clearly wanted it to be about, which was Lightning McQueen.
No, the complete opposite. He was heavily involved in the first one. He was very involved in the second one, and that was his baby project. That was one of those, to my knowledge, he had to convince them to let him make that one, and he's not involved in the third one. To my knowledge, he executive produces it. So I don't
interesting, because it doesn't come across.
But there's so much of this that's like the scene where early on where the big point about this that they were proud of was the animation was more advanced, and it absolutely is. The scene where Lightning McQueen crashes is gnarly. It's a gnarly. The lighting of it is realistic.
It's emotional.
His body is realistic. Like they don't show his face when he's crashing, so he looks like a real car for that moment. It's hyper realistic. It's so well. It's not shot, but it's so well framed and staged and
put together.
It looks real. It feels visceral. And as an adult, I'm like, this is phenomenal. But if I'm a 7-year-old and the target audience of this franchise, I'm confused. Like that's the thing is this is a great movie, but it is confusing. And there's a lot. It still has the kind of humor in it that you'd expect from this franchise, but like it also does a great job of it. It doesn't do the thing the other movies do where you start questioning the reality of it. It does a good job of focusing on the characters to a degree. Like there's a point where they go to the demolition derby and there's a school bus and you're like, wait, so do the cars get on her and ride her? I barely understand Lightning McQueen riding in the truck. I kind of get it because like it wears down his tires, I guess. Maybe that's why he doesn't. But like, why would you not just drive yourself if you're a car? Do cars get tired? Like, I don't. That's the only moment.
You're thinking about it too much.
That's the only moment where I started to pull apart the logic of it. But otherwise, I was thoroughly like I want to say it blew me away in the sense that I went, oh my god, this is a Cars movie, dude. What are we doing? Like these movies are not supposed to be good. Like I'm.
You always say that. I remember liking the first one, and then thinking the second one was like terrible.
The first one is
embarrassingly bad.
This is my. To be
we
fair,
don't talk about the second one.
I think I've only seen the first one one time. I think I know my dad loves the first one because he loves Doc Hudson, but like I
love the first one.
I remember it being mediocre at best. Like I remember it being like in the school of like all right ish, like old school Pixar movies which are okay. It makes me think of Brave, where it's not exceptional. You forget it exists.
No, it's better. It's better than Brave.
I never said it was much better. Like much, I would say, but it's in that school of like nobody.
Yeah, but I also like Brave. So.
But you wouldn't put Brave in your top 5. You absolutely.
No, but you have to have ones that aren't in your top 5.
That's what I'm saying.
Not every single one is gonna be in the top 5.
Like
but like the way that you frame it, when you're like it's
mediocre at best. Like it's not.
Yeah, but you're framing that as if that like it's garbage. It's not garbage.
In the span of greatness that is Pixar, it might as well be garbage. That's what I'm saying. Like it's not like.
See, I don't agree with that.
It's not. But
that's way too harsh.
I have to. That's where this makes me want to. I'm gonna go back to Cars and reevaluate it and be like, maybe that was.
Like if you said that about the second one, then yes, absolutely.
I remember the first one being like all right, like okay, like just aggressively okay, just nothing exceptional, nothing great about it. The biggest drawback...
Again, you're saying that like it's the worst thing in the world. I've seen movies that were really bad.
No, but
so for you, like you're talking about this like this was like Hoodwink 2.
No, but
it's not.
But my point is this is a legit, genuinely good movie. The first movie is just it's okay. There's nothing remarkable.
There's nothing wrong with just being
but
okay.
you're missing my point. You're not listening to me. Whereas like the Toy Story movies are genuinely good movies, Cars is not. Cars is just okay, and this is genuinely.
Yeah, I take offense with that.
Cars 3 is genuinely a remarkable and staggering improvement in this franchise. Like I think that like if we did do numbered ratings, Cars is a solid 5. Like it is an aggressively okay movie. There's nothing remarkable. Like and to be fair, it's to its own fault. The part of the reason for that is because a prominent character in that movie, and I think what holds back that franchise, and clearly the movie agrees with me because it cuts him out. The first movie has Mater in it, and he's a major character in that movie and a major plot point in that movie. And I think there's a reason why the movie shifted to him being a main character, because amongst the target demographic that this franchise was aimed at, he was very popular. Like he was like I can't even think of a. He was up there. I mean, he's the main focal point of that fucking Cars ride they have in Disneyland. So because of that, I just always thought it was like you're not gonna remember this in T-minus 10 seconds. Like it was like it's one of those. Like to me in terms of in the pantheon of Pixar movies, there's a bottom 3, and it's Cars 2, Cars 1, and Brave. Like
Brave isn't Pixar. Brave is Disney.
Brave is Pixar. Brave is Pixar.
Brave is Disney.
Brave is absolutely Pixar.
You sure? Hold on.
Positive.
Because she's a
100%.
Disney princess, and Pixar stuff doesn't become Disney princesses.
Pixar is very much Disney. It's the same thing.
No, they're not. Not in the eyes of the actual company.
But no, Brave is.
It's an offshoot.
Brave is very much Pixar. It bothers me that it won an Oscar. To be fair, I don't.
Yeah, fair enough.
But see, that kind of makes my point. To me, the most forgettable Pixar movie is Brave. Nobody remembers Brave. Like as much as I'm giving Cars grief, Cars is more memorable than Brave. Like for all my criticism of Brave, I mean of Cars, you at least remember Mater. You remember Lightning McQueen. You remember Doc Hudson. You remember Luigi. Can you honestly say you remember the little brother's name without Googling it in Brave? You can't. You can't. You just made my point.
Well, I'm going back and forth. I'm like, is Fergus the dad or the brother?
You're just further making my point. Like you're just further making my point. Is you can't remember if the character's name is the brothers or that's how fucking forgettable
which is
Brave
the worst of the Disney or of the Pixar movies. No, The Good Dinosaur takes the cake.
Oh God. You know what? I'm gonna say. You're right, because, and I'm gonna say it. I completely forgot about The Good Dinosaur. So you're right. You're right. That is completely valid. Completely valid. The Good Dinosaur.
I'm actually just looking at their.
But I don't. But to be fair, I don't count
their filmography. I haven't seen Turning Red, so I have to put that at the bottom because I didn't even bother to watch it.
But to be fair, I'm not
Luca.
I'm not counting the modern stuff when I'm saying it's the modern Pixar is a different animal than like. Post, I would say Toy Story 3. Yeah, post Toy Story 3. That's modern Pixar. So like stuff like I do think Luca is probably substantially more forgettable than Cars. Because at least with Cars, you're like you're questioning the nature of that world, so you're thinking about it. But it's so hard to argue against The Good Dinosaur because I completely forgot about The Good Dinosaur. But to me, The Good Dinosaur and Brave are they're not very good. Like in terms of what's more memorable.
They're fine.
That's what makes them not very good. Is they're
right, but
Pixar
again,
is too good to be fine.
No, I disagree. I think that when you put out 10 bangers, something has to be at the bottom.
Yeah, but you notice
it
when
has
it
to
is.
be.
You notice when it is though, and that makes it more because you know that they can do. But my point, we've gotten away from the point from Cars. My point with this is a good movie, whereas Cars is an okay movie, at least from my recollection. So that got very far away from it. That made this go way longer than I intended to. Of my way of saying, I want to go back now that I've watched 2 and 3. I need to watch the first one again. You're right. I could be absolutely. I remember it being generic nonsense. Just generic it's the my because I remember the first time I watched it, I was like, wait, what year did Cars 1 come out?
Oh, I closed the list. I don't know. I think it was 2000 something.
I was like 13 or 14. I want to say.
So, I think it was 2006.
Was it that? Was it that?
Because it was before 2000, or it was before Toy Story 3, and Toy Story 3 was like 2009.
2006. So. Yeah, it's spot on. So yeah, I was 16, and to me they were just the fucking Chevron cars. Like it just didn't do anything for me. Like nothing about this. But I don't know, maybe a wistful pseudo small town American.
Yeah, maybe you should go back and watch it now because I have since then and I like it. So
I never said I didn't like it. I said it was mediocre. It's okay.
Yeah, but you say that like that's a death sentence.
Mediocrity is worse to me. What's worse? What's worse? An actively bad movie that you'll never forget, or mediocrity? Mediocrity
an actively bad movie.
An actively bad movie. At least people remember. You remember Cars 2. Do you remember anything from Cars 1 specifically?
Yes, he goes and he does the piston cup.
That's not terribly specific though. I mean, do you remember?
He goes. He blasts through. Yes, I do, Justin. I can be pedantic about it if you want me to. He gets lost on the highway. He goes to the little town of the one that they that they live in. He ruins their road. He gets forced to fix their road. Do you want me to keep going?
I mean, yeah, you're never gonna convince me that it's not generic. It just is. To be fair,
And you're
though,
never
it's
going to convince me that being generic but still enjoyable
safe,
is worse than being
nothing,
bad.
safe
Bad
nothing
is
of
bad.
a movie. I like to be fair, it is commercial fluff and nonsense. That's
Yeah,
That's the
absolutely
point,
it
that's
is,
the
and
point of
that's
this
fine.
franchise. I never said it wasn't fine. I just stated a fact. It is generic and
Yes, you stated a fact, but you keep saying it with the tone like that makes it a bad
I
movie.
never said it
It's
made it a
that
bad
doesn't.
movie. I just said
No, you're saying it with the tone like that
you're
makes it a bad
inferring.
movie.
You're inferring that tone. But
Go
it's
back
not,
and watch the clip,
It's
Justin.
not. It's not stated. But yeah, no, it is. I mean, I don't know. I'm never. To be fair, well, it depends. There are Gen Z people who are particularly passionate about the Cars franchise, but for the most part, no, nobody in the pantheon of fucking Pixar movies, nobody talks about Cars with any sort of reverence. So no, it's like
Because it's fine.
exactly though. But that's my point. It's fine. It's fine. It's just
See,
nothing.
why are you saying it like that?
Fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Fine. Like
See,
like,
that's what I'm talking about.
it's fine.
Like you're saying it like that's a bad thing.
Well, yeah,
it being fine is not a bad thing. It's better than like, oh, it was awful to watch. Cars 2 is bad.
No, but
Like,
Cars
that's
2,
bad.
that's the thing
not
is,
fine.
Cars
That's bad.
2 is fine. That's
No,
fine.
it's not.
It's fine. It's a
Cars
fine
2
movie.
is bad.
There's nothing wrong with that movie. It's a perfectly, if anything, it's not as bad as people make it out to be. Cars 2 is just a nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. There's nothing
No,
to
Cars
it.
2 is bad. What are you talking about?
In a pantheon that includes
Cars 2 is the Mater movie, and Mater is a bad character.
in a pantheon that
Cars 1 is at least
Mater's not a bad character.
But yes, he is.
But
Cars 1 is at least a
in a
functional
pantheon-
movie which follows a plot line, follows through,
in a
and is
pantheon-
enjoyable to watch.
I mean, Cars 2 is enjoyable to watch, but in a pantheon
No, it's
that
not.
includes, yeah, it absolutely is.
No, it's not.
I watched it for the show. That if that wasn't called Cars 2, nobody would have an issue with it. It's a
Yeah, but
perfectly
it is called Cars 2.
perfectly
so-
serviceable movie. And
but it
that's
is called
fine.
Cars 2.
That movie is fine. It's fine. Like in a pantheon.
Cars 2 wanted to be Finding Dory,
in a
where it was
pantheon-
its own thing that was under the same packaging, but it did a significantly worse job of doing it because it had Larry the Cable Guy as the main character.
In a pantheon that includes.
Am I wrong?
You are, because that movie
No,
is fine.
I'm not wrong.
That movie is fine. It's a fine
No,
movie.
it's
It's not a bad movie. It's not a bad movie if you
You're wrong.
take it for what if you take the movie for what it is. But in a pantheon that has bangers like Toy Story 3 and Monsters Inc. and The Incredibles, like nobody lines Cars up along those. Nobody does because it's mediocre. It's mediocrity is
Mediocrity, it does not equal bad.
No, but it
That's
equals
that's my
mediocre.
point. So when you then sit here on your arrogant high horse and are like, it's fine.
It's
It's
fine.
fine.
It's fine.
That irritates me.
It's fine.
There's nothing wrong with it being fine.
It's fine. It's nothing.
There's nothing wrong with it
There's no
being fine.
substance to it. There's
Nothing wrong with that.
But-
I could then sit here and just as arrogantly be like, oh, well, the Mario movie has no substance to it.
No, it
There's
doesn't.
nothing to it.
That's fine.
It's fine.
But that's not the. But
But you don't
it's
go
made-
off.
but
You
you
don't
have
go
to-
off. You don't go off going and being like,
Well, yeah.
oh, well, it being fine is bad.
Well, I never said it was bad. You're saying
Yes,
it's
you
bad.
are implying it,
No,
Justin.
I said mediocrity is bad. You're the one who's.
You're being like, it's fine.
It is. It's fine. It's not an exceptional movie. It's not. There's nothing exceptional about that original Cars movie. That's why
But
they
there's
made
nothing
Cars.
bad. There's nothing bad about it either.
There's nothing good about that. There's nothing good about mediocrity. There's nothing
Whatever.
good about.
I'm tired of this
just
conversation.
saying, like in a pantheon that includes movies that
I'm
have
tired. Yeah, okay. We're
that-
gonna move on.
in a pantheon and a filmography that largely contains movies that have themes and motifs and ideas that are a little more have a little more depth than it's just a car that talks. It's and the reason why to if you're going to compare it to the Mario movie, the reason why you don't expect more from the Mario movie is because of who makes it. You don't expect depth from the Mario movie because it's the Minions people who make it. But Pixar has more that's why when
I
they
don't
make-
expect Pixar to have a 10 out of 10
I
every
do.
time.
I
That's
absolutely do.
insane.
I expect them to have a 10
That's
out of 10
insane.
every well, I expect them to have a 9 to 8 out of 10 because that's the quality and capability
insane.
they're capable of making. So you hold them to a higher standard. Like you just
That's
do.
insane.
Just like you hold Disney to a higher standard. Like I would say the same
No, I
shit.
don't.
I absolutely
Not anymore.
I hold Disney to an absolute higher standard of they can do
Not
better.
anymore, I
so I
don't.
expect more out of them.
Not anymore. I don't.
Yeah,
they,
I would
they
say
burned that.
to use a comparable. I would say the same thing about Bolt. Bolt is fine. There's nothing about it that's good or interesting or exceptional. Like,
When was the last time you watched Bolt?
recently?
Just out of curiosity.
Recently, but it's fine.
What do you call
I don't
recently?
know, 5 years. But it's fine. Like, recently enough, it's fine. It's a fine movie that there's nothing to it. There's no substance. There's no thematic substance.
Yeah,
to it.
but sometimes just that's my point. Is sometimes it's fine for a thing to be fine.
Right,
Like
but
you're saying it with an air of a fucking
not.
like, it makes it trash.
You're inferring that, but I'm not.
No, that's the tone you're using.
You're inferring that tone.
That's the tone you're using.
Like, yeah, being mediocre is like, yeah, it's a lower grade Pixar movie. It's at the bottom of the barrel. It's bottom of the barrel, barely serviceable Pixar movie.
But something has to. No, that's what again where I take. You're using such hyperbolic, strong language.
But I'm not. It is.
You are.
It is. It's a serviceable
barely
movie.
serviceable.
Barely
serviceable makes it sound to me again. That's Cars 2.
Yeah, they're both on the same level. They're just different.
No,
movies.
they're not.
But like, hey, maybe I'll go back and be like, oh yeah, to me. Cars 3 sets a high bar.
No, you won't because you have a weirdly high
Cars 3
level
has a high bar where it's actually about something. It has something to say. It gives these characters an arcs.
They're kids' movies.
Well, that's what I'm
Your
saying.
Your bar
that's
is clearly too high.
No, it's not. It's not. That's the
it
point,
is.
Though. Like to me, they set the bar. Like to me, Toy Story 3 is the bar for Pixar movies. Every Pixar movie should be as good as Toy Story 3. Like, just flat out, full stop. This is the capability of what you are making. This is as good as you can make a thing. It is a pretty much perfect movie. You can do this. So when you make but to be fair, Cars is John Lasseter's baby. There is no substance to it. That's the point. He just wanted to make a movie about talking cars. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But it doesn't change the quality of the movie being serviceable at best. It's serviceable, what I would call serviceable Pixar slop. Where it's like, not that I would ever call Pixar slop, but like, to me,
I mean, you're implying it.
To me, like, it's down there with like, with like Brave or The Good Dinosaur. Where it's like, it's
I wouldn't put them in the same category as a Good Dinosaur.
Absolutely.
Good Dinosaur, I would just full stop say is bad.
No, that movie's
is bad.
It's
you
fine.
don't think of it.
It's fine.
You forget it exists.
That's tough. That's tough to argue against. That's for sure.
Cars you might not like, but hey, at least you remember
I never said
it.
I didn't like it. You always infer things extremely. I said it was fine. It's fine.
It's not what you said. It's how you said it.
That's the thing is you infer things.
It's not what you said. It's how you said it.
I did not imply, but yeah,
yes, you did.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's that way that you're saying it right there.
It's fine. It's a fine movie. It's fine. It's serviceable. Like
it's again, it's not what you're saying.
It's not the worst Pixar movie because they've gone on to make worse Pixar movies, but it used to be the worst Pixar movie. Like before
Cars 1 and until Cars 2 came out.
And then it was but that's kind of my point. Is Cars 1 was the worst Pixar movie until Cars 2 came out. Then that made the worst Pixar movie. So it was always on the list of worst Pixar movies.
when I say that it's the worst Pixar movie, it's still a Pixar movie, which means that it's not bad.
But I never said it was bad. I said it was serviceable.
Yes, you did.
I said it was serviceable.
Yep. Again, it's not what you said; it's how you said it.
Serviceable is fine.
It's fine. I'm done talking about this.
But you're inferring things based upon what I did.
No, you are implying things.
I'm not implying anything.
You are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I am not implying.
Anyways, do you have anything else to say?
Yeah, I just fundamentally, this is the best Cars movie. Just flat out, full stop. It's in fact, I would go so far as to say it's the only good Cars movie. Like the other two are just
no. The first one's still good. The second one's bad.
I just don't.
And this is the sequel that we always should have gotten to the first one.
I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch it because I think I'm gonna maintain it's aggressively okay. Like,
I mean, probably, but you're an asshole, so...
No, I'm not. I'm not.
You are.
Like, you've said you're just doing this thing where you're being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian, but you...
No, I like that movie. I don't think that it's a solid... No. No, I didn't used to like the second one. I still don't like the second one. I
Yeah.
never had an issue with the first one, but I always said that yeah, it's not their best movie.
That's a
But for
solid.
me, but for me, even when they're at the bottom of their barrel, the bottom of their barrel is like a five,
Yeah,
four,
yeah,
four, which would be the good dinosaur. But I
mediocre.
say, I say that Cars 2 is 5. Cars 1 is like a 6, six and a
No,
half.
that's way too high.
How
Cars
would you
2.
know when you haven't watched it in
I've seen
years?
it. I've seen that movie. I've seen it enough to know that that is a 5 movie at best.
You're wrong.
And like Cars 2 is a
You're
4.
wrong.
Cars 1
That's
is
your
a
opinion.
solid 5. The Good Dinosaur is a 5. Like that's a 5.
No,
That's
it's
a 5.
not.
When was the last
There's
time
no
you watched
way.
the
There's
Good
no way the
Dinosaur?
Good Dinosaur is a 5.
It's a
You
5.
didn't even remember it existed.
Yeah, but I've seen it
That
recently.
puts it below Cars 2. Cars 2, you can distinctly. I can tell you things that happen in that movie.
I mean, yeah, but I can't tell you much that happens in Cars 1. So that's not really a
I
fair
can.
comparison. I can remember the basic
I
plot
can
of it,
and
but
did.
yeah, but yeah, I think you're remembering it more. I think you're being overly generous with your
I'm really not. I think that you're being overly critical.
I don't think I am.
I think you are.
I just don't. Again,
I think you
I don't
are,
think
and
it's
I challenge the audience to back me up. Is Justin being a dick,
I'm not.
a grouch,
I'm not being
an
a
old
grouch.
man?
I'm not. I'm. I again. It. Bottom
You gotta
five.
remember who
Bottom
you gotta
five.
rem- you
Bottom
gotta
five Pixar
remember
movie.
you gotta remember who these movies are targeted for.
Right.
It's not
Right.
us.
Right. Right. But
I liked that movie when I was a kid. Did I think that it was Toy Story quality? No,
But you didn't
but
watch
I
it when you
liked
were a
that
kid.
movie.
You watched it when you were 15, so there's a difference.
That's still a kid.
That's a teenager.
That's a kid, Justin.
You weren't in the target demographic, is the point.
And I still liked it. I didn't like Cars 2.
I don't. I think you're misremembering your fondness of it because there's lots. I can remember.
I
there's
think
times
you're misremembering.
I don't have a fondness for this movie whatsoever.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Whatsoever. So because I can remember there was a time where it was on TV and you went nope and you skipped past it. So
That was Cars 2.
no, it was definitely Cars 1. I remember it was in a hotel room and it was the bit where he gets lost on the highway and I can very vividly remember you being like nope. Like I can remember you doing that several times, and like I said, it's the Cars 1 is the worst Pixar movie, but so.
So you've dropped it. It's suddenly the worst
Well,
one.
it was the worst.
You
one.
used to say that it was Brave. Now you're saying it's Cars just to spite me.
Well, no, you're not listening. I said it was the worst one when it came out, and then Brave came out, and Brave is the worst. Well, I don't know.
Again, Justin.
I don't.
It's
hard to argue against the Good Dinosaur.
If there's a list, then the Good Dinosaur has to be at the bottom. Not
I
including
can't-
all the modern
I'm trying to
ones.
disagree with you. I can't disagree with you. You're not. wrong.
Not including any of the modern ones.
not
Then yes,
wrong.
it
You're not
It has
wrong.
to be the
some
Good
of the modern
Dinosaur.
ones are way more forgettable. That's the problem. Is like as much as I want to be like Cars is the worst one. At least we fucking remembers Cars.
yeah.
Like, do you remember anything from Elio or like Luca or like yeah? You didn't even see Turning Red. Like
No.
the modern ones are so much worse. It's just that
That's because
that's why I'm like,
that's
I gotta
because
put
those
them
are the
in
ones that Disney got their hooks into.
Yeah,
So
like when I say that Cars is the worst one, that's in a bubble of it's the worst one of the ones that I consider good. So like I don't put it in the same category as the modern ones because it's not as bad as some of the modern ones. Like I don't. The thing about Turning Red is I watch Turning Red and I go, this isn't for me. That doesn't happen with Cars. So like to concede to a point to you, Cars 2 is not worse than Turning Red. Cars 1 is not worse than Turning Red because at least I can enjoy. I don't have to be like I'm not going through puberty and I'm a girl. Like that doesn't happen with Cars 1 or 2. So by that point of comparison, they're better movies than that. Or like Elio. I'm like I'm not a gay little fish boy who's being bullied by an adult.
isn't that Luca?
Yeah, Luca. I'm not a gay or
okay.
or Elio. I'm not a gay alien boy. Like I'm not. I'm like. Cars 1 is better than those, but I would not compare Cars 1 or even you know what we definitely forgot about Soul.
I did forget about Soul. I just chose not to mention it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't remember Soul, right? But you remember Cars. So
Again,
like by
I
that
did,
metric,
I did remember Soul. I just chose not to mention it.
by that metric, yeah, Cars 1 is a better movie than those because there's nothing you remember how boring and nothing of a movie Cars is at the very least. You're like, this didn't do anything for me
Again,
when
you keep using words which it feels like you're intentionally trying to poke at me.
but
It's not that bad,
but
dude.
that was language that we use. I'm using language that we
Yeah,
used
well,
at
I'm
the
not
time.
the same age anymore.
I
I'm
know,
34 years
but
old.
what I'm saying is I'm
It's
comparing
a fine movie.
hold on. I'm comparing it to how we felt when we first watched it, which was we were utterly indifferent to it. Like we just were. It wasn't Toy Story, and it wasn't The Incredibles, and it wasn't Monsters Inc. It was a nothing of a movie. Like it just was. For us. It wasn't until like way later in life. Like you're coming at this from an adult love of it. Clearly,
the thing is that Justin, yes, when we watched it when we watched it at 15, we were different people. We didn't have the nostalgia for
Right.
it then because it was still fresh. I'm now an adult who looks back at being 15 and have nostalgia for how uncomplicated my goddamn life was.
Right. But my point is,
It's fine as a movie.
Yeah, it's
And so
fine.
the fact that
I don't
stop
understand.
that.
It's fine. I don't get what you want from me. It's
You're saying
fine.
it like it being fine is a negative
It's
thing.
fine.
It's not. Okay, let's just move on.
I don't understand. I don't get it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's just move on. You're getting under my skin.
I don't understand how or why. I don't get it.
Yes, you do understand how or why.
I don't.
I have thoroughly explained how or why.
Not really. No.
Yes, I
You're
have.
taking a particularly passionate stance on the movie Cars for some reason, but
Because it's not as bad as you're making it out to
no,
be.
no,
It's just
is
not.
It's
just not.
It is as okay as I've made it out to be. And to be fair, we're saying the same thing. It's a
So my
five-
next movie
It's
is
a
called
5 out of
Speed
10
Trap.
movie.
My next movie is called Speed Trap. I'm gonna move us along because we're gonna spend all day talking about cars.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll ask you later. I don't feel particularly passionate about the movie Cars for some reason. I don't know why.
So my next movie is called Speed Trap. It was old.
Moving on.
It came out in 1977. It's
Do
a
they
police
drive
chase.
a car?
It's a police chase action film. There's a wave of unsolved car thefts. An insurance company sends our private detective
Of
person
course it's an insurance
to
company.
figure it out. What?
I said, of course it's an insurance company. Why? Wait, what year did this movie come out?
1977.
Yeah, well, okay. This is gonna be really weird. There's a lot of movies from that era with this exact plot. Like to a degree that would surprise you. It's always like a fucking insurance guy going in to investigate a mystery.
No, it's a private investigator that the insurance company calls.
Yeah, it's same difference. It's on behalf of the insurance company, and they're investigating some sort of fraud, and you're supposed to care about the fact that it's fraud, and you're like, wait, but they're defrauding a person who deserves it, so why would I care? Like it's one of the like. There's a few movies with like similar where it was about life insurance policies and whatever and screwing over the insurance company. I'm like, why would I care that they're screwing over the insurance company?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. This one being as old as it was hard. Like literally, it was hard to watch. This is the one that I sent you where it has
yeah, okay, yeah, that was the one.
This is the one where it looks like someone literally copied their VHS onto the streaming service.
Okay, so this came. Oh, okay. Because when you showed it to me, you didn't say that it was from 1979. I assumed
77.
70, whatever. I assumed that it was a modern movie that was being made.
No,
to
it's
look like
it's
it
a
was from the
fucking
70s.
ancient one. So I think it was literally
someone
they
transcribed
copied it
their
off
VHS.
of it.
Yes, absolutely they did. Yeah, this was on Tubi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, someone just transcribed their VHS tape onto the, or digitally copied it off of. Yes, absolutely. There's no way they didn't. That's what.
And so
I thought
quality...
it was digitally added afterward, but it's like no, there's no way. There's no way.
No. So yeah, for me when I'm watching it, it was literally difficult to watch because it just was so
Yeah, it
The
was bad.
audio
It was bad. It
quality was
bad quality.
bad. It
Yeah,
was
absolutely.
and so for me, it made it.
Like
I had a hard time getting into this one.
standard definition. It looks like it's in standard definition. It looks like utter
Um,
shit. Yep.
and so yeah, it's just basically there's an investigation
Do you
with the
find
private guy.
do you find with older movies, for me, the reason why I just can't get into, I had the same problem with The Love Bug. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's that mono sound, the mono
The
soundtrack.
mono sound, and it sounds like hollow
Like
and
it sounds like
echoey.
everyone's talking through a can like this.
It sounds
Yeah.
like this, where it's like, and you can't quite make out what they're saying.
That's the mono stereo. It's old school movie films all have that mono sounding up until I'd say probably 1990s, because the 1980s still has that sort of mono sounding. It's the type of stereo that the speakers used to be. So it sounds bad when it's digital. At least I think it sounds bad when it's digital.
So yeah, I don't have much more to say about this one, because again, it was literally, by the nature of it, it was hard to follow.
We'll do 3 questions. Was the car driving good?
Yes, I think so.
No, really. Was the acting all right?
Very 70s.
That's it. That's all.
This is the one that when I was watching it, we both were making jokes that the music sounded like it was.
Oh,
from
this
an
is the one
adult
that
film.
sounded really porny, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair
So
enough.
like, no, the acting was kind of terrible. Like
Yeah.
very hokey.
Very hokey. Okay, fair enough. It didn't sound good.
No.
To be fair, you tend to pick these random ass movies off of the fact that they're on fucking streaming and they're tangentially related to the topic. So like,
That's what you've told me to do. You
never-
want me to pick things that I haven't seen.
you've never picked for quality, which I respect.
Well, again, that's kind of supposed to be the point of this show. I'm not just supposed to pick all the things that people have seen.
No, I know, but it's just funny. It's funny how you're like.
So I just pick random things.
Random thing. Here's a random thing.
Yeah, so that's Speed Trap.
Jordan, are you familiar? Do you dance?
I could dance if I wanted. I could
No.
leave my friends
Are you
behind
familiar with
because my friends don't dance, and if they don't dance,
Well,
well, then they're no friends
No
of mine.
Are you familiar with the gentleman by the name of Steve King?
No.
Okay, let me try this again. You might know him better as his writer's name, Stephen King.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say, is he any relation to Stephen King?
He
but that fell
is.
on the nose.
It's a shorter version of his full name, Stephen.
That makes sense.
Even though it's not, because it's spelled with the PH. Anyway, this is not fuck it. No, I messed up. I've already set up for Christine. We're gonna do Christine. I was supposed to do the Italian job. We're gonna swap this. This is Christine.
Didn't you already do Christine?
No, I did not.
Don't you have a
Christine.
short about you talking about someone named Steven or Christine?
Not to my recollection.
Hmm.
Certainly not this movie. So okay, John, Christine. Christine is a movie that came out in the 1980s, and it's about a car that comes to life and kills people.
Christy. I'm thinking of Christy.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah. No, this is not that. This is very different from that. Her full name might have been Christine. We don't know. This is about an evil car that comes to life. And the number one question, Jordan, you may be asking yourself is, why is the car alive?
Actually, the first question I was going to ask is, what kind of car was it?
That's a good question. It's I want to say a Firebird? Pontiac?
Because certain vehicle types are more threatening than others. So, like for example, if a Volkswagen Bug came to life and was trying to murder me, I'd be less intimidated than
like a Chevy Impala?
if a Mustang did.
Yeah, no, that's totally valid. Plymouth Fury, a 1958 Plymouth Fury. Famously.
All right, now I have to look up what that is.
You would probably recognize it. I think I had one.
Plymouth
I'm pretty sure I had
Fury?
Fury.
Fury.
Yeah, Plymouth Fury. Like angry. Think angry.
Did we have a year?
1958. Plymouth Fury. If you just
The
type in
first one that
Christine
pops up.
car, it'll pop up.
Oh, like the classic red one. You
Yeah.
used to have a model of the
I
red
did,
one.
right? Yeah. That sorry, we got
I don't know if
distracted.
it was. I don't know if it was exactly that kind, but you basically. looked
Basically,
like that.
yeah, like a dragster kind of car. So the
According to some word 7893, Lightning McQueen is a Corvette.
is he actually?
I have no idea. That's just what they say. No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna look it up
I
to
thought he was a
challenge on
NASCAR
that.
stock car, but I believe you. I'm not going to challenge that. I will not challenge that.
I will. I will just assume
I'm
that you are
just gonna
correct
assume that you
on
are
blind
correct.
faith.
On blind faith. Christine, I keep getting distracted. So the plot of Christine Jordan is the car is alive and evil, and the car is alive and evil, and it's causing this basically absolute 1980s stereotype of a nerd. It causes him to become an asshole. He becomes confident as he fixes up and repairs the car. He becomes confident and a dick, and he's using all kinds of weird and strange language. And Jordan, you're probably asking yourself, how is the car alive?
How is the car alive?
We don't
Is it
find
magic?
out. We don't find out, Jordan. Initially, in the beginning of the movie, it's implied that the car is just alive and evil because the opening scene is the car killing someone in a factory.
Are not all cars evil? They are poisoning our planet.
It's sort of funny because, like, so this movie was directed by John Carpenter, who did the Halloween movies. He did the music and directed this. And the movie will attempt to trick you. Wait, have you seen the original Halloween? I can't remember. I feel like you did.
That's the one with
Michael Myers.
Michael Myers. I saw the one where it was he came back, like it was the resurrection one or whatever.
Oh, right. You didn't watch the original.
The reboot or whatever.
Right, dang. Because you would, if you had seen the original Halloween, you would know what I was talking about. So I'm gonna say this knowing you won't know what I'm talking about. But the music is very much like Halloween music. Like the music for the movie Halloween. It sounds like the soundtrack for Halloween. So the movie will attempt to trick you into thinking scenes are scary by playing that music. So there'll be a bit where the car will burst in and it'll just be sitting there and it'll play the music from Halloween. Something akin to that. And it's supposed to be like, this is scary, but it's a car, so it's not. Cars aren't really all that scary. Put a pin in that.
Wasn't there a whole Are You Afraid of the Dark episode where there was a car that was hunting people?
I'm sure there was, and it's probably based off of. There was an episode of Goosebumps. Certainly, that was.
I was gonna say, or maybe it was Goosebumps. I'm thinking
there was an
of.
episode of the modern Goosebumps that involved the plot that was about that. Yeah. I don't know if it was inspired by the Stephen King story. I did have the thought to myself. Somebody say Goosebumps is Stephen King for kids.
For children.
I would say Stephen King is Goosebumps for grown-ups because this movie basically has the stakes and the end plot and tone of a Goosebumps episode where the car comes to life and kills people and it's pretty gruesome. There's a point early on. It's also a movie from the 80s, so the bully is just an adult. Like he's just a grown man. There's a point where
What, are you telling me you don't go around bullying children?
No, I don't know.
Have you ever tried it? It'll make you feel strong like bull and wise like ox.
There's a very strange moment where the bullies show up and they beat him up, and one of the bullies gives him the old dick twist.
We don't need to describe what that is.
I mean, he grabs his dick and twists it. Give him the old dick twist.
Yeah. Okay.
Twist his dick.
No. You're right. All right, we got it.
Twist his dick. Jordan, that's why.
Justin, this is UFC, Justin.
Jordan,
we don't do that.
Oh my God, Jordan, this is.
Oh my God, he's doing it.
This is an MMA fight. Jordan, that's why. You're probably wondering. You're probably realizing now that's why I showed you that clip. So when I said give him the old dick twist, you knew what I was referencing.
I do know what you're referencing.
I'm sure in the moment it seemed very odd that I would randomly show you this clip, but it was purely so I could make this joke now.
Not for you. It was pretty on brand, actually.
Right, but now that it makes sense that I showed you that, because now.
I mean, it doesn't not make sense.
Right, exactly. Exactly. But there's so much of this where it's characters doing shit just like to do it. Sorry. The reason why the car is alive. The reason why the car is alive is because this is based off of a book by Stephen King, and in the book, in this it's implied that it's just kind of like a devil car, whereas in the book. The car is possessed by the spirit of the previous owner, and the previous owner is slowly possessing the kid and turning him into like a grease ball, a greaser. And that
Danny Zuko.
yeah, pretty much exactly that, except for an like not cool, like a jerk, and parts of that.
So Danny Zuko's friend.
Danny Zuko's friend, yeah, the one who they put up a fight. I forget the actor's name. Kaneki. He's Kaneki. So, but a lot of that's not in this movie, but there's still references to it. So like the movie implies that the car has always been evil since it was built, but when they buy the car, when he just finds the car, he buys it off of this guy who says that his brother was like obsessed with it, and that like his daughter died of carbon monoxide poisoning in it, and his wife died in it, and he didn't care, and he was an absolute asshole. And that dialogue is from the original story where he's just obsessed with the car. Like, it's not like the car is making him like the movie implies that the car is evil and it's making the kid obsessed with it, and then the car becomes jealous, and like the bullies think that the nerd or whatever got them expelled, and so they destroy the car, and like the one guy takes a shit in it, like takes a massive shit, and then the car just kind of fixes itself and is good, and then the car goes and like it basically turns into this weird rape revenge movie where then the car goes down systematically and kills all of the gang members who like hurt her, basically, because the car's name is Christine. And it's weird because like all of the descriptions of it said that the kid names the car Christine, but the car comes with the name Christine. It's very strange. But in the book, the guy is slowly possessing the kid, and so that's why the kid starts to talk like him and act like him. Whereas in this movie, there's no explanation.
Makes me think of the Simpsons Halloween episode where Homer gets Snake's hair.
That's the parody of this. Yeah, it's a parody of. In fact, I think he calls the hairpiece Christine. I'm pretty sure.
Also, it makes me you talking about the car is also making me think of from American Dad, the hot tub.
Yes, I'm positive the both of those things are probably influenced by Stephen King in some way. I'm sure. Well, the hairpiece is very. I'm pretty sure it's very specifically a parody of Christine, but yeah. So he has this really the kid has this really long monologue about women and how women are treated or whatever. That is clearly from the book, but doesn't make any sense because the kid isn't actually being possessed by this evil guy, basically. There's also a lot of it. It's not a very long movie, so it like rushes it. So he has the main kid who's being possessed has a love interest, and like they act as though they're like deeply in love, but there's never a moment where they get together. But they do the whole like they're deeply connected, but there's no interstitial scene. It's missing interstitial scenes of like he is the nerd, and then the next scene he's being possessed by the car and he's now evil. And there's no interstitial scenes that explain that, if that makes any sense.
There's no corruption.
Yeah, there's no exactly. He just goes from 0 to 10, exactly. That's exactly it. Yes. And it's not really well established, and it's meant to be a horror movie, and a lot of it plays out comedically, but it's not comedic. Yeah, it's a very peak 1980s movie, is how I would say.
Totally inconsistent.
The only nice part about it is that it's on Crave, and I didn't have to download it. That's it. That's
all my things were on streaming except for one.
Pretty much.
So that was nice.
Yeah, pretty much.
Have you? So that's it for you.
That is Christine.
Okay. My next rapid fire. Have you ever heard of the movie Vehicle 19?
No.
Has Paul Walker in it.
Paul Walker's driving a car. Does he drive a car in it? Please tell me he doesn't drive a car, because that would be funny.
He does drive a car.
Oh, that's slightly disappointing. I was kind of hoping he would drive a car, because that'd be ironic.
He drives Vehicle 19.
Oh. Are there 18 other vehicles?
Well, he rents a vehicle, and this is Vehicle 19.
This is the 19th vehicle that he's rented.
This is the 19th vehicle that the police owns
Oh,
that
that
he
can
can't
be
rent.
rented. Oh, I understand. So
Yes.
there's 18 other vehicles that he could have rented, but he chose to rent vehicle
He
19.
was he was given this vehicle
Right,
to
right.
rent.
Okay, okay, that makes sense. Okay,
You know, like when you rent a car, how they will give you the vehicle that you're allowed to
right,
take?
right, right. Well, I'm just like,
This
what is the
is
number 19? Where's that going to play in here?
um
There's 18 other
it's
cars.
it's that presumably there were 18 other vehicles he would have been capable of renting, but he got given the 19th
So there's
one.
really nothing particularly special about the fact that it's called Car 19.
Other than the fact that it's supposed to be alluding to the fact that he's renting a vehicle and they gave him vehicle 9. Why are you overthinking this title?
I mean, well,
I
because
don't
I don't know.
I, you're really focused on the vehicle 19 aspect of
I'm just
this.
saying. I'm just saying. It's like, is there
So
18 other guys?
the movie itself, no, you're hurting my brain. The movie itself is basically, um, Paul Walker is he's a parole breaker who finds himself hunted by the police in Johannesburg after he picks up a rental car containing a
Wait,
phone, a
like
gun, and a
Russia,
phone, a
Johannesburg?
gun. I don't wherever Johannesburg is.
Oh wait, no, that's South
Um,
Africa, I think. Hold on, let's Google this.
yeah, I think it's South Africa.
Sorry, go on.
Um, he picks up a rental car which has a phone, a gun, and a kidnapped prosecutor.
Wait, what?
Um,
A phone, a gun?
phone, a gun, and a kidnapped
I mean,
prosecutor.
my rental cars don't ever come
Um,
with a kidnapped prosecutor. That's
the kidnapped prosecutor is in the trunk, and he sees that the gun and the phone are in the glove compartment. It starts ringing, and he picks it up, and basically the person on the other end of the phone is like, "I see what happened. There was a mix-up. You weren't supposed to get this car. You were supposed to get blah 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 other car. If you can just take this, we'll switch back." A secret agent, secret agent or whatever, was supposed to pick up this car for an undercover mission. If you just deliver the vehicle to blah 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 location, we can get this all sorted out. Paul Walker ends up hearing the person in the trunk, finding out who it is, gets wrapped up in this whole thing. The police officers are corrupt because there's this one guy who is corrupt. So he has to try and help the prosecutor get to the judge who is judging on the case so she can give her testimony. But the police force wants her dead. She gets shot. He has her recorded testimony, and the rest of the movie is him trying to get to the judge so he can give that testimony.
huh. Sorry. Something just happened that I wasn't expecting to happen. That could be exciting.
What?
I'll tell you later. I'll tell you. I don't think now's the time to tell you.
That's
The
fair.
time will be later.
But yeah,
Oh.
that's
Uh,
what?
Nothing.
You're freaking me out, man.
Nothing. 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 Nothing.
Are we in trouble?
No. No, not per se. Shoot, we might be.
Did the stream go down?
No, no. I'll tell you later. It's nothing to do with what's happening currently, but it's about something that might be happening at the end of June.
Ah, okay. So yeah, that I gave you my plot summary of Vehicle 19.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's your plot summary. Do you have anything more to say about Vehicle 19?
I mean, did you even hear any of what I said? You kind of seem out of it.
No, I did. Yes, Vehicle 19. He rented a car. There's a person in it. He needs to save the day and save the kidnapped person.
Okay, good. And it had Paul Walker.
Honestly, I was only half listening, so that was a real free throw. Did I get any of that
You
right?
got you some of it. Basically, rents a vehicle. It has the prosecutor in it. Prosecutor gets shot. He has her recorded testimony basically to arrest this corrupt police officer who was like the chief or whatever.
Huh.
Paul Walker has to then try and get to the. Also, the prosecutor is threatening his wife as a result of him interfering. So he has to try and get the testimony to the judge so that the person won't get away with it.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Jordan, before we move on, because I assume that was it.
That's it.
I all of a sudden,
I like this movie. Also,
I mean, it's Paul
yeah,
Walker. He was incredibly charismatic. I just don't think he
this
could make a movie I wouldn't like.
this might be a selling point. It was distributed by Ketchup Entertainment.
Really? Like the same Ketchup Entertainment that did the Porky Pig, the Daffy movie?
I presume.
Really?
Yeah.
Random. Jordan, I need you because I really quickly, for whatever reason, my bladder has decided that now's the time that I need to pee. So I need you to convince the people to get us to 500 subscribers for about 2 to 3 minutes while I quickly go pee. I will be right back.
Okay. Okay. So you should get us to 500 because if you do, I think we're going to be doing ginger shots of some sort, which will be terrible. Or maybe that was the one where Justin was going to do something else. I don't know. But it also means that he's told me before, but I think like we get super chats and we can have like a store where you can maybe buy things down below the thing. And it's just also just really would help us because, um, it means that we can maybe make money theoretically. Which is not it's not like the most important thing, but
I don't think I can make it.
I'd like to make the occasional dollar and cent here and there. So if you could get us to 500, that'd be really appreciated.
Okay.
Okay. And
did you struggle there, Jordan? Did you have to did you run out?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Rambled.
You were flattering there at the end?
Rambled a little bit.
Okay, no, that's fair. No, that's totally fair.
You'll go back and you'll watch it. I'm sure.
I'm sure there will be nothing that I need to cut out.
Probably not. I don't think so.
Justin's a real no. My next one.
No, I didn't do any of that. No.
My next one is The Italian Job. This is the Mark Wahlberg version of The Italian Job, not the original version, which stars Michael Caine. Fun fact. Yeah. And while this is called The Italian Job, I will say it is sort of a misnomer. Speaking, we talked about misnomers.
None of them are Italian.
No, it's really not. I mean, okay. Well, here's the thing. You would think. I'll put it to you this way. You would think with a name called The Italian Job, that it would be presumably about the Italian job. The job that they do in Italy. And well, it is technically about what's this job they do in Italy. It's called The Italian Job. So one would assume that the movie is about the titular Italian job.
Oh, I thought you were implying that there was some mystical job that only Italians do in Italy. And
I should be clear. Sorry, this is a heist movie. Sorry, not being clear enough. This is a heist movie starring Mark Wahlberg, Seth Green, Edward Norton, who's in it? Oh, Donald Sutherland, and there's one more. There's a girl, and I can't remember who the girl is. It's someone famous too. It's totally not coming to me. But anyway, you would think that this movie is about the Italian job, and it kind of is. Like the first, I'd say 15 to 20 minutes is the titular Italian job. The original movie is about a guy who gets a crew together and they do the Italian job. This movie is they do the Italian. Okay, first and foremost is you said this last time, and I guess maybe I just hadn't watched enough heist movies to really get what you were saying. And like I always make fun of Dan Harmon for making that episode that was purely about how much he hates heist movies.
They're so boring.
But I get it now because this is such a paint by numbers heist movie. It's exactly the kind of heist movie. So they're the one guy. This is the final job he has to do before he gets out for good. It's one last big job, and you better believe it, Jordan. Did you think that one last job's gonna go poorly?
I mean, they usually do.
Of course they do, because it does. Because the one of them betrays the other ones, and so now the movie is about Edward Norton betrays them. So now they need to get a new crew together so that they can steal the money back from Edward Norton. And it is scene after scene after scene after scene of characters standing in a room talking about a thing that they're gonna do. And then they do it, and then it kind of goes wrong. The other notable thing about this is two notable things. are it takes place. You went through this because you watched I'm pretty sure it came out at the same time. You watched Gone in 60 Seconds, so you would have experienced the exact same thing. But Seth Green is the tech guy, where he's a tech guy who
Mine was a little bit different because they're car thieves, but same basic premise.
where they're trying to get into a place and he's got the isometric fucking digital map and they're looking at digital maps being like, if I isolate the isopomorphic, and they're just saying tech language that means nothing.
Kind of, except like mine, they're like they've got like the documents of like buildings and stuff that they're going like, okay, so if we hit this building at this time,
it's actually physical
then we
documents.
Can,
okay,
it's physical documents.
Maybe yours is a bit older than mine. Then mine is from like a Mission Impossible style where they're looking at the digital version.
Yeah,
I
think it's just different. Like mine came out in 2000.
Oh,
so.
okay, yeah, fair. Yours predates mine a little because mine's 2003, I think. So yours predates that era of spy movie. The other notable thing is they all drive Mini Coopers. Like legit. Like every character, apparently there was some sort of promotional campaign with the movie, but every character drives a Mini Cooper. Everyone. For every single heist in this movie, they drive a Mini Cooper. And I'm just like, this feels like an inefficient car for this kind of activity, but all right. And it also is desperately trying to convince us that Mark Wahlberg is charismatic. Like, he's trying to smile and laugh,
I mean, to be fair,
he's
this
not.
won't be the only movie that tries to convince people of that, so...
That's so funny that you said that, because it's accurate. It's so accurate. It's like, okay, what other movie would you say tries to convince you that Mark Wahlberg is charismatic?
Transformers.
Ooh, I guess... I don't know that movie is trying to convince you that he's charismatic.
Also Ted.
Ted, I could say. Ted, I could agree with. But I would argue that Transformers already is convinced that Mark Wahlberg is charismatic. It's not trying to convince you. It thinks you think that he's charismatic. Whereas this movie, I would say, is trying to convince you of it. It's a slight pedantic difference.
I was gonna say, I guess I don't really see a difference in that regard.
Yeah,
but okay.
But like this one's like I don't know how to describe it. This movie is pretending as though he's.
It wants you to like him.
It wants you to think he's like Leonardo DiCaprio or like I can't think of someone who has a super level of charisma. Pedro Pascal or someone with like a ton of charisma that he just doesn't have.
Ryan
Reynolds, perhaps Tom Cruise even. But yeah, this was just so. You want to talk
Leonardo
about movies that
DiCaprio
are fine.
is probably the best comparison.
Yeah. You want to talk about movies that are fine? I thought this was fine. Like this was fine. It was all right. There's just nothing. It's probably a slightly more entertaining version of it's Ocean's 11, but you rinse out and recycle the parts, so it's slightly different. That's all it is. I've heard the Michael Caine version is exceptional, but it's from like the 1960s, so I'm a little nervous about it. But I really like Michael Caine, and I want to watch something with young Michael Caine. I don't think I've ever seen anything with young Michael Caine. Like there's a movie, a really
it's weird when you see it's weird when you see actors that you're used to seeing as old people.
No, absolutely, it's young people. Absolutely, he's one of those.
Well,
like
next one, I'm going to be talking about.
I
one
know
of those.
he made a movie called Alfie, which Jude Law made did a remake of years later, where the idea is he's really charismatic and like charming, and I kind of want to watch it, but I just don't know that it's going to be a good thing for this. But I've heard it's good. He's got a really good acting video where he teaches you how to act, where he's young Michael Caine. That was like, oh, I gotta watch one of his movies. Anyway, that's the Italian Job. While you talk, I'm gonna read this email I got.
So, the next one that I did before I talk about it it's Taxi Driver. And it stars Robert De Niro. And it stars Robert De Niro. And you just mentioned old people being young. It's so strange for me because he's when they filmed it, he was 32.
Sorry. Robert. Oh, sorry. Start from which movie was this again?
Taxi Driver.
Oh, this is Taxi. Yes. Yeah, he's quite young. He's in his 30s in this, right?
He's 32.
Yes, I love this movie. This is such a good movie.
He's 2 years younger than I am now, and so it's We
It
talked
feels
about how
weird.
it's weird. It's
Yeah.
weird seeing an old person be young. It's weird seeing Robert De Niro so young.
Oh,
I'm so used to
especially
Grandpa
Robert De
De
Niro.
Niro.
Yeah, especially Robert De
Um,
Niro. He, he's
he
like
changed as he aged.
a little bit. I mean, to me when I think of peak young De Niro to me is always gonna be
Raging Bull.
no. I can see why you would say that, but I mean this is around the same era. But no, I was thinking shit. I'm on a podcast. That's why I'm forgetting the name. You watched it for the show. I watched it for the show.
Oh, the one where
Goodfellas.
he's yeah.
That to me, that's peak young Robert De Niro. This is I should say I love this. This is okay. This is obviously not my favorite Scorsese film. It's just not.
So
It's a good one.
before we dissect this one, when I picked it, you said, and I quote, "I don't think you're gonna like it, but I like it." So I'm interested, having now watched it. I'll tell you whether you're right or wrong in a second. I'm interested to know why you thought that.
Well, because it's an early number one, it's old, and you default hate old movies. Number
Well, that's
two,
not fair.
That's pretty much your default stance. Is I don't
That's
care if
not
it's 'cause
true.
it's
When it's animation, I love older
I mean,
animation.
okay, it's live action and it's old, if you prefer. And number two,
That's because the video quality usually when it's older usually declines its value.
I mean, it's hard to disagree with that. Number two, it's just kind of slow. It's kind of a slow. It's more of a it's more of a character study piece, and you've never been into character study pieces, like just generally. That's not it's not your fault. It's just not your style of movie. Like you've never liked strong character pieces where it's just about examining the mental stability of one guy, and it's a very slow piece.
That's I'm gonna confirm everything you just said because I found this incredibly boring.
Yeah, slow and boring. Yeah, I figured it's political too. To be fair, it's at the beginning. It's been a minute since I've seen this, so I'm going off of pure memory. But I do recall the beginning of it being kind of sluggish. Also, Jodie Foster is kind of awkward in this, from what I can recall.
Like I just felt like it was. That's not fair. Like some of the scenes that I watched, I was like, "This is really strongly acted," and I really thought they did a really good job.
Yeah, just didn't.
Well, not even so much that. I thought it was too long.
I can see that's fair, but isn't this around 2 hours though? It's not over 2 hours. In terms of Scorsese films,
114 minutes.
Okay, so it's just over 2 hours. So it's
I felt it was too long.
Like to be fair, that's not an unfair criticism of a Scorsese film. He is known for his excess. Like obviously, Wolf of Wall Street's 3 hours long. I remember the ending. I remember there being a lot of like, this is oddly relevant for this kind of movie.
Is that a Scorsese film? I don't think Wolf of Wall Street.
Wolf of Wall Street.
Isn't that a Tarantino movie?
No. A very famously Scorsese film. That's why I love that movie. It's my favorite Scorsese movie. My favorite smart Scorsese movie is Wolf of Wall Street, followed pretty closely by Goodfellas. I fucking love Goodfellas.
I'm sorry. Not that I don't believe you, but I need to confirm this for myself.
Definitely not. I can see why you would say.
Oh yeah, no, it is Martin Scorsese.
Fun fact about Tarantino. It's actually
it's just strange because like I love that movie.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's all about. But to be fair, you also like Goodfellas, and if you like Wolf of Wall Street, you will like Goodfellas because they're essentially the same movie. Like one involves Italian mobsters and one involves Wall Street bros, but
part of what made this
same thematic ideas.
Part of what made this one frustrating for me.
I get it. It's one of those ones where I get it's not for. And to be fair, I don't.
Frustrating is the right word. I was trying to think if that's the word that I want to use. Part of what made this one frustrating for me is I can't tell if the character is supposed to. I don't know how to say this politically correctly. Autistic.
I can feel like you'd say that. Yeah, he gives out. Well, there's a reason why he's a character that like fuck it, man. Incels identify with. Like when people. One of the comparisons that people made when it came to the Joker, which was
that he was like this.
Was that he was like this guy, and like contemporarily, no, he's not. Well, he is meant to be mentally ill. He's definitely meant to be.
He's
mentally ill.
He's a former Marine, and he was in the Vietnam War.
And he's got like PTSD or something.
He's got chronic insomnia. He's got loneliness. He goes to So there's just there's a number of things
he's damaged.
that he does.
Damaged for sure.
Yes, And so there's a number of things that he does in this movie where it just leaves me going like, well, even the most damaged person in the world would realize that this was a bad choice, or it just feels like he's doing things that are like intentionally stupid and obtuse.
Yeah, but
Um,
you got to remember I can see why. I think it's just one of those situations where it's you got to put it in its
Time.
time. Yeah, you got to remember this is post Vietnam. I'm guessing he's a Vietnam
Right,
War.
but like I'm saying,
He's
like you get a
fucked.
first date with what definitely seems like a higher class lady. Are you gonna take her to an adult film theater?
Oh, right. I do remember. No, no, I'm not. I'm
Like
not.
even to me, someone who has PTSD has to realize that that's not
Yeah.
a good first date,
I mean, it's
right?
certainly
Like,
possible that, like, the lack of social skills and lack of social awareness. Like, yes, absolutely. It's the
or like
1970s. They
later
don't
in the
really diagnose it in the same way we do now. It's
like
certainly,
later in the
that's
movie
definitely an
when
interpretation.
he goes to the pimp or whatever, and because there's the girl, the prostitute that got into his taxi earlier who wanted to
Yeah.
escape, so he goes and finds her pimp, goes and meets her, and
15-year-old Jodie Foster, by the way.
yeah, and she keeps trying to like do her job,
Yeah.
and he keeps trying to be like, what are you doing? And I'm like, she's a prostitute.
Yeah.
What do you think she's trying to do? I'm not saying she should do it, but like, you went to the prostitute, she's doing prostitute
She's doing
things.
prostitute things. Yeah. You know, I get what you're saying. That I think is a valid interpretation of yes that a lot of those guys that kind of guy goes on to he's the proto blueprint of a lot of the online mega right wing sphere guys you see now. Like he thinks he's
Yeah, it's just
like
it
because
was annoying.
remind me it ends with him trying to assassinate the president, right? Or the guy
From what
who's
I
running for president.
remember, it ends with him. He does something violent, and then he gets like thanked for it, basically.
Yeah. I to be fair,
Um,
I remember liking this movie but not loving it. Like I definitely remember because I did a
Travis drives to the brothel where Iris works to kill Sport, who is the pimp.
because I did
Uh,
this is on the
He enters the building, shoots Sport and one of Iris's clients, Mafioso. He's shot several times, but he manages to kill the two men. He fights with the bouncer, who he stabs through the hand with his knife and kills with a gunshot to the head. And then he attempts to die by suicide, but has no bullets. Um, then,
he
as the
thinks he's
police
gonna get
comes
arrested and they
to the
show up
scene,
and
he mimics shooting himself with his bloody finger, and then yeah, they like reward him.
yeah, he's like, "What
Basically,
the
the
fuck is wrong
parents.
with you? I did all this bad shit." I do remember something to that effect. Yeah, I remember this isn't my favorite Scorsese film. Like I did this for because this is on the AFI's top 100 movies of all time list. I did this for top 100, and I remember not loving this. Like this wasn't
Apparently,
my
Scorsese has two cameos in it.
oh, this is not my favorite Scorsese film by any sense of the imagination. That's still pretty firmly Wolf of Wall Street. Followed strongly by
That's also an
Goodfellas.
interesting thing. So yeah, Scorsese plays a dual cameo role. Once in the background during Betsy's first appearance, and later as an unhinged passenger in Travis's taxi, who intends to murder his unfaithful wife for cheating on him with a black man.
Oh, that's
And
funny.
and this is where I was like, this is interesting. Um, Diane Abbott, who would later to go on to become Robert De Niro's wife in real life,
Really?
plays the adult movie theater concession girl who rebuffs
Huh.
Travis's flirtatious
The
advances.
only other part of this that's really worth mentioning and has nothing to do with the movie is this is the movie that oh, I forget his name. But there's a guy who he watched it. There's an episode of American Dad that's about this. But there's a guy who he watched this movie and he became obsessed with Jodie Foster. And in order to impress her, he decided that he needed to shoot Ronald Reagan. And so there's the guy who shot Ronald Reagan. He shot Ronald Reagan because of this movie because he wanted to be with 15-year-old Jodie Foster. Jodie Foster.
Oh my God!
Yep.
Yeah, that sounds like America.
Yep. There's an episode of American Dad where
He goes back and stops
he goes
that.
back and he stops that from happening and it prevents he goes back in time and he tells Scorsese to get off the pot, which prevents him from making Taxi Driver, which prevents Reagan from getting shot, which allows the Russians to win the Cold War and then they take over America. It's a funny episode. It's totally worth watching. Again, not my favorite Scorsese film, but like stand-up performance. It's hard to argue it's a stand-up performance from Robert De Niro. Yeah. There's a reason why he became a seminal actor of his time for sure. Him and Scorsese made.
Also, I guess maybe I missed. I didn't realize that Jodie Foster was supposed to be fit. That explains a lot about the characterization.
I don't think the character is 15. The actress was 15 when she played the character. That's part of that was part of one of the things that makes that movie fucked up. Is she's playing a prostitute. She was 15 at the time. I'm pretty sure. Someone can correct me on that if I'm wrong.
Yeah, because I might have.
But I'm pretty sure the character's not 15, but the actress was 15. I'm reasonably sure. But it's not like
the character being 15. No, it's even worse.
It's worse? How could it be worse?
So Jodie Foster, plays Iris. That explains one of some of the comments that the character makes in that scene, which it flew right over my head because it was so fucked up that I just didn't even register it. Iris, who is played by 15-year-old Jodie Foster, is supposed to be 12.
Yikes! Oh no!
She's supposed to be a 12-year-old prostitute. Oh,
you're right. That is worse.
Which
I didn't
then
think it could get worse, but that's worse.
Which then explains Travis's De Niro's reactions of like, "What are you doing? Jesus. What are you doing?" and why he so badly wanted to rescue her.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, no, it's not my least favorite Scorsese film.
That completely recontextualizes that.
Absolutely, it does. It's funny. I think we both have the same least favorite Scorsese film.
This.
We'll say it on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Raging Bull.
Taxi Driver.
Really, it was not Raging Bull.
Oh, is that Scorsese?
Yeah, that was Scorsese.
Oh, yeah, that was probably that.
Right? Raging Bull was not good.
This is close,
This
though.
at least doesn't try to convince you that Travis is a good person.
Yeah,
that movie was crap. And also, this one's in color, to my recollection. It's in color.
Yeah, no, this one is in color.
In black and white. That automatically puts me off of it. Anyway, do you have anything further to say about Taxi Driver?
No, that's Taxi Driver. That's my last rapid fire.
I will say before we move on that, and this is going to become sort of apparent as it's just really funny how we went from arguing about cars to talking about Taxi Driver. That's what this show is, Jordan. The show is diverse. We create an atmosphere.
Anyone who is like, oh, what does Taxi Driver have to do with cars? He spends his time in a
taxi driver.
He spends his time in a taxi car. It has a car in it.
That's kind of the whole. It's called Taxi Driver. A taxi's a car, my guy. Random commenter who's like, what does that have to do with cars? That's what it has to do with cars.
It takes place in a car. I feel like someone's gonna come at me.
I'm sitting there as you're talking about Taxi Driver, a movie I like, and being like, this has been a weird week.
Very across the board.
Watching some
Which
get the old next twist.
my next couple movies are like, it's like all over the board.
So Jordan. Gran Turismo. So okay, this next one. Do you remember the trailers for Gran Turismo? The movie? This is Gran Turismo the movie, by the way.
That's the one where it's about a bunch of video game players.
Yeah, video game players.
Right?
Yeah. And when we saw the trailer for that, went, there's no fucking way. Right? Right? You remember that?
I just was like, no,
it said it was based on a true story, and I'm like,
there's no way that it is.
Okay, just to start off with this.
We're gonna take a bunch of video game nerds and toss them into the actual thing and have them.
And then David Harbour tries to be like, "This is a physically demanding sport. You'll lose blood to your limbs or whatever." And you're like, "I don't know that I buy this." Okay, just to start off with, and you can help me out on this. I realized as I was watching this, I know nothing about Gran Turismo as a video game. Like, I maybe have played
you race
5
cars.
minutes of one. Yeah, you race cars. And a big sticking point that the main character makes in this movie is that Gran Turismo is not a video game. It is a racing simulator, and there's a difference. And here's what I will say. When
you look up Gran Turismo on Google, it does specifically say Gran Turismo is a series of sim racing video games.
Right. So like I'm like, well, okay, technically, yeah, you do have like plane simulators where it's basically teaching you how to fly a plane, and I guess I wouldn't consider that like, yeah, is Power Wash Simulator a video game, or is it a simulation of power washing things? What is a video game, right? It's technically a game in that a race is a game.
Oh, hold on. I'll give you the definition of what a video game.
Webster's dictionary definition for me. So I'm like, but it's a race and it's in video form. It's a video game, but all right, okay, you're trying to convince me that it's not a video game. Jordan, what is
video game definition? Video game is an electronic game played by interacting with a user interface or input device, such as controller, keyboard, or motion sensor, to generate visual and auditory feedback on a display.
So it's a video game.
It's a video game.
It's a video game. But he insists it's not a video game; it's a simulator. And that was an interesting thing, just to go back to
understand exactly what constitutes a video game. The medium relies on a few defining elements: interactivity, audio-visual display, system, and rules. I'm not gonna read all the various things.
There's a plot point in Cars 3.
It's a video game, Justin.
There's a plot point in Cars 3 where Lightning McQueen has to go in a simulator to learn how to do. And so I'm like, okay, we're being pedantic on definitions, but all right, whatever. And so the entire movie, there's no way. So the argument is that the reason why these people should be able to drive the cars is because they know the tracks and all of the information surrounding the vehicles and what goes into them, because they've simulated it in these simulations. And all of the actual drivers are basically like, no, fuck you. There's nothing. Let me finish. There's nothing that compares to the physical sensation of feeling the engine beneath you and having the wheel in your hand and putting your foot on the gas pedal and I'm like, what you're about to do. I was like,
What I was gonna say is, okay. Joking aside, it depends on for example,
there's a big
NASA, and when you learn to fly planes and things like that,
they put you in a simulator.
They have a simulator.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Exactly.
So it depends on the level of money that you're putting into your simulator.
Exactly.
If you're having a car simulator where you have the cockpit is exactly like a car,
that's
it
different.
feels like a car.
Yes.
You have the screen in front of you. That's a hell of a lot different than me sitting here with my controller.
Well, in the character, the case of the character in this game, he's got a fully rigged up chair and a steering wheel. So it's not like he's playing with the controller. So
that's different than me sitting with my PlayStation 5 controller.
Exactly. So the part of this that was incredible to me was, the more I watched this, the more I went, this can't be true. This has to be. And as I was watching the movie, I Googled it. It's true. The part of the plot of this movie is they go join what is known as the GT Academy. And it's presented as a reality-based television show where they're interviewing them in confessionals as they compete to whatever. That was a real show. And the guy that comes up with the idea, who's played by Orlando Bloom, is based on a guy, and this is a real show where people who played Grand Theft or Gran Turismo competed to become real race car racers. This was this is a real reality show that exists. And the guy who's the main character,
I'd like to say that I'm shocked by that, but there's a reality program for pretty much everything.
But the incredible bit was the guy who's the main character is a real guy who won races. He's participated in over 200 races, and he's the stunt driver for his own character in the movie. So he plays himself as the guy driving for himself in the movie. And having never played a bunch of and this is, I want to compare this to your Need for Speed, where that's why I asked you, did it feel like you were playing the video game? This does. Even though I've never played I've maybe played 5 minutes of a Gran Turismo game in my life, this felt like I was watching someone play Gran Turismo. It has all the flourish. So when he's racing above his car, it has which place he's in. It shows.
So it's got the HUD basically.
It shows the lines of where he's going, and when they're the racing. As honestly, a thing I discovered about racing movies and NASCAR movies is they're kind of boring. Racing itself is kind of it just has two shots, a wide shot, a medium shot, and a close-up of them in the cockpit where you can't see their face or expressions because they're wearing a helmet. So it's just not very...
If it's NASCAR, yeah, or if it's like street racing, then you can.
Right, yeah, if it's Fast and Furious, it's a bit different. But not even just NASCAR, but like the F1 races, for example, like, because NASCAR is a specific brand of that kind of... But say similar
if it's legitimate racing,
like
then
high-end racing, yeah. They're wearing a helmet. You can't read their expressions, and it keeps cutting quickly back, so it's not really all that engaging.
You can maybe see their eyes,
right?
But like that's about it.
It's not conveying a ton. It's just not very interesting to watch. But this was like the racing, like was quite good. It was quite well made, and I was like, this is better than I was expecting. Quite honestly, it's a story that's interesting. The racing is good. It's high stakes, and they make a compelling case for why a person could do the sim. And win these races, and yeah, it's interesting because it does a good job. I would say, based upon what you've said and what I know of Need for Speed, it does a better job of conveying the game without adapting it. Like it's a good representation of this game without trying to create a story surrounding it, where it's like, yeah, it involves Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo plays into the story, but it's more of a biopic about this guy, and it's a better movie for it. At least in my opinion, it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, it benefits you the people that practiced using the game, right?
Exactly,
so like they have acknowledged that the game exists, whereas mine, other than it being called Need for Speed,
there's no connection to it.
There's not that, again, as a person who knows nothing about it.
That would be my point.
As a person who knows nothing about it, anyways, I don't know of any. Like maybe for all I know, this Dino Cup or whatever, the cup that they're going and doing, maybe that's from the game.
Maybe.
I have no idea.
But like, I mean, to be fair, it's helped by the fact that like the race tracks and shit in Gran Turismo are based on real racetracks. So like, it's easy for them to be like, yeah, you know this from the game because it's a real place.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
It definitely was like not this one so much. Days of Thunder, which is coming up, made me go, wait, so there's a difference between these different car races? I assumed it was all the same shit. Evidently, it's not. I don't fully understand it, and I don't have the time to get into it. But yeah, I was surprised by this. That was the other thing. David Harbour's in this, and like always, he's charismatic as fuck. He's basically he's the guy. He's the mentor character basically. He's there's a character arc of him and the guy bonding. And the guy, the theme of it is essentially a theme of belonging. Do I belong in this space? And there's a point where he gets into a big crash and he goes through like the self-doubt, and it's a random freak crash where basically at this track, if you come down at the wrong speed, it'll lift. The lift caused by the drop and the speed you're going at will cause the car to flip up and cause you to flip and crash. And it can happen. It's a freak thing. It can totally happen. And it happens, and he accidentally kills a spectator. And he's like, I don't ever want to do this again. And there's a bunch of really nice moments between him and David Harbour where David Harbour's like, it's not your fault. Like, you didn't do this. You did everything you could, and you're like a standout in this, and you're like,
It sounds like a poorly designed track then.
Yeah, there's an explanation given. I looked it up. It's a legit thing. It's a real thing. And there's an explanation given for why it doesn't usually cause accidents. But yeah, he's good in this. He's another one of those guys where I don't think I've ever disliked David Harbour in anything. I may not like the thing he's in. Like, I don't care much for Stranger Things, but like, I don't dislike him in it.
That's fair.
Like, he's very charismatic. He is in fact one of the characters where I'm watching it and I'm like, I like this show. Like he's an elevator, as I would say. He elevates material he's in. I think this movie is made better for him, not worse. Like I would like for him to. I just don't think he's had a lot of like real mainstream success in terms of performances yet, and I just think that he deserves it.
Some would argue that that Red Guardian is mainstream because it's Marvel.
I knew you were gonna bring that up, and I don't disagree with that.
and B, Stranger Things is also mainstream because it's
That's
been
hard to
viewed
argue
by
against.
millions of people.
I guess in movies I would say, but my response to, and that will be it for Gran Turismo. But my response to Red Guardian would be, yeah, but he's buried in a costume and an accent, so like he's not allowed to kind of be himself. Where Stranger Things is hard to argue against, but that's television and streaming. That's not really. I could see why you would say it's mainstream, but I don't know that I would necessarily say it's as mainstream as like a $1 million movie is. Having a movie career, but also there's a lot of people who are like the television career circle is closing. So anyway, Gran Turismo. I keep wanting to call it Gran Torino. I almost put Gran Torino on my.
That's a different movie,
Completely
Justin.
different movie. I almost put it on my list. It's funny. It's gotten cut off of at least 2 lists where I'm like, oh, but that movie's depressing, and I'm pretty sure.
So for my first have seen,
I also just real quick before you jump into that, I meant to tell you this yesterday and I completely forgot. For some reason, I swear to God, my list I put Fast 5 on there, and so when I was watching Days of Thunder at like 7 o'clock, I was like, I think I forgot to watch Fast 5. Shit, and I'm like planning out my night. I'm gonna have to stay up to like 10 o'clock to watch Fast 5, and then I looked at my list and I was like, that's so weird. I remember thinking to myself that was one of the reasons why I wanted to do Cars, because I wanted to watch Fast 5, and I was thinking to myself like, why did I not put Fast 5 on my list? Anyway, that's just a fun aside.
okay, so we have to go back to 2007, March 2nd, 2007. Wild Hogs comes out,
Oh yes.
and I really like this movie.
This is dad slop. This movie's for
This
dad.
is absolutely dad slop,
It's
but
dad
I like
slop.
this movie.
It's this, and it's the two movies. These two movies are. I know it's not a sequel, but in my opinion, it's a spiritual sequel. Old Dogs is a spiritual sequel to this movie. Like, I cannot believe they never made a third one of these. Like, and also, I think they should have made a third one. It should have also had John Travolta, and he should have been playing a third completely different character, and it would have been funny.
Hold that thought. Word 7893 says best line in a car-based movie? Question mark.
Ooh. I mean, if this bus drops under 85 miles an hour, we're all dead. There we go. There we go. That's one. I got a Need for Speed. Nah, it's Top Gun. I don't know. That's the
Family.
best questions.
You don't turn your back on family.
Oh yeah, you don't turn your back on family. We don't have any.
Word 7893 says, I drive. Ryan Gosling. Drive. 2011.
That's really funny. That's funny that you bring up Drive. Yeah, we're gonna talk about. Fun fact: if you hang out, we're gonna talk about Drive later. 'Cause it's not as good as Baby Driver.
Back on subject. Wild Hogs. So you said that Old Dogs, you consider it to be
I
a
consider
sequel?
that a sequel to this. Yes.
So, it's funny that you say
I'm
that.
pretty sure that's directed and produced by the same people.
I can't speak to that, but I will say that movie sealed the fate for a sequel to this movie.
They made that instead of this. A sequel to this. They made that.
They made that, and it failed, so they never made a sequel, a planned sequel that they had already
They're
planned
apparently
for
making
this.
it though, because I do, from what I recall, recently they announced it, and we both went, "Why?"
It was
I remember that.
it was canceled. They canceled 2 movies because of
Yeah, that makes sense.
Old Dogs.
That makes sense.
Old Dogs failed terribly. It was a critical failure.
This did okay. I remember. I know this was
This did well.
reasonable.
This did well financially, but critically, it failed.
Yeah, and that was the point when they cared about it. But I do remember this for whatever reason. This that'd be fair. It's a weird ensemble when you get down to it, because we got Tim Allen, Martin Lawrence.
But so the sequel would have been called Wild Hogs 2: Bachelor Ride.
Interesting. I don't
And
remember
the other
why
one,
are they
the
wild
other, the
hogging
other,
again?
the other one that got canceled was called Wedding Band,
Interesting. Because I
which
think
was
they
going
should
to
have made
be
a third one.
which was a comedy, which was going to star Williams, Diane Keaton, and Anna Faris.
Oh, interesting that Williams was going to carry over to the. That's very interesting. Because I'm like, you make a third one, and you have John Travolta play a third completely separate character. I think that would be very funny.
I mean, no, fuck that. I want an actual sequel to Wild Hogs. I love this movie,
I do like.
and
this.
I would love to bring
It is
it.
an odd ensemble. Like it really.
Like I would even be okay at this point. Like it's been however many years later, they're all old. Bring them all back. They're all old, like old guys
I'm
now, and they
pretty
want
sure
to
they
go on a
are.
they want to go on a road trip with their sons,
I'm pretty sure. I
with their
remember.
kids,
I have a vague memory
who are
of.
all who are all adults and want nothing to do with them.
I mean, I think it'd be kind of funny if they had to do grand. They're old enough they could do grandkids now.
That
But
works too.
um, yeah, I remember doing it in the news. Them announcing that there was a Wild Hog sequel in the
I'm
works.
sure you're right, but I
And
have
we
no
went,
memory of
why?
that.
I just like, but yeah, the weird ensemble cast. It's what Tim Allen, John Travolta, Martin Lawrence, and don't
Can
tell
he
me,
get the last one?
don't tell
Can he
me,
get it?
don't tell me. Oh, Frank Gallagher,
Nope,
William H Macy.
that's it.
No, Frank Gallagher is a character he played. I was
Oh,
like, yeah, William H Macy. William H Macy is phenomenal. He's one of my
he
favorite
is
actors of all time.
great in this.
He's always funny. He's always good. He's never.
Yeah.
You should watch. Here's the thing. You should watch Shameless, but it's too long of a show for you to watch it for the show. But you should watch.
Pretty
it.
sure I have seen Shameless. That's the one with the girl from Sweet Life, right?
The girl from Sweet Life.
Bailey.
No.
She's the model?
No, that's Oh, I know what you're thinking of. No, that's not Shameless. That's something else. The one where she's crazy and she kills a bunch of people, and she's a fat girl.
I just remember she was a model.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's a different show. Shameless is the one where it's a family and they live in the suburbs of Chicago, and they're all poor. I can't
I
remember.
don't. I'm looking it up. I don't recognize that one.
No, I don't. I doubt you've seen it, but it's good. You should watch it. It's funny. You would like it. It's the exact kind of unhinged that you would find funny. Anyway, Wild Hogs. Get distracted. This movie's funny. It's funny. It's a funny movie. It's a weird ensemble. The weirdest pairing is Tim Allen and John Travolta. There's a reason why Tim Allen I'd be willing to bet that John Travolta didn't get along with people, because it's interesting to me that like they made another one of these and he's the only one that comes back for it. I mean, it's not a sequel, but it's like, in my opinion, it's still a spiritual sequel. Like, there's a reason why they opted to
it's
make.
not. It's the important thing is it's not a sequel.
No, but like it's weird that they made that instead of immediately leaping to with John Travolta as a vehicle for John Travolta, instead of leaping straight to a Wild Hog sequel, which was more financially successful. That tells me that they didn't want to work with Tim Allen. Like,
I mean,
he's the
possibly,
only X factor in that cast.
But you also have to keep in mind that this received negative reviews, which at the time mattered to them.
I cannot say confidently that it did. I'd argue it
But
did.
financially, it was quite successful. It had a budget of 60 million, and the box office was 253.6 million.
I remember. It's a weird.
So the fact
really
that this
popular
never
movie.
got a sequel is
It's
a
strange.
shame.
It's strange. Well, to me, it's not even so much. Again, it's not so much that they didn't make a sequel, which yes, is strange in its own right. But it's the fact
I said it's a shame. It is strange,
It's
but
strange.
it's also a shame.
But it's weird that they made Old Dogs instead of making a sequel to this. That's what I don't. That's the part of it.
I mean, probably you say that
I think it's the same.
Johnny
I'm pretty sure
Travolta.
it's the same people.
I don't think they made it. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's the same people who made it.
Let's see, director. Yeah,
Unless they're not at all related, and it's just a coincidence.
It's the same director.
It's the same director, right? Yeah. That's why it has a
I
similar
don't
name.
know
It's Old Dogs and Old Hogs.
about writer.
They're meant to be associated with each other. Certainly, at least in my opinion, they are. Arguable.
For the writer, I don't see anything about Old Dogs. But anyway, you say that it was. I don't know. I don't know even so much if they necessarily. How do I say this? I think they wanted to do a movie with Robin Williams, and they had John Travolta under contract.
I can believe that.
Like not so much that they made the movie for him. They were making a movie that they wanted Robin Williams for, and they had him.
I can believe that. It's interesting to me that John Travolta is the one that carries over, and Tim Allen and the rest of them don't. And it's weird to me that they wouldn't have taken the financially viable movie and go make a sequel to that, whether or not it was critically successful or not. And then they made.
Yeah, it's very strange.
I just think of Wild Hogs 2 would have done better than Old Dogs. And don't get me wrong, I think we're better for a world where old dogs exist because I like that movie better. Like I like this movie, but I like Old Dogs better. But that's just because Robin Williams is in it. I'm perfectly willing to admit that.
Yeah,
And Seth
that
Green. Seth Green's
he's
also funny
very
in that
much
movie. But
he's very much an example of he elevates that movie.
I'm not a. As I get older,
I'm trying to look through to see if
Who
I
is
can
your-
see any reason.
Who is your least favorite and who is your favorite of the four?
Huh,
the movie.
interesting. Sorry, real quick before we get to that. Apparently in 2007, Hell's Angel filed a suit against Disney,
That's
alleging that the film used both the name and distinctive logo of the Hell's Angel Motorcycle Club
That's
group
so weird.
without permission.
That's so
It-
weird.
Suit resulted in voluntary dismissal.
Of course it did. Of course it did. They probably paid them under the table because it's the Hell's
Probably.
Angels.
I'll probably pay them a lot of money under the
I'm
table.
sure to get them to go away, and they could afford it.
Sorry. You asked who's my favorite,
Yeah.
who's my least favorite.
It's Tim Allen,
Um,
right? I'm assuming it's Tim Allen is the least favorite,
Mm,
or Martin Lawrence. But you don't want to say Martin Lawrence, so you're gonna say Tim Allen.
no, not. Wait, which one's Martin Lawrence?
Really, I don't want to say it. There's one thing about him that's noticeably
Oh,
different.
him. Yeah. No, the reason why I'm confused is because I'm looking. So on the Wikipedia page, they've got the poster, but where each of their names is weird. So where they've got Tim Allen's name underneath him is Martin Lawrence.
Oh, that's weird. You're like, that's not
Where
Martin
they've got
Lawrence.
where they've got Johnny Travolta, it's Johnny Travolta. Where they've got Tim Allen above him is Martin Lawrence's name, and where they've got William H. Macy, it's William H. Macy, but it's actually him below his name. So I'm like, two of them, they've got them mixed up for where their name should be, and it's fucking with my brain.
Fair enough.
No, I mean, okay, so okay. This is I both like and dislike things about each of their characters. If I had to pick a favorite, it's probably William H. Macy because he's so not a he's so not a biker
I know.
that part
His
of the joke
stupid
is what
fucking
makes it
helmet
funny.
is funny every time.
Oh, it's so funny. And the
So
fact that he's like,
funny.
I got tatted, and he's got the apple,
Yeah.
like the apple.
So good.
It's so funny every time. Tim Allen, I put him in the middle because he's just sort of Tim Allen. He's not
Yeah, that's fair.
he's not really acting.
Your mileage for that is gonna. I find your mileage for how much you like Tim Allen really it's hit or miss.
Yeah,
It's hit or miss
like
for me.
this is when I liked Tim Allen, so it works for me.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
But
about
just
Home
in
Improvement.
terms of like,
You'll never.
but just in
convince me not
terms
to
of like
that.
who's the best, I can't put him at the top. I think I have to put John Travolta at the bottom because he's kind of annoying.
Yeah, he
But
whines the
but
whole
for
movie,
me,
right?
he
From what I
whines a
remember, yeah.
lot.
He
He whines a
lot.
lot. But like yeah, Alan or the Martin Lawrence or whatever. I also kind of put him in the middle because it's like for him, it bounces between him and John Travolta on who I would have at the bottom. Because I also find his character. His character is written in a very early 2000s way of he's the black one.
He's a stereotype.
He's very much like he's the yeah.
He's the token
And
black
same
guy
with-
in their group. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Same with his wife, where it's like she's the oh hell no, like
Oh,
very
yeah.
early 2000s stereotypes, and that has nothing to do with the actors themselves, but just the way that it's written
That's the
and
writing.
the time
yeah, for sure. Writing
the
and
time when
direction.
this came out in.
Yeah.
It kind of offends me
Yeah,
at times.
It's off-putting because it's just
Yeah.
so on the nose. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
But again, I don't hold that against the actors and actresses.
No,
That's
no.
not
a writing
their
thing. That's
fault.
a writing
That's a
and
writing thing.
That's also like you can't. When you say this movie came out in 2007, 2007 was a time.
2007. Yeah.
There was just a time. Like it's like
Yeah.
I don't know how else to. That was that for that.
Like, you
But
get
it's
what
a
I'm
great
saying.
movie to watch with your
Oh,
family.
I love the movie. It's
It's a
a fun movie.
I think I did watch this with my whole family. Like this.
I'm
is a
pretty sure.
great-
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did.
This is a great,
Pretty sure we did.
Great. You bring your whole family to the movies kind of movie. Like it's so
Um,
hard. I think also Kyle Gass is in it randomly. There's a cameo.
Yeah,
from what
he's
I
a
recall.
singer. He's a singer.
He's
at
the
the
singer,
the
right?
Chili.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of those.
He's
It's
singing like
it's
a
random.
weirdly inappropriate way. Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird.
Um,
Kyle Gass? What the fuck?
apparently, as an aside, apparently it was the last Touchstone Pictures film to be distributed by Buena Vista Pictures.
Really?
Yep.
Huh. I did not know that. Jordan, do you have anything further to say about?
I don't think so. Oh, interesting. Uh,
The
so
Hearts That
it
Are
lists
Wild.
here, and I guess because they never give the character a name. But funny enough, it lists on the Wikipedia that Kyle Gass is playing himself.
Really? That's random.
But I don't know if that's actually true.
So
I think
random.
I think the character just doesn't have a
I'm
name
presuming that they didn't bother to give the character a name in the script.
because the character just doesn't have a name. He doesn't. He's
He doesn't-
singing, right?
Yeah,
He's probably in the script. He's probably just listed as
a
singer.
singer. Yeah, absolutely. With the intent of giving it to just about anybody, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Unless it's specifically meant to be.
Oh, I will
also could believe
say
that they wrote it for Kyle Gass. I could believe that.
I will say, this movie, Ray Liotta.
Oh, he's
When I
so
think
good.
when I think
R.I.P., man.
Ray, right? But when I think Ray Liotta, I think of this movie.
I could see see. There's a lot of. I could see why you would say that. This is not the. I mean, Goodfellas
Also, I'm
is always
just
gonna be
learning
the
something.
Ray Liotta movie for me, but it's definitely one of them.
Oh, I mean, it's up there. Definitely, it's up there.
There's so
It's one
many
of the
I-
ones that I think of. Sorry, as an aside that I just learned, I had no idea. Ray Liotta was apparently the voice of Tommy Vercetti, the playable protagonist in Grand Theft Auto Vice City.
Really? That
Yeah.
makes sense because that character is more or less his character from Goodfellas.
He's yeah.
That makes
It
sense.
ab- it-
Now that you've said
it
that makes total
absolutely-
sense.
It absolutely makes sense. I just didn't know
Yeah,
that.
as Italian mobster. Yeah, no, it's basically his character from Goodfellas. That makes sense. Jordan.
But no, final summation thoughts. This movie's a guilty pleasure for me. I can put it on and just like watch it and just have a great time every time.
All right. My first half scene is a movie you've never seen or heard of. Maybe. I doubt it. But it's a movie called Baby Driver. And it is directed by Edgar Wright, who you would know, not by name, I guarantee you, but you would know, as the man who directed Shaun of the Dead,
Okay, I know. I'm aware of that movie.
Hot Fuzz,
Go on.
the World's End.
Continue.
I feel like there's one more. You know those movies, right?
I'm aware of them. I've watched The World's End, and I definitely know.
Have you not seen Hot Fuzz?
I don't think so.
You know, it's funny that you remember. We watched that in theaters, right? Pretty sure.
Pretty sure,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
That one had Simon Pegg and it had
Yeah,
what's his
that's
name? The other one.
Nick Frost. Yeah, that's the end of what's known
Yeah,
as the Cornetto trilogy, which is Shaun
Yeah,
of the
no,
Dead.
I believe I talked about that on here.
Yeah. I could have sworn you had seen Hot Fuzz. Anyway, not the point.
Maybe I might have. I just off the top of my head.
There's
it's
a
not-
period of time where I remember watching it when we lived in Richmond, but I cannot confirm as to whether or not you were there or not for it. But I've definitely seen it. Anyway.
Yeah, looking up the poster and stuff. No, I don't think so.
Oh, interesting. So this was like a
Looks
passion.
looks like one I would have fun with though.
This movie is a passion project of Edgar Wright. It's about a gentleman who is, and I've discovered I'm not a fan of this. It's funny that you mentioned autism with the guy from Taxi Driver, because this is one of those ones where it presents like, oh, he's like a quirky guy who does like quirky specific things, and it's like it's that presenting autism as a superpower thing trope that movie does, where his whole thing is,
I mean, to be fair, in my example, I used autism, but really any
yeah.
you know, it was just the best one I could describe with.
That's what this kind of does, where it's like it makes him, because they're like, oh, he's just awkward and silent and quiet, and his whole thing is, so basically it's about you know what a wheelman is, right? Do I have to explain what a wheelman is?
The guy who drives away the people after they've stolen
Perfect.
something.
You know what a wheelman is. Excellent. He's a wheelman. It's funny because I think this is now technically the transporter. He's a wheelman. But
technically, kind of. He's also a delivery
he's a
guy.
courier as well, but
He's
functionally a wheelman. But this
he
guy
is
is
essentially whatever you pay him to be.
Yeah, in this case, he's very specifically a wheelman. So he works for he works for Kevin Spacey, who is a monster.
I mean, technically, he's a transporter.
Um,
That's why the movie is called The Transporter.
and so basically, the number one thing about this movie is there's a bunch of weirdly famous people in it. So like John Hamm is in it. At one point, Jamie Foxx is in it. At one point, there's one other famous person who's in it. John Barenthal is in it. And the thing about Baby, the main character Baby, is when he drives, when he does the getaway drives, because he has tinnitus from when from an accident he was in when he was a kid. His ears are always ringing, so he needs to listen to music while he drives, and so he'll put in music and he'll time the heist to the song that he's listening to, and like he's got good taste in music. And Edgar Wright knows how to shoot an action sequence, so like a lot of his action sequences, just like they are in Hot Fuzz, are like quick, snappy cuts and edits, and the car sequences are well shot and well edited. And it's all of the action is easy to follow. I'm not normally a big car chase guy because they're just never very interesting to me. But like this,
as previously discussed.
Yeah, exactly. As previously discussed, it's not very interesting to me. So like this makes it dynamic and interesting. Kevin Spacey ends up being the bad guy. I mean, that's kind of the thing he does. Get it? Because he got canceled. Jamie Foxx is in it as just an utter psychopath. The one thing I will say, it's like the relationship between, because he eventually falls for this girl who's like into his weird quirky, like he's weird and quirky and quiet, and she's into that, and relationships like that in movies always bother me because they're unrealistic. That doesn't happen in real life. And it's like in a movie about car chases and shit, it's probably the most unrealistic thing, where it's like girls that pretty don't just out of the blue be like, hey, I like you. Like, that just doesn't happen in real life.
I mean, it could. Give it a chance.
It's very rare. And it's just, yeah, it pulls me, whenever shit like that happens in a romance. But otherwise, their romance is cute, and their chemistry is good. And, yeah, everyone in this movie is funny. It's got kind of an Edgar Wright sense of humor to it. The soundtrack, again, it's so good. It's so tight. All of the songs blend with the action beautifully. I was never bored. I never like a lot of times when I watch movies, I start to do this, and this one I didn't like at all. There wasn't a moment where I like it's like a tight adrenaline ride the whole time, and it's really engaging. But to be fair, it's Edgar Wright. Like, it would take a lot for me to dislike. I don't think I've ever actively, that I can think of, disliked an Edgar Wright movie. There's another one in there that I'm struggling to think of that he did that isn't Cornetto trilogy related that I quite liked. But he was supposed to make Ant-Man. So this was a big like when he was gonna make Ant-Man, he had this script on the back burner that he wanted to do. And then he got kicked off of Ant-Man, which freed him and gave him the opportunity to do this. And the success of this allowed him to do something else that I can't remember what that was. But you would like this. You would have a good time with this. But that's Baby Driver. Baby Driver.
Well, alrighty then. So my second have seen came out in 1986. You might have heard of it, Justin. You just might have.
I might have.
It's called Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
I have heard of this one.
The reason why I picked it is because one of the big things is they take
They steal a car.
they steal the car of his best friend's dad.
Yep.
And take it for a joyride through Chicago.
They absolutely do.
Um,
Do you have a kiss for daddy?
So what I was just trying to sorry, I can tell you the exact car.
Life moves pretty fast. Sometimes you have to stop and look around. There we go.
Otherwise, you might miss the
Otherwise,
picture.
You might miss it. It's over. Go home.
The car is a 1961 Ferrari 250 GT California Spider.
Nice car.
It is a very nice car.
There's so many lines. I love the I love the bit where it's Cameron's in the right now. He's pausing over whether or not he wants to do it. He's just gonna keep calling me. He's just gonna keep calling
Yeah.
me.
Um, so one of the things with this movie, for me, I don't remember the first time I watched it.
Really, I do.
I can't, for some reason, I want to say the very first time I watched it was in school.
Yep, that was the first time I watched it. I watched it on a
But-
bus on my way to Whistler.
But
I
I
was in high
can't.
school.
I don't think it was. It would have been on the bus for me because when the bus trip that I took to go do snowboarding, we watched Borat.
Right,
That was
right.
that was the first time that I watched
Yeah,
Borat.
I remember watching this on the bus
So-
and being utterly engaged by it, which was
I
weird because I never
can't-
engaged with anything when I watched it on the bus. But I remember watching this on the bus.
I can't think of the context in which I want to say it was like in an English class or something when we had a spare day.
Yeah, to be fair, there was the occasional time in high school when they were like, just put on a movie.
Just put on a movie,
Don't
and
even
this is
bother
like a
trying
fairly
to make it connect
this
to the
is
lesson.
a fairly safe one to watch.
It's been pretty safe, yeah. But to be fair, all John Hughes movies are safe. Like he's got the safest
Yeah.
filmography in history.
More or less.
The only thing maybe you wouldn't show in school is The Breakfast Club, and even then.
And then one thing that as once I got older and I had seen Howard the Duck the movie, it's weird for me that the principal is just the scientist from Howard the
Oh
Duck.
yeah, he is. He's also the dad from Beetlejuice.
I don't remember him from that.
He's
So-
Lydia's dad in Beetlejuice.
I'm
I mean,
sure you're right.
First
but,
film appearance of Charlie Sheen.
Yep. Yeah,
Very-
he's really young.
Yeah, no, I mean literally, it's like the first movie he ever did.
You get Ben Stein as well.
Oh yeah, right. Ben Stein was on the
Bueller. I like this movie. It's a classic for a reason.
It's an absolute classic for a reason.
And there's a reason why it's remembered so fondly.
John Hughes is another example of I've never seen a John Hughes movie. We might have to pick a director, and
I might have to pick a John
you
Hughes.
might have to do John Hughes, yeah. Because I was like, because not next
Like
week.
I know
already have a topic
there's
for
like
next week, but
16
maybe-
Candles. There's a few of his that I'm like they might not do it for me,
Yeah,
but
I've never seen.
I'd have to
it's
try
true.
them.
I think 16 Candles might be one that I just don't. Molly Ringwald. I don't.
I
know.
don't know that
I
I
have to
would
look at his
I would
filmography, see if there's enough to. Because I want to do not next week. I already have a topic for next week. Maybe the week after that. Because I do want to do Quentin Tarantino. I want to rewatch
But,
some of his movies and re-go
So
back to those.
it was funny because all of the movies that I picked were on either Disney Plus, Tubi,
I still can't believe.
and
it's not
I
on Disney
think
Plus.
one. Well, it's because it's Paramount.
I know, but is it on Paramount Plus at the very least?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, but like the other ones, like I know Breakfast Club was on Netflix at one point. That just shocks me.
Well, is that Paramount? I don't think that's Paramount.
I don't know.
Let's find out.
But
Actually, I'll look that up when you're talking. So yeah, it came out June 11th, 1986, and it had wow,
it's a
Wow.
very successful movie.
wow, especially for the time.
Mm-hmm.
It had a budget of $5 million,
Oh yeah, very cheap movie.
and it had a box office of $70.7
I
million,
can't believe they. Well, to be
Which
fair, they
in-
did kind of make a sequel.
which is really good money for the time.
They technically made a show based on this, and I'm pretty sure you talked about it before. But I'm pretty sure Jennifer Aniston is in it. Is the first TV show.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, they've never made a. There's been a few times where it's come up in the news of that they were talking about it. A few times I can recall, but they've never attempted to do. To be fair, John Hughes, we talked about this before, but John Hughes movies largely escape being remade for some reason, for whatever reason.
Hughes said that he had Matthew Broderick in mind when he wrote the screenplay, saying Broderick was the only actor he could think of who could pull off the role,
Yeah.
calling him clever and charming.
I think at the time that might have been around the time he had either done or was doing The Producers.
Certain guys would have played Ferris, and you would have thought, "Where's my wallet?" Hughes says, "I have to have that look, that charm to come through."
Absolutely.
Jimmy Stewart could have played Ferris at 15. I needed Matthew.
Yeah. Matthew Broderick. He's so good in this.
Apparently, Anthony Michael Hall had been offered the part but turned it down.
It wouldn't be
And then
good.
other actors who were considered for the role
Well,
included other actors who were considered. So picture a world where any of these ones are the character, and there's only one on this list who I could maybe
honestly,
see,
Anthony Michael
and
Hall.
I'll let you guess
Anthony Michael Hall would have been
who I say that is.
re-
So sorry.
real quick. Anthony Michael Hall would have been you don't know him. You do. He was in Breakfast Club. I think he's the
I'm looking at him now. I don't really. He doesn't
I
stand
think
out to
he
me.
was. I'm pretty sure he was the.
He was in
shooter.
16 Candles, Breakfast Club,
Yeah.
and Weird Science.
Yeah, he's the second lead in Weird Science. But in Breakfast Club, I believe he's the guy who was so pressured by school that he was going to do a school shooting. I think that's him. But anyway, he would have made it great. But to be fair, the guy who's already playing him is great. But he would have made a great Cameron. He would have made a much better Cameron than he would have a Ferris Bueller. But anyway.
Interesting. So some of the other actors who were considered for the role of Ferris, again, I think one of them could have maybe done it. Only one, and I'll let you guess which one. But the ones that were considered were Jim Carrey, John Cusack, John Cryer, Johnny Depp, George Clooney, Tom Cruise, and Michael J. Fox.
Okay. So you wanted me to say which ones I think would do it all?
No, I think there's only one in that list that maybe could have done it.
Michael J.
Maybe.
Fox. Michael J.
Yeah.
Fox. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's the only one.
He's
Otherwise,
the only one who maybe
yeah,
could have.
yeah, it's Michael J. That's weird. It's weird that we were on the same page. That's weird, but yes, it's absolutely only Mike because Michael.
He
J.
has that same kind of
Well, I
base
would say
charisma.
two. There's one more in there. Go through them again, and I'm gonna say yay or nay. Oh, Johnny
Jim
Depp. Johnny
Carrey.
Depp was the other one. Johnny Depp could maybe do it.
Okay, a younger Johnny Depp.
Young. And now here's the thing. Because I watched Days of Thunder, I have young Tom Cruise in my brain, and maybe.
Keeping in mind what the character
Soft,
was, right?
Soft maybe. Soft. The character would be so different, but soft maybe. Soft maybe on Tom Cruise. But
I
like,
definitely. For me, it's a hard no on Jim Carrey.
yeah, hard no on Jim Carrey. For
It's
sure.
a fairly hard. I'm having a hard time picturing John Cusack even in the role.
John Cusack is a hard no for me. There's no way. He
So
doesn't
for
have
me,
nearly
that's
enough charisma.
That's a fairly hard
Yeah.
no as
Jim
well.
Carrey's the wrong kind of charisma.
John Cryer. Which one's John
Cryer
Cryer?
is
Oh, he's Alan.
yeah, 1980s John Cryer. The reason why to be fair, some of those guys are from other John Hughes movies. So John Cryer was, I believe, in 16 Can. He was very famously in a movie with Molly Ringwald, who was also in 16 Candles. Teenage, like the 80s John Cryer, like Lenny Luthor era John Cryer, maybe would have the charisma needed, but that's a soft no. It's not a hard no, but it's a soft no.
Johnny Depp is a maybe.
That's a soft maybe.
George Clooney, he would have been.
That would have been
a choice.
young George Clooney. So that would have been
Yeah.
our era George Clooney. He's a hand. It's a different kind of charisma, not the right kind of charisma.
Yeah, well, that's just it. Like, it has to be like a Dennis the Menace
Yes,
kind of charisma.
exactly. You need rascal charisma, impish charisma. You're exactly right. And Michael J.
Not
Fox is the only
straight
one.
like haughty, not straight haughty
No,
charisma.
but not like funny charisma either. You need
No.
a particular kind of like.
Yeah,
the guy
for
who
the-
could
for
get
the-
away
for
with
this
any. The
character.
guy you fucking hated because he can get away with fucking everything.
Yeah,
Like we all
And
we
you-
all
and-
went to
and
school
you-
with a Ferris Bueller. We all
not
did.
even the guy that you hated, but the guy that like you hated that you
Yeah.
liked.
Well, you hated
because
to
he
love,
had-
or you loved
yeah.
to hate. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's the guy who could just get away. He was smarmy and he could get away with anything. We all went to high school with a guy. He didn't show up to class half the time, but for some fucking reason still got A's, and would like. He wouldn't show up to class half the time, and then the teacher still liked him. I was like, oh, yeah. And then we all went to school with a Ferris Bueller. And yeah, the only one who has even remotely comparable charisma is Michael J. Fox. And I'm not talking like not Marty McFly Michael J. Fox. Alex from Family Ties Michael J. Fox. That could probably pull it off, but even then.
So I'm learning all sorts of things about the casting, which this is just interesting to talk about, and we'll move on shortly. But real quick, so the person who plays Ferris's girlfriend, Sloane Peterson, Hughes didn't know how old she was when she auditioned to play the 17-year-old girl. He wanted someone like thought it would take someone older to give her the dignity and that the character needed. And then he almost fell out of the chair when she told him that she was only 18.
Huh.
So she was like pretty much the exact age of the character.
Huh. That was lucky.
Apparently Molly Ringwald wanted to play Sloane.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
But John wouldn't let her do it because the part wasn't big enough for her.
Really? She's a
Yeah.
lead character, but all right. Okay, sure, fine, that's fine.
And then Alan Ruck auditioned for the role of Bender in The Breakfast Club, which went to Judd Nelson.
Alan
This
Ruck
is
he's underrated in this. Not enough people give him the respect. He's also good. But
Hughes remembered him and then cast him as the 17-year-old Cameron Fry.
I could see Judd Nelson playing. You don't remember him well enough, but I could see him playing Cameron as well. Cameron.
Apparently,
Such a specific energy.
I don't know who this is. Maybe you will. Doesn't he just quickly? Badlands.
What's the name?
Outsiders. Huh. So apparently the role of Cameron had been offered to Emilio Estevez,
Okay, yeah. He was in The Breakfast Club.
who turned it down.
Emilio Estevez. It's so funny because he seems to be the kind of actor or the kind of director who likes to reuse actors. Emilio Estevez is the lead. Well, he's Charlie Sheen's brother. That's why Charlie Sheen is in this movie. It's because he was friends with John. Emilio Estevez was friends with John Hughes, but he's the lead in The Mighty Ducks. And he's Charlie Sheen's brother.
And so then
He's the jock,
Rooney.
the quote unquote jock in The Breakfast Club.
Oh, interesting. Jones was cast as Rooney based on his role in Amadeus, where he played the Emperor. I don't know what that is, but Hughes thought
movie about Mozart.
Interesting. Hugh thought that character's modern equivalent was Rooney.
Oh, interesting.
Rooney said my part was quite small in the script, but then because it got changed.
It wasn't. Jordan, is that it?
That is it.
That is it for the Ferris, the Buellers, and his day off.
There was something I was going to look up. What was it? Oh yeah, John Hughes. I wanted to look at his filmography.
Yeah, see if there's enough for 9. And
While you tell me about your
Drive.
next thing.
It's funny that words brought up Drive because we're gonna talk about Drive. Drive, Jordan, is another movie about a wheelman. This time the wheelman is played by oh my God, Ryan Gosling. Played by Ryan Gosling, and the difference between him and Baby Driver is he much like your transporter has his rules. He's like I am available to you between this time. And if 1 second before that time, I'm not available to you, and a second after that time, you're on your fucking own. And he is by day a stunt driver for Bryan Cranston, who is in this movie, who is connected to this mob boss played by Albert Brooks, who you don't know by name, but you know him by voice. The tiger from Dr. Dolittle.
Tiger from Dr. Dolittle.
Or okay, no, that didn't immediately do it. You ever go mad without power? It's boring. Nobody listens to it.
Oh, yeah.
That's
okay,
Albert
yeah,
Brooks. So this movie was.
You should have, Justin. Come on, you should have led with
I
that
know,
one.
I was gonna, but then I thought it'd be funnier to lead with the tiger.
It's been, to be fair, in your defense, it's been years since years. I remember the dog because he's Norm Macdonald.
Norm Macdonald, yeah, that's impressive that you remember that. No, I was expecting. I knew that you would remember. It's boring. Nobody listens to you. So it's really weird.
You ever gone mad without power? It's boring. Nobody listens to you.
Look, man, it's not Albert Brooks' fault, but there are points in this where I got pulled out because I just kept hearing it's boring. No one listens to you. But the Ryan Gosling meets and connects with a woman who lives in his building, played by Carey Mulligan, who has a young Hispanic son, and her husband is in jail, and suddenly her husband gets out of jail, and her husband is played by Oscar Isaac, and he comes back home, and the character doesn't have a name. They just call him the driver. So the driver finds him, and Oscar Isaac reveals that he's being blackmailed by this gang in prison, and they want their money back, and they beat him up. So so Ryan Gosling agrees to help him do this one job, which goes wrong, and Oscar Isaac gets killed, and it turns out that what looked like it was a simple snatch and grab, it turns out that one of the gangsters, played by Ron Perlman, basically he was going after this guy who had gotten too big for his britches and had stolen $10 million and was keeping it in this pawn shop, and they stole the $10 million or whatever. And then the back half of the movie just kind of becomes people killing each other. The Oscar Isaac gets killed, so Ryan Gosling goes after this mob for like revenge on his behalf or whatever to try and settle it once and for all. Bryan Cranston ends up getting killed in the crossfire, and it's someone described, like one of the reviews I saw described it as like the perfect art house film, which should signal to you that it is
boring as fuck.
Boring as fuck. The only part of it that the parts of it that aren't boring are,
and pretentious.
Yeah, are the parts where it gets violent. And don't get me wrong, it gets violent, but the violence is so far and few in between, and it's not terribly exciting. So it's just kind of boring. And like Ryan Gosling's portrayal of this character is flat as cardboard. It's just the character has no personality, and I get that that's what they're going for, but like, I know Ryan Gosling has more charisma than this, and this character has none, and it just makes it hard to connect with the character, and his relationship with the girl is really stilted and awkward, and it feels like that's by design and it's by intention. And there's just a lot of like slow motion like there's a bit where he like he's stunt driving for this guy, and they give him a realistic mask. And so there's a bit later on where he steals it, and he just stands in a window to intimidate a guy, and it goes on for like ever of him just standing there staring with this creepy mask on. And it's like, it's not very
creepy.
Interesting. Yeah, and all of the performances are so bland. Bland is the word I would use. It's just not. The driving wasn't exceptionally interesting. Like the action wasn't like the only really character I liked in this was Bryan Cranston, and that's because he's Bryan Cranston. Like, yeah, it's not very exciting, not very interesting. There's nothing really all that interesting about it to tell you, apart from the fact that Ryan Gosling is in it, and he's kind of boring, and this is well received for some reason, and I don't understand why.
He drives.
He does drive. He drives a car.
I drive.
I remember this was one of those movies that, for whatever reason, my friend made me go. The one friend who used to make me go to movies, she made me go to this for some reason, and I remember not liking it the first time I watched it because I was like, this is really dull. And she did that you just don't get it thing. And also at the time I was going through a thing in my personal life that I just wasn't there for this. And like I was like, okay, now I'm there for this. I'm trying to focus on this, and I'm doing one of those. There's just long, quiet, introspective, selective scenes that are just quiet. I'm like falling asleep. It's so fucking boring. Yeah, it did nothing for me. Car shit wasn't good. I just want to power through this so I can get to the good shit, because there's good shit coming. This was not good shit. This was dull shit. It's not even like it was bad shit. Like I prefer bad shit. It's okay. As a person doing this, I prefer bad shit, because bad shit turns into good shorts or good videos. This isn't good enough for that, and that bothers me more than anything. I'm like, this was so nothing that I can't even turn it into anything. That's how nothing this was.
Yeah, well, for me, that depends on if I'm watching it for this or if I'm watching it for my personal life.
I would not watch.
Like
this
if I'm
for my
watching,
personal life.
no, but I'm saying like in terms of like if it being generic and being fine, like if I'm watching it just for me, like then it being just okay is
fine.
I'd rather
Yeah,
it
exactly.
be I'd rather that than
be
it being
actively
bad.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I know what you mean.
But if I'm watching it for content, yeah, it being bad means there's going to be more
There's
content.
gonna be more content. It's way better if it's like I saw another reviewer say this once, but it was the truth. Like, I'd much rather it be truly bad, because then at least I felt something.
Well, then I have something to talk about.
Yeah, I felt nothing for this. It was just like a lot of like art house style cinematography that's just depending on the context works for me, but like I to be fair, I like high school art house films, independent movies, so like it depends on the art house film. This just did not get me. Did not grab me. That's it. That's Drive. Boring.
You did not care for The Godfather.
No, I did care for the
okay.
Godfather.
No, you did not care for The Godfather.
Oh, if this is the Godfather in this.
This is The
context,
Godfather.
okay,
This
then
is
no,
that's the reference.
I did not.
Because it's a snooty art house thing that you're not
that's
fond
fair.
of.
No, that's fair.
So my first have not seen. That's right. I'm a heathen who has never seen this movie before, but now I have, and one day Justin will too.
Jordan, if this podcast drops below 30 miles an hour, everything is going to explode.
50. It's 50 miles per hour.
No, see, ours that's what makes us different. It's that's a different speed. This is speed 3, internet speed.
Nope. This is speed 1.
I mean the movie we're making is speed 3. Internet speed. They made speed 2, which is speed on a boat. Speed 3 is internet speed. You think I'm joking? Speed 2 is speed on a boat.
No, I know you're not joking. I know that there's a sequel.
It's speed on a boat.
I just don't remember. I didn't actually bother to look like if any of the original cast comes back.
I believe so. I believe Keanu Reeves comes back.
Cruise Control.
Yeah, speed on a boat.
That's Sandra Bullock comes back.
First one is speed on
Willem Dafoe is in it.
The first one is speed on a bus. Second one is speed on a
about what's his name? Neo coming back. Yeah, no. The only returning character that I can see anyways is Sandra Bullock.
Really? Keanu Reeves doesn't come back for the second one?
Nope.
Huh. Interesting.
So clearly it's her who gets stuck on another speeding thing that has a bomb.
Yeah, boat. It's a
Yes.
speedboat.
No, I know, but what the thing is doesn't really matter. Point being that she was the thing that was on the thing that was a bomb before, and then she comes back and is on another thing that has a bomb.
That's a shame.
Like, clearly she's the X Factor. Anyway, Speed 1 is really good.
Yeah.
I had a really good time with this, a really enjoyable time with this.
Dennis Hopper.
Salmon skin roll.
Dennis Hopper's the bad guy.
Oh yeah, no, he's fantastic. Also, Jeff Daniels is in this one too.
Is he really?
Yep.
Oh.
Yep, he is.
Yeah, the only reason why I know that Dennis Hopper is in it because that's often the joke is he did the one good movie. Dennis Hopper did Speed. In order to counterbalance making Speed, he had to go off and make the Super Mario Brothers movie. Dennis Hopper is as King Koopa in the Super Mario movie.
Oh my God, he is. That's why he looked familiar.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, that explains so much. That's why he looks so fucking familiar.
Yeah, it's true. He was King Koopa in the Super Mario Brothers movie.
So yeah. Anyways, Jeff Daniels is Keanu Reeves' partner.
Wait, is Sandra Bullock Keanu Reeves' partner?
No, she's a civilian.
Oh, she's the love interest.
Yeah, more or less.
Do they do a big kiss?
Yeah, I believe that's how the movie actually ends.
With Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock doing a big kiss? Is it like it must be a young Sandra Bullock.
Yeah. Youngish. Screeches to a halt in front of a tour van. Jack and Annie emerge unscathed and share a kiss as onlookers watching amazement.
They do a big kiss. Is this after the? Is this before? Wait, sorry. What year did this come out?
This came out. Look at me, Justin. Right in the eyes. This came out in 1994.
1994. So this is pre The Matrix.
I think so.
This is when
came out. Yeah. This came out June 7th, 1994 in Hollywood, and June 10th, 1994 in the rest of the United States.
Because obviously Keanu Reeves went through his period of like nobody took him seriously. He was Ted from Bill and Ted, and then he went through a renaissance where everyone's like, he's an action guy now. And
yeah, he's definitely
not
Ted in this. So.
I thought that started with The
Let's
Matrix,
bring
but
up.
I guess not. I guess it did because The Matrix is 1999. This is.
Let's bring up his filmography.
I know. Around this time, he did. I'm pretty sure he did Point Break. I'm almost entirely positive he was in Point Break. Although I might be thinking of someone else.
Keanu Reeves.
Well, yes, they drive a bus.
Filmography.
That's what makes it that's what attaches it to cars.
Filmography. That's not useful to me. I guess we're going IMDb. Oh yeah. Also, about for the record, John Hughes only directed 8 movies.
Really?
He wrote a lot. He was a major writer. He's written done writing.
So I guess for your eighth
on
one,
or for like 56.
So for the ninth one, you're just gonna have to pick one he wrote.
Or something like that, yeah. Sorry, we're going back. Is this in timeline order? I'm assuming it is.
Speed. Do they do speed at all in the movie?
Huh.
Do they
Batman
ever
and
do
DC League a superhero? No, they do not do the drug Speed, Justin.
Oh, yes, he was. He was Batman in that animated DC League of Super Pets movie.
So the first thing that he was in was one episode of Hanging In, Coca-Cola, Coke is it? Night Heat, Letting Go, Comedy Factory, One Step Away, Young Blood, yada 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 yada. Where's Speed?
Speed should be
Babes
right
in-
before The Matrix. 2 years before the Matrix. 3 years before The Matrix. Matrix
What
should be
year did that come out in?
1999.
1999.
Matrix came out in 1999.
Yeah, so 1991 he did Bogus Journeys. So 1990, on the year you were born, he did Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures, which was a show,
He was in the show?
apparently.
Really?
He was in a show.
Huh.
He was also on one episode of the Tracy Ullman show.
I know
so
that
that's interesting.
I know that they attempted to make a Bill and Ted show. I didn't realize that he was in it. I could have sworn they recast. I guess not. Clearly not.
It shows up on his filmography.
But anyway,
Here we are. Matrix 1999, Speed. So in between Speed, so he does Speed in 94. Before Speed, he does Little Buddha.
oh,
And after Speed, he does Johnny Mnemonic. Mnemonic?
right, Johnny Mnemonic. Yeah.
Mnemonic?
I've read that.
Anyways,
I've read that.
Yeah, Speed. Speed is really good. I had a great time with it. Also,
High energy, high octane kind of movie, roller coaster kind of movie.
I don't know miles per hour, so I actually had to do a conversion to.
How much
kind of
is
get
70
an idea.
70 miles? No, so you said 50 miles per hour?
50
Well,
miles per hour.
Let me guess.
is-
Let me guess. 80 kilometers per hour. No.
That is correct.
Oh, really?
Nope,
80.
you had
Okay.
it.
I was gonna say 100. That was gonna be my
Nope.
80 miles. 80. It's okay. I mean that's fast. That's high.
That's fast when he's going through a city.
yeah. That's highway
When
speeds.
they're going through the city, that's highway speeds.
That's highway speeds. Yeah, that's highway speeds.
That's fast enough that like imagine driving down our main street here going at
80 kilometers an hour. Yeah. No.
in a bus.
In a school bus, that'd be very dangerous. But
Not
like,
just like a city bus.
the
That's
one
even
thing
more
about
bulky.
about movies from that era though is like like car stunts, you have to do them.
I mean, it was
practically.
practical, I'm
It's
pretty
all-
sure.
It's all practical. That's the one thing about a lot of these movies. Of like, man, this is practical. This
I mean,
is
the
practically
only
done.
part which I don't believe that they actually did, and they must have had some Hollywood trickery because, MythBusters proved that it's literally impossible. Is they did not jump the bus over like 50, what was it, 50 meters or something like that.
No.
They
Bus
did
could
not do that.
Bus could not do that. Bus couldn't get fast enough, or it's way and is way too heavy. Wait, did they actually do an episode of MythBusters where they
And they
tested
did, yeah.
that?
That's why I know about Speed. That's why I recognize that scene because there was an episode of MythBusters where they tested whether that was
That's
possible,
hilarious.
whether the scene from Speed was possible, and
That's
it's no,
so funny.
it's
No,
it's very
not.
much not.
No.
It
Defies the laws of
when
physics.
they at fastest speed when they took it off a jump, it got like 5 feet and then plummeted.
Of course, because it's heavy.
Something like that. It's heavy,
It's
and
heavy.
you can't get it fast
Yeah,
enough.
you can't get it fast. You have to get it way faster in order for it to make that kind of distance.
So
Cars
it
can't
had
really
a
jump
budget.
as far as they make it look in movies.
As
Like a
Hollywood
bus.
makes it look,
Yeah.
no.
Let alone a bus,
Gravity pretty immediately pulls it back down to Earth.
right?
It had a budget. It was between 30 to 37 million, and its box office. Oh boy, Justin, do you want to take a stab at
Tripled
guessing
it.
what its
It
box
tripled its
office
budget.
was? It was 350.4
There's a reason they made
million.
it, and that's a lot in 1994 money.
Absolutely, that's a lot.
There's a reason why they made a second one. They've never made a third. Although allegedly they're making. I don't know if it's a third one or a remake, but they're bringing Speed back. There was something
Interesting.
about something involving Speed coming back. I don't know. And it was gonna somehow involve Keanu Reeves. They're gonna bring back Keanu Reeves for it.
All I know is that I had a great time with this. I like this. I would actually, I would recommend it.
Excellent.
And it's
Excellent.
on, and it's on streaming. I'm
I
pretty
love
sure
it.
this one was on, pretty sure this one was on Disney Plus.
Wait, so okay, that's it. That's it
That's it for Speed.
for Speed. So my next one. So what's interesting is funny. I started off watching.
And then I have one more, which will go much faster.
Um, so my next one is Days of Thunder, starring Tom Cruise. And,
No relation to Days of Future Past.
no relation to that. And a much better movie, significantly better movie. I first started watching this on Netflix, but it was hard to understand because it's got Robert Duvall and he's got a really thick Southern accent, and the audio mixing was bad, so I was having trouble understanding what he was saying. And for whatever reason, Netflix didn't have English subtitles. It had like every other language imaginable, but it did not have English subtitles. And I was like, what the fuck? But thankfully, this is also on Paramount Plus, so I switched over to Paramount Plus. And Paramount Plus did have subtitles. Also, I meant to do this rant last week. I'm going to do this rant now. Crave, you are on my shit list. Because Crave, when I'm paying you $20+ a month, I don't want to watch ads on my shit. I'm paying you money for there not to be ads. So when I click on a thing that's like the CTV free thing, it should automatically recognize that I'm a paying customer, and it should automatically skip the ads. The fact that I'm watching ad breaks, I'm watching 6 to 7 ad breaks on a fucking movie when I'm paying you people is fucking atrocious, and you should be fucking ashamed of yourselves. No other streaming service does this. Get your shit together, Crave. Get your shit together. Put it in a knapsack. Get all your shit, and put it in that
Bundle
I don't
Get
care.
it together.
I don't care what you do. You just have to get it together. Get your shit together. Days of Thunder. This movie's really good. It's legit. It's really I wasn't expecting much from it going into it. So it's basically Robert Duvall is a mechanic / pit captain or whatever for this particular guy. And Randy Quaid goes to him and is like, you should do racing again because you're really good at it. And Robert Duvall's like, I don't want to do racing again because the last guy that did racing for me died. And they find Tom Cruise. And Tom Cruise is a young upstart driver who's arrogant and whatnot. And they bring him on. And initially, he doesn't know what he's doing because he knows nothing about NASCAR. And Robert Duvall keeps saying all of this lingo and Tom Cruise is like, I don't know what any of this means. And they eventually develop a bond, like a father-son bond. And this movie is basically Top Gun, but with cars. It's made by the same people.
Is that a bad thing?
Only if you don't like Top Gun. If you don't like Top Gun, you're not really jived by this. But it's made by the same people. It's produced by Jerry Bruckheimer and directed by the same guy. It stars Tom Cruise. There's instead of Val Kilmer, he's friends with Michael. His gay relationship is with Michael Rooker. Initially, he starts off, he doesn't like Michael Rooker, but him and Michael Rooker, Michael Rooker, Michael Rooker, by the way, if you don't know him by name, is Yondu from Guardians of the Galaxy.
I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
Yeah, that's Michael Rooker. Initially, him and Tom Cruise like rival racers, and then they get into a big old car crash, and while they're recovering, they become friends or whatever. And Tom Cruise makes a full recovery, but he crashed a car, so he gets back in the car and he's scared now because he crashed a car, and
I definitely can't relate to that at all.
and Michael Rooker, he can't get medically cleared because he's got like a brain injury of some sort, and so he asks Tom Cruise to drive his car to maintain his sponsors, but Tom Cruise can't do it because his confidence has been shaken. And every time and this is where that I don't know enough about NASCAR to talk about this comes in, but I'm going to ask the question anyway. Surely NASCAR has rules, right?
One would think.
So
yes.
like a huge part of this movie is
them trying to murder each other.
Carrie Elwes shows up. Dr. Gordon from Jigsaw shows up as Randy Quaid sets up another racing team that he also owns, but it's a rival racing team to Tom Cruise, and he keeps trying to like crash into Tom Cruise. Like he's like, yeah, man, I don't think he should have come back, and if he does catch up to me, I'm gonna ram him into the wall. And he like keeps trying to ram him into the wall and crash him and cause him to have a big spin out. But like that feels like that should be against the rules. Like especially because you could kill somebody if you did that. That feels like if you ram somebody into the wall and they crash and become seriously injured, that feels like you should be liable to that. It feels like
certainly
that should
disqualified.
be right. It feels like that should be against the rules.
Like
shouldn't it?
I don't know about liable, because I feel like in order to join this high stakes, this high
You'd
octane
have to
competition,
sign a waiver.
you would probably have to sign a waiver. But certainly, you would think that one of the rules in the labor, like one of the things in the thing that you're signing, would be like that you're agreeing to adhere to certain rules and conditions
Right.
to be able to compete.
One of those
And
rules
if you break those rules and conditions, you are disqualified.
right, like one of those rules being you're not allowed to like if an accident happens and you accidentally crash,
That's
like,
different.
Because like the one thing I've learned is like these movies made points about shit that I've never even really thought about. Like obviously when you're doing in some cases in the Gran Turismo movie, the big climax is they're doing a 24-hour race. If you're racing at 200 miles an hour, your tires are gonna burn. So like, and if you burn your tires, they're gonna melt and you're gonna slip out and you're gonna skid. And that's what happens in this movie. He runs his car too hard, so he melts his tires.
Yeah, that's why they have pit stops.
Right, exactly. And shit like that I've never really put much mind to. But yeah, I was like, wait, surely like this movie also makes it look like, and I don't watch enough NASCAR to know if this is true or not, but like in almost every race, there's like a 5-6 car pileup randomly that he has to navigate his way through. And I'm like, surely in like non-movie context, when it comes to NASCAR, crashes are rare, right? Movies like this
I
make
would
them
have
seem
to,
like they're
yeah, I would have to
frequent,
assume.
right? Right?
I would assume that in regular NASCAR races that you don't see them that often, because I mean, how do you raise the stakes in a movie like this other than having a
You
bunch
have
of
a crash,
crashes,
exactly.
right?
Exactly. And it is otherwise a fairly like by the numbers sports drama movie, but it's good. Like Tom Cruise is really good. He's charismatic, and the only bit is he's charismatic when he's with the dudes, but
The dude.
dudes there's more than one dude. Oh yeah, also
No, Justin. There's only one dude.
um
He's played by Jeff
he's
Bridges.
played by Jeff Bridges. John C. Reilly is also in this. He's the son of the driver who died. He's also in Tom Cruise's pit crew. But whenever he's with Guy, there's quite a funny bit where they've won the big race, one of the big races or whatever, and they convince I think it's a stripper. Pretty sure it's a stripper. But they play a prank on Tom Cruise where they get the truck gets pulled over and he effectively gets molested by a lady cop. And so he when he's in the hospital getting checked out, he thinks because the doctor is super pretty, he thinks that it's another prank. And so she comes in and he like puts her hand on his groin or whatever, and he's like, I know what you're here for. And Robert Duvall's like they're all dying laughing. And Robert Duvall's like, dude, I wouldn't play a prank on you in such a serious situation. And so later on he has to like but it's she's played by, the weird part is do you know who Nicole Kidman is by name?
I know the name.
Oh, the only thing
I think she was in that witch movie that I watched.
Yes, she's also in the Golden Compass. She is the blonde. What's her face?
Oh yeah, Mrs. Coulter.
Yeah, Mrs. Coulter. She's Mrs. Coulter in the Golden Compass movie. She's from Australia. She's Australian. I don't know if you know that.
Really?
Yeah, she's Australian.
She is. Yeah.
So in this movie, she's got her Australian accent, and it was weird. It took me like way too long to realize it was Nicole Kidman. I was like, oh, that's Nicole Kidman with an Australian accent. That's weird. And her and Tom Cruise are supposed to be a romantic couple. And like Tom Cruise and any woman, their chemistry, in my opinion, is terrible. It's just not good.
Oh, right. She was also in Just Go With It.
Yes, she was. Yes, but yeah, she's the rival. What's her face is Jennifer Aniston's rival, friend, whatever that they're trying to.
And she's in Paddington.
Yes, she is. She's the evil chick from Paddington.
She's been in a lot of
But
things.
anyway, her and Tom
Very
Cruise's
popular actress.
Her and Tom Cruise's chemistry is bad. Like there's a scene where they're in bed together post.
Coitus.
Thank you. Oh my god, they're in bed together post coitus. Thank you. And it's just the scene goes on for fucking ever, and it's awful, and it's like not hot. It's just awkward, and their back and forth is not very good. But like, yeah, this was the one where I'm like, yeah, the watching them drive is not very interesting because it's like full shot of the car, full shot of the back of the car, medium close up of the car, and then cut to Tom Cruise wearing a helmet, and you can barely see his face. And it's just not very. But for the most part, but by the end of it, the chemistry between Tom Cruise and Robert Duvall have amazing chemistry in this movie. It's so good. And like by the end of this movie, you're so invested in him succeeding and winning that you don't even notice that the racing doesn't look in my opinion, doesn't look exceptionally great. Robert Duvall is so good in this. I always joke and say he's the guy you get when Robert De Niro isn't available. R.I.P. He passed away. R.I.P. But I think this is the most I've ever seen him smile in a movie ever. Like he smiles and is joking. His back and forth with Tom Cruise is honestly really good. There's a really funny. Do you know that Tom Cruise runs weird? Have we ever joked about that? How Tom Cruise can't run?
I think so.
Yeah. We when we saw in our personal lives when we watched Mission Impossible: Ghost Protocol, I know we made fun of the fact that he runs like this. Well, really funny. There's several really funny bits where Robert that feel improvised. That feel unscripted, where Robert Duvall's like, I could beat you in a race, and Robert Duvall goes to like run and like is outrunning Tom Cruise, and they're both like the final shot of the movie is both of them in a foot race running, and they both run like total morons. It's delightful.
Like
it's
goofballs.
So good, yeah. And this was one of those ones where, like you just said with Speed, was a genuine surprise. Like this was one of those ones that I've seen in lists of like greatest movies of all time, of like best movies, where I'm like
heard that it was as good.
Yeah, and you're like, surely this can't be. Yeah, exactly. You're like, surely I don't like NASCAR movies. So like surely I'm not gonna dig this. And there were several moments where I nearly cut it. Like I nearly cut it for Gran Turismo, and I nearly swapped it for Gran Turismo. And I'm so glad I didn't, because I had so much fun with this, and it definitely made me reevaluate my like of it. Maybe I will watch a NASCAR race once just for fun. Like it definitely had. Yeah, I was surprised by how much I liked it. And that it's the kind of movie that makes me go like, I wouldn't have watched this if I didn't do this, and it makes me glad that I do this, because I would never have watched it if I didn't do this. And because I do this, I get to see shit that I would never.
It gives me the excuse to do it.
To see and do shit that I would never normally get to do. Yeah, it's pretty cool. That's it.
To watch things, yeah.
That is.
So, my last have not seen.
Yes.
Is Gone in 60 Seconds.
You know, it's really funny. Before you get into this, there were certain ones I went through, and I went, I'm not gonna add this, because I need to leave ones that I know Jordan's heard of that he can pick. And I was going to do Gone in 60 Seconds, but I went, I know that Jordan will know Gone in 60 Seconds by name. I did that, and I did it for Gran Turismo, which is why I was surprised you didn't pick Gran Turismo. And I wasn't surprised when I saw that this was on your list, because I'm like, I know Jordan's heard of Gone in 60 Seconds.
It's one of those where it's like, I've heard the name.
You've heard of it, but you've never seen it, right? You've heard the name?
I've never seen it. Like, I know of it. But
Same.
Like, you know,
I didn't know that Nicolas Cage was in it. That's for sure.
What I didn't know is this is a loose remake.
Yes, I did know that. That I did know.
Didn't know that.
This gets compared to. It's funny that we talked about.
You could have watched the 1974.
That is true. This was, I think, again, this is contemporarily comparable to the Italian Job, and it's a similar situation of, yes, it's also a remake, but this is a case of, I think from what I've heard, this movie's better than the original. From what I've heard,
I can't speak to that, but what I can say is it's. You know how you were like, well, I don't know, I was more gonna say, like, you know how with Cars you kept going like, it's fine, yeah, it's fine in that like negative way. That's how I would say this. It's fine. Like it's not very good.
It's all right. It's not breaking new ground. It's not doing anything.
It's a pretty standard Nicolas Cage movie.
From what I can ascertain, it sounds like it's a pretty paint by numbers heist movie.
It's a pretty standard Nicolas Cage movie.
I don't know because I didn't hear any Nicolas Cage screaming. If you don't get at least one Nicolas Cage scream, it's not a worthwhile Nicolas
but
Cage experience.
but it's 2000 Nicolas Cage.
The Rage Cage. He's not bringing the Rage Cage.
It's before he's known for the Rage Cage. He's still kind of subdued.
2000s Nicolas Cage is absolutely known for the Rage Cage. 2000s Nicolas Cage brings you Face Off. It brings you fucking Con Air. Like it is absolutely peak crazy.
So this movie, basically, Cold Notes version, his quote unquote younger brother, who I still maintain looks nothing like him, has a weird accent compared
Ribsy,
to him.
He said was his brother.
Yeah.
All right. Older brother or younger brother though?
That's supposed to. He's Nicolas Cage is supposed to be the older brother.
Okay. I do buy him. I
don't because they don't have the same accent. Why do they have different accents?
It depends. Well, it depends. Okay. Series of questions. Have they lived together recently?
It's been. I think it's supposed to have been like 5 years.
Okay, 5 years is unbelievable. You do adopt. Here's what I will say. You do adopt the accent of where you live. So if and this is
not that big of a difference.
What? Hold on. This is me making excuses for a bad movie. But what I will say is yes, absolutely you do. The aforementioned friend moved to Britain and now has a British accent. It happens. So and I'm not saying this happened. I'm just saying like a plausible explanation for that is and I'm not saying it is, but a plausible explanation could be that Giovanni Ribisi has been living in the deep south for 5 years and Nicolas Cage hasn't been, and he's just picked up a Texan accent. I'm not saying this is the case. I'm just saying that is the perfectly reasonable explanation that I could offer for that.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, if you want to be like physically, they don't really look alike.
There's that.
I can't dispute that. I've seen more. I've seen more.
For me, it's the combination.
I'm not gonna say that I don't see what you mean because I absolutely know what Giovanni Ribisi looks like.
It's not it's not what makes me go like.
It's not a brother partnership that I automatically would be like, no, definitely not.
It doesn't ruin it for me or anything, but it definitely I look at them and I'm like even if they had a line where it was like, oh. The Paul Giovanni or whatever character, Giovanni Ribisi. Even if they had a line where it was like, "Oh, he was a childhood friend who my mother took in,"
he's adopted,
and he's essentially my brother.
He's my
right,
stepbrother.
like we're brother in every way other than blood. Then at that point, I could be like, okay, that make or like. We were in a gang, whatever, whatever. Yeah, like anything like that.
Any number, he was adopted.
Be enough.
Any number one of those combinations of things
would be enough for me. But just I don't see them as brothers.
Having not seen it, I can't say as to whether or not in the movie it's believable. What I'm saying is, in real life, I could believe it, but I didn't see the movie. So you said Gone in 60 Seconds. Once you said it was about car thieves, the title makes sense now.
Yeah, so basically,
I think it was this guy from
Ted.
Job is good.
Guy from Ted, is Ribsy or whatever. He and his crew of friends, have been stealing cars for the Ninth Doctor.
Hey, to be fair, he's not just the guy from Ted. He's also that guy from My Name Is Earl, as well as Phoebe's half brother.
Yeah, but I'm trying to say the thing that I think people will know him from.
What? People? Yeah, fair.
The most people.
I feel like Friends.
My Name Is Earl. My Name Is Earl is a good one.
Friends. He's Phoebe's half brother Frank from Friends. I feel like that's just
no,
he's not.
He's not as well known for that though.
But I don't know that I would qualify him as being well known for. Anyway.
More than I would for Friends.
Friends fans are very
more
specific.
relevant. More recent.
I don't know. I think it's debatable. But
anyway, not the point.
This movie's bad.
Again, bad is it's paid by numbers. Yeah. It's standard.
It sounded paid by numbers. Like when I was listening to you watch it
checking boxes.
Paid by numbers. Yes,
it's not reinventing the wheel.
But is there
to say it's bad? I don't know.
Jordan,
bad.
Could we pull an entire episode on heist movies?
Could we not?
I'd like to be able
I
to.
don't like heists.
I know, neither do I. But surely there's one of these
So
that breaks the mold.
why would we do that to ourselves?
To prove that at least one of these is good.
I'm
Surely
good.
one of these has to be good.
No, I'm good.
Or do we just
I'd
continue
rather
to do one?
anyway.
Well, I was
Anyway,
gonna say, do we continue to do one heist movie for an episode until we
I
finally
think
find
that's
one
it.
that's good?
I think that's as much as I can handle.
Because yeah, they're just not. I'm yet to see one
Gone
that
in
I
60
like.
seconds. So, Ribsy is stealing cars for the Ninth Doctor, and
Christopher Eccleston.
accidentally and act. Yes, that's what I said. The Ninth Doctor,
Some people might
um,
not know who that is.
and lead him. I mean, if you know who Christopher Eccleston is and you don't know him as the Ninth Doctor, then you don't
Hey,
know that who Christopher
there
Eccleston
could
is.
be some really like hardcore GI Joe fans who are like Destro
No,
from GI Joe. You don't
no,
know.
there,
Don't
no,
judge
there's
people.
no, Justin, just no. Um,
It could happen.
Stealing cars for the Ninth Doctor, and brings the police to him. Ninth Doctor is and the police impound all of the cars. Ninth Doctor is understandably pissed off. Forces prolific former car thief Nicolas Cage to come back and rescue his brother, and agree to, in 72 hours, steal 50 luxury vehicles in one night.
That's a lot of
Um,
vehicles.
yeah, I think it was, no, maybe it was, he has, I
No,
think it
I'm
was
not
like
questioning the number. I just there's an
no,
objectively a large amount of vehicles to steal.
the number is right. I'm just like, because I know there was the countdown for 72 hours, but like they also stole the cars. I think it was like they had one day to plan, one day to do it, and then one day to deliver all of the cars.
I
So
just
like they steal it all in one night.
off this premise, I'm
Um,
like Nicolas Cage doesn't sound right for this.
no, that's what I said.
Like he doesn't sound right for this. Just based on its description, he does not sound right for this
No.
character.
Also, Angelina Jolie is also there.
And is she the love interest?
Kind of. Yeah, I think supposed to be. I don't know.
Yeah,
That
no, he
movie.
just doesn't
I,
seem.
I watched this movie twice because I fell asleep through the first time, and I still could barely give you any
That's fair.
real
It sounds
concrete.
bad. It sounds, but like,
It
yeah,
just is very boring.
I could hear him doing the heist movie thing, and it's just like, yeah, in order to be the leader of a crew for a heist, you have to have a certain kind of charisma, and I just don't think Nicolas Cage has that. I just don't. He's got a particular
No,
kind
well,
of charisma.
especially
He's got an unhinged. But to be fair, his most famous role that people know him for is Castor Troy, and he's a criminal
he's
mastermind.
a criminal
Yeah,
mastermind
exactly. So, that requires. But he's psycho in that, and that has a different kind.
Yeah,
of,
well, there's that, and for me, part of the problem for me here is, because he's a retired car
Oh, is it
thief.
really one of those one
Half
last job and then
Oh,
kind of movies?
absolutely. He's doing
Yeah.
the thing so basically he's only doing it because Christopher Eccleston is threatening both his
One,
brother and mother with
yeah,
violence.
one last job to set the.
So it's basically like, yeah, you do this,
And
the
then,
slate will be wiped
and
clean,
then at the end of the movie,
and
Christopher Eccleston's like, "Nah, J.K. pal."
pretty much,
Yeah,
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 where he's like,
exactly.
no,
Yeah.
you disrespected me. You think I'm gonna let that
You
stand?
don't need to just walk away from this. You're gonna work for me until the day you die, and then they killed Christopher Eccleston.
I mean, no, they tried to kill Christopher Eccleston, and it wasn't so much a "you'll do this to the day you die." It's "you've done this today you die."
Today's the day you die.
Um,
You've done this, and today's the day
you've
that
done
you
it,
die.
and now is when you die. Um, Meanwhile, there's also the two detectives, the one who let Cage go back in the day, and like has regretted it ever since. So he's like on the case and hounding. And then it gets to the end, and he gets mixed up in it all, and Nicolas Cage ends up like they working together to take down the real bad guy. And then he's like, Cage. That's not actually the character's name, but I don't remember the character's
Who
name.
cares?
Memphis. I think the character's name is
Who cares what the
Memphis.
character's name is? I know
But
the
he's like,
comments always give
Cage.
us shit for not remembering the character name. Who cares?
Cage.
Cage.
Um,
Nicolas Cage. Nick
Get out,
Cage.
get out of here. Well, before I change my mind. Go on, get. And then he does, and
It's funny. That's
yes.
another one. I want to do another pick an actor. It's funny when I watched because you also watched this for the show. But remember the movie where he plays himself?
Where who plays it? You mean Nicolas Cage?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah. I did that for the show.
After
yeah.
I watched that for the show, I was like, I want to do a Nicolas Cage pick an actor episode, and I might have to watch this.
But yeah, that's gone in 60 seconds. It took a little longer for 60 seconds for this to be
So
gone.
here's the
But,
question, though, Jordan, before we move on. If they made a sequel, would it be called Gone in 120 Seconds or Gone
No,
in
it'd be
2
gone.
minutes?
No, it'd be gone in 30 seconds.
Oh, we're halving the time. Not
We're
30
halving the
minutes.
speed because he has less time to get it done.
That makes sense. No, that makes sense.
Also, they have, it's funny, and I will not read all of them, but they actually have a list here, which makes sense because they were using a list to steal each of the cars. But they have a list here of all of the cars that were stolen.
Wow, all 50 of the luxury cars?
All 50 of the luxury cars.
Give me the top 3.
Top 3, I'll give you the top 5. Top 5. Number 1 is a 1999 Aston Martin DB7.
Yes, the Aston Martin. Yeah, that makes sense. That's the car that James Bond drives.
Number 2 is a 1962 Aston Martin DB1.
Another Aston Martin.
Number 3 is a 1999 Bentley Homage.
Ooh, a Bentley.
Armage. Homage. AMAGE.
All right.
The 4th one is a 1999 Bentley Azure.
Okay.
5th one is a 1964 Bentley Continental.
I gotta love that Bentley. All right, Jordan, is there anything else you have to say about?
And the 50th one is a Volvo V70R.
Oh, Volvo's a nice car. So is that it for Gone in 60 Seconds? Are you gone, and has it been 60 seconds?
I mean, I think it's been at least 60 seconds.
All right. Jordan, the final movie of... Jordan, give me the final movie of the week song.
Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da.
So that's just the final countdown. You're just singing the final countdown. Jordan, we both know that's not the final...
It's the final movie.
All right. Okay, that's fine. My final movie is honestly it's another fucking Stephen King, but our boy Steve King, Jordan, Stephen King. But this one,
the Stephen King.
Oh man, this is an excellent movie to end on. Nice lighthearted affair. This is Maximum Overdrive.
I feel like that was sarcasm.
It was. Directed and written. The only movie that Stephen King ever directed. Directed and written by Stephen King. It is a cocaine-fueled nightmare. I mean,
that sounds like Stephen King.
Well, I mean that literally because apparently Stephen King said that he was on cocaine the whole time he made the movie.
Of course he was.
Several of the actors on the movie could not confirm that he was on cocaine the entire movie, but they did say that he was absolutely wasted the whole movie. And when you see the movie, it makes utter sense. So this stars Emilio Estevez, and it's a pretty once again, the word of the week, the phrase of the week is paint by numbers, but it is a very paint by numbers zombie movie. It is basically 28 days later, not 28 days later, Night of the Living Dead, except the twist is,
Whoa. Maybe people don't want to know the twist.
no, I mean, this is the plot of the thing.
Oh.
The difference is that instead of it being human zombies, what it is a comet. The movie in bulk text tells us this at the beginning of the movie, that a comet has passed by Earth, and the Earth is in the comet's trail, and this comet's trail has caused every bit of technology to come to life. So not just cars have come to life, but all technology has come to life, and it has murderous intent and wants to kill humans.
So basically, the Allspark flew over the planet.
A little bit. So the movie opens with Stephen King, a guy played by Stephen King, going to take money out of the ATM, and the ATM is...
So he self-inserted himself into his own movie?
Well, in his defense, though, it's a cameo. It's not an actual character. The character's name is Man at ATM. So, like, but
that's fair.
Right? The ATM is flashing asshole at him. And this thing is fucking super violent in a way that's entertaining. Like, this movie is famously known for being bad. Like, it's one of the worst movies of all time. But it's fun bad. Like, it is super violent. Like, at one point, one of my favorite deaths in this is at one point, this guy goes up to buy soda from a soda machine. and the soda machine just shoots a can at him and shoots the can right through his chest. And so there's a big hole in his chest in the shape of a pop can. It's so funny. There's so many scenes where cars just like turn guys into paste. The main evil truck is the Green Goblin.
I'm sorry, from Spider-Man?
Yeah. He's on the front of the truck is a Green Goblin mask, and it's on the front of the truck. And it's
when did this come out?
This came out in the 80s, like the late. I think it's 86 or something, like late 80s, early 90s.
So.
But it's literally the Wikipedia called it the Green Goblin mask.
That's bizarre. Okay.
You should Google it right now. Google
I can't. I turned my tablet off.
Oh, never mind. I'll show you later then. But yeah, no, it was on Tubi. I watched it on Tubi. It was great.
It was near death.
But yeah, no, it's the Green Goblin. It's the Green Goblin mask. I guess because it's on a toy truck, it's a toy. I don't fucking know. But it's and so like at one point the Green Goblin just runs over a guy. It turns him into paste. And I'm like, don't get me wrong, it's bad. Like when the human characters are acting and interacting, like at one point, a huge chunk of the movie is following like this kid whose dad is one of the aforementioned guys who gets turned into paste. And
it sounds so callous when you say it like that.
He does. He shows
I'm
up.
not saying he doesn't. I'm just saying when you say it like that, it sounds so callous.
He eventually shows up, and one of the guys is just like, yeah, your dad's dead. Moving on, and then they never address it again. The kids, they don't say what happens to the kid. They don't talk about where he goes or what happens to him. And so then eventually, the cars like surround. Again, it's basically a zombie movie. Like you've seen Night of the Living Dead. It's basically Night of the Living Dead where they're all trapped in one location, and the cars are in this case zombies, or in this case cars are all trying to get at them. And like it's just them just kind of hanging out. And when it's them hanging out, it's bad. The acting is bad. Emilio Estevez is in this, and the acting is bad. But there's a point where an army truck shows up. Well, no, first the cars drive into the gas station and destroy it with the bulldozer, and then an army truck shows up and just like uses its gun and just starts shooting at them. And the shoot, like it squibs, so it's physical, so it looks gnarly. Like at one point, one of the girls whose traps goes out and he goes, "You can't fucking do this. We made you. We control you. You can't do this." And she's like this, and it's like bam, 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 bam. She just gets fucking lit up. It's amazing. And they start doing.
Doesn't sound like it's working hard enough to traumatize people, though.
They start doing Morse code.
You know, for a Stephen King thing.
It's more silly than it is scary, but it's trying to be scary. But the cars start. And this is the part where it lost me. Part of the reason why I came out here so late because I had to rewatch the ending because I got confused. I rewatched the last 20 minutes because I got confused because eventually the cars show up and they start honking Morse code at the people, and the kids like I can translate this. I just got my patch in Morse code, and he translates it that the cars want them to put gas in them because they're all slowly running out of gas, and the guy's like, yeah,
no,
fuck them.
Why would we do that?
Yeah, exactly. He's like, we'll just wait for them to slowly die off. And then Emilio Estevez puts gas in them anyway, and there's this big long scene where all of the cars are lined up for miles so we can put gas in them, and he starts to get tired, so he starts to collapse. And I'm like, the movie gives no observable reason for why did you put gas in them?
So does he have like a chip in his brain, which like the robots are using
they're like the cars are
or like a pacemaker inside, which is like corrupting him.
I don't know. Like the cars are like, do this or we'll kill you. But if
I don't do this, you guys will stop and you can't kill me.
Right, but if you kill me, then they can't do it. So there's no value in killing them because without them, they can't fill your tank. And this is the only place you're able to communicate with them because he understands Morse code. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to communicate. And so then it's revealed that 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 the comet is being controlled by aliens, because of course it is. And them controlling the cars is them quote sweeping the planet clean.
The fuck does that mean?
Because the humans are polluting the planet, I guess. I don't know. So they can inhabit it, I guess. I don't know. And they decide that by filling up the cars that they have been enslaved, so they choose to escape to an island. And it's revealed that once the comet leaves Earth's not atmosphere, orbit,
sphere of influence.
At the beginning of the movie, they say that after 7 days, the comet will leave Earth's atmosphere, and the Earth will no longer be caught in its tail, and the radiation that's causing the machines to come alive will stop. So all they need to do is hide out and wait, and all the cars will stop being alive. But the aliens are keeping the thing from leaving Earth's atmosphere. So the Russians, the aliens, basically they get away and they wind up on this island, and there's a wall of text that says that the Russians accidentally blew up the alien spaceship because it just so happened to have lasers and thermonuclear missile on it, and it blew up the UFO, which allowed the comet to leave Earth's atmosphere, and all the machines stop being alive, and everyone lives.
Well, it sounds like everything worked out like it was supposed to.
Right? So ultimately, Jordan, this is not a good movie. Like it's peak 1980s hokey, but it's really funny, and it's really violent, and it's really gory. And like it's funny because apparently there's been 2 attempts to remake this, and they both fell apart. You could totally remake this. And the thing is, it is like, as much as I'm making fun, the technology and the cars killing people is the most fun this movie ever gets, and it's creative. Like that to its absolute strength. You can make this where like you can make a really gruesome, violent, Final Destination style horror movie where cars and stuff. Because yeah, the notion of your car coming to life and killing you theoretically is scary if you do it right. And it's just interesting that I saw 2 attempts from Stephen King to do this, and he did it kind of badly. But you could do this in a way that, in my opinion, could totally work. And it would
theoretically,
be good.
But you walk a fine line where it just becomes Skynet.
Yeah, true. I mean, kind of in like I guess execution, but in setup, it's not really, because it's not a computer that's making them do this.
Yeah,
it's
right. I know
from the comet. So I understand why you would say Skynet, because it's machines attacking you.
I just more meant Skynet insofar the way of the machines murdering people.
But like this was on Tubi, and this was a pretty good time. Like it's not gonna be for everybody, but like if you like camp, it's really campy.
I was gonna say it sounds like a good camp.
Yeah, it's absolutely it's totally worth
good
it.
Camping
if you get
session.
Really drunk or high with a bunch of friends, and you can have a ton of fun watching this. That's it, everybody. That's Cars. We did it. Vroom vroom. We got to the end in our car. Oh, you didn't do it with me. Car. See, there's like 3 Ninja Sex Party fans who watch our show who get that reference, and that's it. And we're
Is
2
it
of
a
them.
boat? No. Is it a car? Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't.
The boys got that much faster than I thought they would.
I drive a car.
I own a car.
Next week, I might be on. I don't know for sure, but I might be on the Average Intelligence podcast talking about Princess Mononoke. I don't want to say it in case it doesn't happen, but it might happen. So I need to watch Princess Mononoke. So I needed to contrive a reason to watch Princess Mononoke. So Jordan, we're talking about things that have to do with nature. Now here's the stipulation. I will send you my list so you get an idea. But the stipulation is, Jordan, as long as it's tangentially connected to nature. So if you want to do an evil animal attacks movie, you can do that. If you want to do Nature is Getting Me and It's Too Bad movie, you can do that. As long as nature, so something from the natural world, occurs in that movie, you can pick pretty well whatever you want.
Nature, finds a way.
Finds a way. A way.
It finds a way.
That's next week. Nature. It's nature, baby. It's natural. Also, it just feels like this was unintentional, but it just feels like kind of a natural follow-up to a mechanical thing, Cars. Right? It feels like a natural progression.
Oh, that was definitely intentional.
For sure, it was definitely. It wasn't just because I needed to watch Princess Mononoke, and I didn't want to have to spend
no,
extra
no,
time
no,
watching a
no,
10th
Justin.
movie.
No, no,
Nothing
no,
to do
no.
with that.
It was
Nothing.
completely planned.
Yeah, completely planned. Jordan, where can the people find you?
I do Minecraft Mondays on my Twitch, ZethGore187. I do this, and those are the places where you can find me.
I do this. I'm on TikTok, Justin Spurr at Justin Spurr. We're on TikTok, Spur the Moment P. If you want to get a hold of the show, you can email the show. It's Justin's Business. That's where all the hip happening is happening. We have a Discord, and we have all the things. You can click in the description. Go to Wild Education. Go subscribe to the Party of Broadway World podcast. Tell them we sent you. They're cool people. Check out the Final Frontier podcast. We didn't. I don't think that episode came out this week, but an episode will probably come out this week. It's a fun show. I like that show. That's in the description. The boxes have popped up. It will pop up. Who knows if they popped up? But click the box on the left. That's last week. Last week was, I believe, it came from Amazon.
I believe that is correct.
It came from Amazon. Or the box on the right is just a random video. You should hit subscribe because there's new videos out 7 days a week, every single day. There's shorts multiple times a day. I've got shorts coming out my asshole right now, so you get shorts multiple times a day. Yeah, that's it. That's next week. We'll see you next week, everybody. Have a good week. Bye.